Chapter 1251. Jing Xiaolu took the notebook. Yang Ming took out the memory card from the digital camera in Victoria's hand and inserted it into the card slot of the notebook card reader. The notebook here was also specially prepared by Guo Jianxiao for Yang Ming. It was a more advanced model, so it had a built-in card reader, which saved a lot of trouble. Yang Ming opened the photo in the memory card, but what caught his eye was Victoria's selfie in the mirror. Yang Ming looked at the photo and looked at Victoria next to him. He was a little surprised. A girl, no matter what her identity was, would have a mind to show off. Victoria, an assassin, was no exception. Victoria suddenly felt a little ashamed. Her face suddenly turned red and said, "I was testing whether the camera was good or not. I just wanted to find some feeling of taking pictures. That's all. Delete these. If you delete them, you don't have to delete them." Yang Ming smiled and didn't make fun of Victoria anymore. Instead, he looked at the back. Sure enough, only the first few were Victoria's selfies. The back were some outdoor photos. Obviously, they were also used by Victoria for testing, but most of the photos were taken in the hotel corridors or rooms. Obviously, Victoria was cultivating the feeling of taking pictures. In many cases, the camera couldn't be taken out when taking pictures secretly, so it could only be taken blindly. Victoria was probably practicing blindly. Sure enough, Victoria said, "This was taken when I was practicing. It's all behind." Yang Ming smiled and turned to the next picture, but the expression on his face froze in an instant. Huang Yukai. Yang Ming widened his eyes and looked at the photo on the computer screen. He felt a little petrified. Is this the person Alice went to see? This is one of them. Why? Is there anything wrong? Victoria also saw that Yang Ming's expression was a little abnormal, so she asked. No. Yang Ming shook his head. Yang Ming had thought about the identity of the person who targeted him, but he didn't expect that it would be Huang Yukai, the fish that escaped the net. Victoria had never heard of Huang Yukai, but Jing Xiaolu was very familiar with the name Huang Yukai. Previously, Yang Ming had just told her about Wang Shifan. Huang Yukai was an active character, but she didn't expect him to be the person in the photo. This person is Huang Yukai. Jing Xiaolu also knew about Alice's matter. She knew that Alice might also be controlled by the behind-the-scenes boss. However, is this behind-the-scenes boss Huang Yukai? Wasn't this a little too dramatic? In Jing Xiaolu's opinion, Huang Yukai was just a doghead strategist. He couldn't do anything big except for doing some sinister things. How could he suddenly become the boss behind the scenes? Furthermore, he had planned so many major incidents against Yang Ming. It was possible for him to come up with these ideas on his own, but did he have the capital to do so? That's him. Yang Ming nodded affirmatively. How did he get together with Alice? If he had such great ability, would Wang Shifan still fall from power? Do you have a photo of the other man? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. The possibility of Huang Yukai playing a leading role was relatively small because Yang Ming knew that Huang Yukai couldn't do big things, but he could do some conspiracies. Yes, but it was taken from a distance. It may not be very clear. Victoria nodded and said, there was no chance to take photos in the coffee shop. I lurked at the door of the coffee shop before they left, and then I took a photo of them. Yang Ming flipped through the photo and saw another man appear in the photo. This was a photo of Huang Yukai, Alice, and another man together. The three of them were walking out of the coffee shop. Alice was about to reach out to stop the car. This man's appearance was unfamiliar. Yang Ming stared at it for a long time. He carefully recalled the people he had been in contact with. But unfortunately, this person had not appeared. The appearance of this man had no special features. It could even be described as ordinary and insignificant. It was a common face, and his figure was very ordinary. There was nothing unusual about it. He was the kind that could be directly ignored in the sea of people. However, he didn't know why this person gave Yang Ming a sense of familiarity. It was like déjà vu, but after careful observation, there was still no clue. Yang Ming was sure that he had never seen this person before. Could this person be the behind-the-scenes boss? Yang Ming wasn't sure. From Huang Yucai's appearance here, it could be seen that the person Alice was in contact with this time might not be the behind-the-scenes boss. Maybe it was the two underlings of the behind-the-scenes boss. Thinking of this, Yang Ming sighed slightly. Although these clues were somewhat helpful to Yang Ming, they were not very helpful. Even if he knew that Huang Yukai was involved in the behind-the-scenes boss, it was just Huang Yukai. Judging from the behind-the-scenes boss's style of doing things, he contacted Elder Yu, Tian Long, Sui Weijin, even Chu Daming and Lu Chan, and now Huang Yukai. This also showed that the behind-the-scenes boss would use anyone to deal with him. It didn't necessarily mean that this person was very capable. Therefore, if Huang Yukai wanted to avenge Wang Shifan and Wang Jitao, it was understandable for him to seek refuge with the behind-the-scenes boss. Since there was no clue about this matter, then it was better to solve the other matter in front of him. Yang Ming was not in a hurry to find the behind-the-scenes boss now, because Yang Ming also knew that this was unrealistic. Victoria, you go back and continue to monitor Alice. Take photos at any time if there is a situation. You can act at your discretion. You don't have to call me for everything. It's fine as long as you are not discovered. Yang Ming instructed Victoria. Yes, Mr. Yang. Victoria nodded, but she didn't stay for a long time. She stood up directly and walked in the direction of the door. For Victoria's swift and decisive action, Jing Xiaolu was a bit baffled. After she left, Jing Xiaolu asked, Yang Ming, where did this Victoria come from? Why does she look so cool and cold? This is a female bodyguard that I found. I'm going to secretly protect Chun Mingyan and the others. Yang Ming didn't hide anything from Jing Xiaolu. However, because Alice's identity is suspicious, I let her stay in the hotel and secretly pay attention to Alice's movements. Yang Ming told Jing Xiaolu about Alice, but Yang Ming didn't mention Victoria, so Jing Xiaolu was so curious. It turned out to be like this. Jing Xiaolu responded very plainly, but she was thinking in her heart, when can this Victoria become my bodyguard? Yang Ming naturally didn't know what Jing Xiaolu was thinking. He asked her to put away the notebook first. Then he hurriedly left the Songjiang International Hotel. He had to find Zhang Jishan tonight to discuss the voodoo on the people around Tianlong. This matter couldn't be delayed. The earlier it was implemented, the earlier Sun Jie and the others would be safe. The lobby manager found it strange that Yang Ming left after a while, but he didn't dare to ask more. He sent Yang Ming to the car and watched Yang Ming's car drive away. On the way, Yang Ming dialed Zhang Jishan's phone. Zhang Jishan, this is Yang Ming. Where are you? Asked Yang Ming. I am in the Huashang district in my house. Zhang Jishan was sleeping and was awakened by the ringing of the phone. When he saw that it was Yang Ming, he suddenly sobered up. Because his duty was to protect Yang Ming, he couldn't let Yang Ming go out of the way. During this time, because of Elder Yu's disappearance, Yang Ming did not let Zhang Jishan continue to follow him to protect him. So Zhang Jishan also stayed in the house in the Huashang district to wait for orders. I have something to discuss with you. I will come over immediately. Is it convenient now? Asked Yang Ming. After all, Zhang Jishan lived with his girlfriend. It was so late. If Yang Ming went over, he was afraid that it would be inconvenient. It's okay. It doesn't matter. I will wait for you in the living room. Zhang Jishan said quickly. 15 minutes later, Yang Ming appeared in the living room of Zhang Jishan's house. Our conversation won't affect your girlfriend, right? Asked Yang Ming as he glanced at the closed bedroom door. It's okay. Don't worry about her. Zhang Jishan waved his hand. Brother Yang, if there is anything, just say it. And this time, what I want to ask you is, do you know that there's a kind of voodoo? After people take it, there will be no reaction at the time, but if they don't take the antidote to suppress it for a period of time, the voodoo will attack and die. I heard Lan Ling mention something similar. I don't know if you know how to make it. This kind of voodoo is very simple. After Zhang Jishan heard it, he said confidently, this is the simplest voodoo. Almost everyone in our Miao village can make it. Brother Yang, how often do you need the voodoo to attack? And what I need now is the best kind that attacks once a day. After that, it may take a longer time. Yang Ming said, no problem. When do you need it? Zhang Jishan nodded and asked, can you do it now? Asked Yang Ming. Now, then I have to ask Xiao Qi to get up and help me with it. As Zhang Jishan said this, he stood up and prepared to go to the bedroom to wake up his girlfriend. He also understood that Yang Ming looked for him in the middle of the night for the voodoo. There must be a very important matter. Although Yang Ming felt a little sorry for Zhang Jishan and his wife, the matter really couldn't be delayed. He could only let the two of them work in the middle of the night. Xiao Qi was woken up in the middle of the night. When he heard that Yang Ming had something to entrust them to do, Xiao Qi didn't complain at all. Instead, he yawned and actively worked with Zhang Jishan. This time, when Zhang Jishan came to Songjiang, he had already brought a lot of things about voodoo. After that, he shipped a lot of raw materials for the voodoo. The voodoo that Yang Ming needed was the most common kind, so Zhang Jishan and Xiao Qi could quickly prepare it. However, Yang Ming needed more, so it took some effort. Chapter 1252. Brother Yang, I have tried my best, but the voodoo has to be cultivated for a period of time. It will only be effective after a period of growth in the petri dish. Zhang Jishan wiped the sweat on his forehead and said to Yang Ming, "It doesn't matter. Just do your best." Yang Ming naturally knew that this thing couldn't be taken out immediately. Zhang Jishan didn't sleep in the middle of the night to help him cultivate the voodoo. It was already hard enough. This is considered fast. If there is no accident, it can be used in the afternoon, said Zhang Jishan. Okay, thank you for your hard work. What is the interval of the voodoo? Asked Yang Ming. It's about 24 to 30 hours. Zhang Jishan said, Brother Yang, do you have any special needs? This time can be controlled according to the activity of the voodoo. No, this time is enough. But after this matter is over, I hope to delay the outbreak of this voodoo to about a year. Yang Ming thought about it and said, it would be great if we could delay the outbreak of the voodoo based on the original voodoo. This should not be a problem, said Zhang Jishan, but you still need to take another formula. You can sort of make it, said Yang Ming. I have to go out and do something now. You and Xiao Qi will have to work hard. At this moment, the sky was already bright. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Yang Ming still had other important things to do. That was to investigate the people around Tianlong. Although Fang Tian also had some secret relationships with some people who also operated private investigation businesses, these private organizations were not as strong as the official organizations. It would take some twists and turns to investigate, and the efficiency was very slow. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to go to Xia Shui for help. Although he could find Chen Fei, some things couldn't be lied to because of his personal relationship with Chen Fei. Looking for Chen Fei for help had many inconveniences. It was also easy to expose his relationship with the Sun family and Sun Jie. This was something that Yang Ming was not willing to expose now. However, he could ask Xia Shui for help. Yang Ming could use his identity as the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to tell Xia Shui that his investigation of Elder Yu involved Tianlong. Thinking of this, Yang Ming dialed Xia Shui's cell phone. Hello, Yang Ming? From Xia Shui's side, there were noises from the downtown area. Obviously, someone was outside. Xia Shui, where are you? I have something to tell you, Yang Ming asked. I'm doing morning exercises near my home. I'm going to eat something. Xia Shui said, You're looking for me? Business or private matters? There's work and personal matters, Yang Ming said with a smile. I'm going to treat you to a meal for personal matters, but we'll talk about business matters when we meet. I'm just asking, do you really have work to do? Xia Shui was slightly stunned, but she also knew that Yang Ming's current identity was somewhat special. He was a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, responsible for investigating some strange incidents. Their local police station had to unconditionally cooperate with him. I'm going to find you now, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming had been to Xia Shui's house several times, so he was naturally familiar with the road. When he arrived at the community where Xia Shui's house was located, Yang Ming saw Xia Shui jogging from a distance. Because Yang Ming's eyesight was good, he easily saw Xia Shui when he passed through the pedestrians in the community. Xia Shui. Yang Ming parked the car on the side of the community and shouted to Xia Shui, who was not far in front of him. Xia Shui turned her head and saw Yang Ming. She waved to Yang Ming and sped up her pace. She quickly ran to Yang Ming, opened the door of the passenger seat, and got in the car. Did you put a license plate on your car? The number is good. When Xia Shui got in the car, she saw Yang Ming's license plate. But isn't it suspicious of being a nouveau riche? Isn't it a bit too eye-catching? My friend helped me put it on. Is it an auction number? Yang Ming shrugged helplessly. I reordered a car. I ordered an Audi Q7. I just have to choose a number. Q7. You're really rich. Xia Shui snorted. Such a good car. Just because the license plate is too eye-catching, you have to change it. It's really distressing. Then, when the time comes, I'll give this car to you. Yang Ming smiled. Forget it. I'm just a little policeman. Do you want me to make a mistake by driving such a luxury car? Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming. Hee, you don't want it even if it's given to you for free. This is really the first time I've seen it. Yang Ming smiled. However, when you put a license plate, you can look for me. I'll give you a police station number. There are no odd or even restrictions. Xia Shui said. What is this? Using power for personal gain? Yang Ming glanced at Xia Shui with a mischievous look. Songjiang's traffic volume had obviously increased this year, because the beginning of spring had to be followed by winter's frozen roads. Many roads implemented odd and even restrictions. However, although the license plate of Yang Ming's car wasn't a special number, no one intercepted it. Scheming your head. You're from that side. For the convenience of doing things, I gave you a license plate. This is also what my brother told me. Do you think that if you don't have that side's identity, I will simply give you a license plate? Xia Shui said angrily. Yang Ming was reminded by Xia Shui. Only then did he remember that he was also a civil servant. Well, when the car arrives, I will look for you. Yang Ming didn't have to take advantage of this, but as Xia Shui said, with such a license plate, it was convenient for him to do things. At least, he wouldn't get a ticket because the car was parked on the roadside. Let's talk. What are you looking for me for? Xia Shui asked after getting in the car. I need you to help me investigate a person, said Yang Ming. This person has been very abnormal recently. I suspect that there are other people behind him. Other people? Who? Xia Shui asked subconsciously, but after asking, she closed her mouth because she understood the system. The things that Yang Ming investigated were not something that their place could participate in. They were some relatively special cases. Although her brother, Xia Bingbao, was also from that side, he wouldn't tell her about the case. There's no progress yet, and some things can't be said. Yang Ming shrugged apologetically. I understand. It doesn't matter. Xia Shui smiled. She wasn't the kind of little girl who didn't know anything. Some things were the system. It couldn't be changed because of personal relationships. Investigate who? Investigate Dong Hai, Tianlong's secretary and driver, and everyone close to him, said Yang Ming. Tianlong? That Tianlong who started his career by mingling in the underworld? Xia Shui had obviously heard of Tianlong's name, but these underworld people were definitely registered with the police. It was just that if they didn't do something too extreme, the police wouldn't find trouble with them. After all, these people had now entered the proper business, but they inevitably had some underworld aura on them. Yes, it's him. Yang Ming nodded and said, He's from Donghai. It is appropriate to let the Donghai police station investigate. Xia Shui said, You can just show your identity directly. Indeed. Yang Ming listened to Xia Shui and realized that his identity was not only useful in Songjiang, but it was also useful in other places. However, since I have found you, then you should accompany me to Donghai. That's right. In the afternoon, I have a meeting in the morning. Xia Shui thought about it and said, But I have to come back at night. I am on duty tonight. Yang Ming also thought so. After he investigated the people around Tianlong, he was going to act immediately. If Xia Shui was next to him, it would be inconvenient for him to act. Okay, let's drive. I will give you the car, and you can drive back, said Yang Ming. Then how will you come back? Asked Xia Shui. I have my own way. Yang Ming thought. After dealing with Tianlong, the Sun family will regain power. At that time, I won't have to worry about not having a car to drive. So, I don't have to worry about how to come back. Then I don't care about you. Anyway, if you don't have a car, just go to the Donghai police station and borrow one. Xia Shui said, It's still early. Where are we going? Of course, we're looking for a place to eat. Yang Ming said, I know a morning tea shop that sells fried cakes. It was moved from the former shanty town. The taste is very authentic. I know that you like to eat it, so I paid attention to it. Now, I will take you there. Xia Shui's heart was suddenly moved. She didn't expect Yang Ming to remember her preferences after so long. She had grown up and went out to study independently when she was young. It had been a long time since someone cared so much about her. You don't want to eat? Yang Ming saw Xia Shui in a daze and felt a little strange. No. Xia Shui shook her head vigorously and said, Yang Ming, thank you. Thank me for what? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by Xia Shui's sudden move. It's nothing. Xia Shui smiled and licked her lips. Are we going now? Then let's go. Of course we are going now. Didn't I say before that I would treat? Yang Ming said, Are you going to let go of me, your long-term meal ticket? Xia Shui's face suddenly blushed. When she said this sentence before, she didn't think so much. After thinking about it, she felt that something was wrong. When Yang Ming mentioned it now, Xia Shui was naturally embarrassed. She said, Wishful thinking. You are so rich. I want to kill the rich to help the poor. I'm afraid you won't be able to make me poor. Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders. Xia Shui was just saying it casually. She knew that Yang Ming was very rich now. How much could it cost to eat breakfast? Right? How do you know that this shop has fried cakes? Xia Shui was a bit baffled. Many young people didn't like to eat this kind of old-fashioned food, so many breakfast shops didn't sell this kind of thing. Songjiang's breakfast shops were becoming more and more fashionable. They were all snacks from Hong Kong and Taiwan. This breakfast shop is the one we ate in Shantytown before. They have now opened a shop. Yang Ming said, Didn't Shantytown relocate? They used the compensation from the relocation to buy a shop. They're doing old-fashioned breakfast, and the business is good. Chapter 1253. This kind of old-fashioned breakfast was fried dough sticks, fried cakes, tofu pudding, and soy milk. However, because the price was cheap, it wasn't very profitable. It wasn't as profitable as those porridge shops, so basically, those who had a shop didn't do it. However, this family didn't have the intention to make a fortune. They were satisfied with just living. After they moved away, they told Yang Ming the new location through Lin Jiyun because the owner of the breakfast stall also knew that Yang Ming had a friend who liked to eat old-fashioned fried cakes. These people knew that the reason why the demolition could get so much compensation was also because of Yang Ming. If Yang Ming's company didn't take over Wei Jin's company, then they wouldn't get so much money, so they were grateful to Yang Ming. Yang Ming knew the address, but he had never been there. This time, he just happened to bring Xia Shui there. This shop was called the Old-Fashioned Breakfast Shop. The location wasn't very good. It wasn't in the downtown area, but in a relatively remote community. The car was parked at the entrance of the breakfast shop, which attracted some surprised gazes from nearby people. The people who came here to eat were residents nearby. Their income wasn't very high. Now there was actually a luxury car parked here. Of course, it would be surprising. Yang Ming and Xia Shui got out of the car and walked into the breakfast shop. The breakfast shop owner, Old Wu, was busy frying dough sticks. When he looked up and saw Yang Ming, he quickly threw the matter in his hand to his wife and walked out personally. Mr. Yang Ming, you are finally here. We have always wanted to thank you in person, but we have never had the chance. Boss Wu, don't be polite. My friend and I just came here to eat some breakfast. You do what you need to do. Yang Ming smiled. Sit down, sit down. Boss Wu cleaned up a table and wiped it. Then he said, What do you want to eat? I will make it for you. Just some fried cakes and soy milk, said Yang Ming. Okay. Boss Wu responded and went to work. The guests in the shop were a bit strange. When did Boss Wu know such a rich person? However, they didn't ask much. The fried cakes were served soon. They were freshly fried by Boss Wu himself. The soy milk was also hot. Xia Shui's eyes lit up when she saw the fried cake. Especially since it was specially made by Boss Wu, it tasted softer and sweeter. Xia Shui ate happily. After eating, Yang Ming wanted to pay, but Boss Wu said that he didn't want anything. He kept saying, Mr. Yang, I already owe you a favor for the demolition. This breakfast is nothing. When Yang Ming heard Boss Wu say this, he had no other choice. He knew that he couldn't refuse anymore, so he said, Then I won't refuse. This time, you treat me to a meal. That's how it should be. Boss Wu said as he took a bag of fried cakes that had been prepared before and handed it to Yang Ming. I specially prepared this for you. Please accept it. Yang Ming knew that Boss Wu was being kind. This thing was not valuable, so he accepted it according to Boss Wu's intention. Thank you. Outside the breakfast shop, Xia Shui smiled and said, "You are quite popular. Even the boss here is so good to you. Isn't it because of the demolition? The demolition of Shantytown was handed over to my company, so they got a lot of compensation. Naturally, they are grateful," said Yang Ming. It turned out to be like this. Xia Shui didn't know much about Yang Ming's company, but she didn't ask much after listening to Yang Ming. After sending Xia Shui to the police station, Yang Ming returned to Zhang Jishan's residence in the Huashan district. Zhang Jishan and Xiao Qi were eating porridge. When they saw Yang Ming coming back, Zhang Jishan quickly greeted, "Mr. Yang, have you eaten breakfast? The porridge cooked by Xiao Qi is quite good. Do you want to eat together?" "I have eaten. You guys eat." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "How is the voodoo?" "It is being cultivated," Zhang Jishan said. "I will go and take a look after eating." Yang Ming called Bao Sanli and asked him to send a car to pick up Jing Xiaolu. Bao Sanli naturally agreed. Although Yang Ming asked Bao Sanli to send a car, Bao Sanli didn't dare to neglect. He personally drove downstairs to the Songjiang International Hotel and entered the lobby. The lobby manager was shocked and quickly greeted, "President Bao, you are here? What's the matter?" When the lobby manager saw that Bao Sanli suddenly came to the hotel early in the morning, he was a little scared. He also heard about the company's incident. This time, when Bao Sanli came, he didn't know if he was going to attack the hotel. "Nothing. I am here to pick up Miss Jing to go to school," said Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli called Jing Xiaolu Miss Jing instead of Assistant Jing. This also highlighted Jing Xiaolu's identity. She was not as simple as an assistant. Bao Sanli, the vice president of the group, had to pick her up personally. Then the identity of Yang Ming could be imagined. The lobby manager quickly sent someone to go upstairs to invite Jing Xiaolu down. At this moment, Jing Xiaolu just received a call from Yang Ming. Yang Ming told her that he had found someone to pick her up to go to school. Although Yang Ming didn't come in person, Jing Xiaolu was slightly disappointed, but Jing Xiaolu also knew that Yang Ming would definitely be very busy these 2 days. She couldn't force anything. When the lobby manager found someone to come up, Jing Xiaolu had already washed up and dressed. As soon as the person came up, she followed him downstairs. Out of the elevator, Jing Xiaolu saw Bao Sanli standing in the hotel lobby at a glance. She was a little excited. Yang Ming said that he would send someone, but she didn't expect Bao Sanli to come in person. If she let him send her to work, how glorious would that be? Then, her colleagues would definitely look at her differently. However, Jing Xiaolu knew that Yang Ming didn't like her show-off style, so she stopped this idea. Otherwise, even if Jing Xiaolu asked Bao Sanli to send her to school and pick her up to the company in the afternoon, she believed that Bao Sanli would not disagree. They didn't talk in the morning. At noon, Zhang Jishan shouted excitedly, "Brother Yang, it's done. The voodoo has been refined successfully. It can be used." "Oh, that's great." Yang Ming was still worried about whether the voodoo could be refined when he went to Donghai in the afternoon. If it couldn't be refined, he had to go back to Songjiang to get the voodoo when he went to Donghai. Now, it seemed that he didn't have to bother twice. These voodoo can be refined into about 30 doses. "I don't know if it's enough," Zhang Jishan asked. "If it's not enough, I will hurry up and refine more." "More than 30 doses? That should be enough," Yang Ming said in his heart. "The people I want to punish are the people around Tianlong and the company's senior people. The people at the bottom are all subservient. They act according to the will of their superiors. Therefore, these 30 portions were more than enough. In fact, they might not even need these." "Well, how much antidote do you need to prepare?" Zhang Jishan nodded and asked. "Antidote? Is it the suppression of the voodoo or the complete antidote?" asked Yang Ming. "How much of each?" asked Zhang Jishan. "Give me more suppression of the voodoo. The complete antidote is not needed," said Yang Ming. Since these people had betrayed once, it was possible for them to betray a second time. In order to prevent a second occurrence, there was only one way to put an end to it. That was to control their life and death in their own hands so that they wouldn't dare to rebel. Jing Xiaolu was quite clever sometimes. This was really an idea that could be done once and for all. Zhang Jishan prepared the suppression of the voodoo antidote, and then packaged it with the voodoo and gave it to Yang Ming. Although the refining of the voodoo was extremely simple, everyone's refining method was different. The proportion of the poison placed was also different, so the antidote was not universal. If it was taken indiscriminately, it may lead to death on the spot. Therefore, even if these people found other people who knew voodoo, it was impossible to easily detoxify the voodoo unless it was Lan Ling's grandmother or elder Yu, a master voodoo. Of course, there was also Ma Xiaoyao. In these few days, I will go out. You hurry up and prepare a medicine that can delay the time of the voodoo. About 30 portions are enough. Yang Ming instructed Zhang Jishan. Okay, don't worry, Brother Yang. This is very easy to refine. Zhang Jishan nodded and agreed. The combination of interests was the most unreliable. Once the third party paid more interests, then this combination of interests would quickly collapse. Yang Ming was very clear about this. Since Tianlong could bribe these people, then Yang Ming could also bribe these people, but he couldn't guarantee that there was really Tianlong's confidant who told Tianlong about Yang Ming's plan. In that case, Yang Ming's efforts would be in vain. Tianlong's bribing was completed under the high-pressure policy of carrots and sticks. Many people's weaknesses were in Tianlong's hands, so they had no choice but to betray Sun Hongjun. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to instigate these people. Then there was only one possibility, which was to make them have no choice but to betray. If they continued to follow Tianlong, then only death would await them. Only when it involved their own personal safety could they grit their teeth and follow Yang Ming to betray Tianlong. Although Yang Ming could seal their acupoints and make them wish they were dead, this was only temporary. Yang Ming still needed them to do things for him, so he couldn't kill them. A temporary threat. Although Yang Ming was sure to make them have the kind of fear that was engraved in their bones, the facts were not absolute. If someone held a fluke mentality and continued to defect to Tianlong, then it would be terrible. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to give them a real threat. Only after they were threatened would they not dare to have the slightest disloyalty. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Ming received a call from Xia Shui. Xia Shui had finished her work and asked Yang Ming if he could depart. Yang Ming was also ready, so he drove to pick up Xia Shui. The two went to Donghai together. Chapter 1254. The reason why Xia Shui accompanied him was that Yang Ming's identity was special. It couldn't be revealed to everyone. If Yang Ming went to the Donghai police station alone, it would be difficult to see the higher-ups of the police station before he identified himself. With Xia Shui's accompaniment, it was much easier. In fact, it was because Yang Ming wasn't familiar with Donghai. Xia Shui leaned lazily on the back of the car seat and stretched. I'm so tired. I had a meeting all morning. You're studying the case. Meetings are inevitable. Yang Ming knew the nature of Xia Shui's work. They had meetings almost every day to discuss the investigation direction of some criminal cases. Many times, I always feel that my ability is not enough. Although I have solved several major cases in this position, it is not my credit, Xia Shui said with some sadness. In the end, these credits are given to me by you. I didn't do anything. Yang Ming was a little surprised after listening to Xia Shui's words. Xia Shui actually began to consider these things. This shows that Xia Shui has matured. She is no longer the little girl who only wanted to make contributions. Now, she has her own ideas. You can't say that. For Wang Shifan's case, if you didn't help me, I might not be able to catch them all. Moreover, if you didn't help me take care of Zhou Jiajia's injury. Yang Ming said this with some sadness. So you don't have to feel that you didn't do anything. Besides, Chen Afu's case was also solved by us staying up late together. Is this still your credit? But it seems that you are the leader every time, and I am the assistant. Although Xia Shui participated in 2 cases, she always felt that she didn't do as much as Yang Ming. You are with me. Naturally, I'm more powerful. Yang Ming smiled. Otherwise, why would your brother recruit me to his side? Shameless. Although Xia Shui said so, it was indeed the case when she thought about it. If Yang Ming really didn't have any ability, then how could her brother recruit him? The car drove on the Dongsong Expressway. Yang Ming was already very familiar with this road. All the plans seemed to be going smoothly so far, but there was no news from Tian Donghua and Donghai, not even a text message. At present, it seemed that there was only one possibility, that was Tian Donghua had been put under house arrest by Tian Long. However, Yang Ming wasn't very worried. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. No matter how crazy Tian Long was, it was impossible for him to kill his own son. Otherwise, what was the use of him fighting for the Sun family's huge business? At Tian Long's age, there weren't many things he had planned for himself. His craziness could only mean one thing. He wanted to lay a foundation for his descendants. Although the Tian family had a younger son, Tian Donghua was obviously not the material to inherit the business. He studied martial arts all day long. He was simply a martial arts fanatic. In contrast, Tian Donghua was a promising talent. Whether it was in terms of ability or character, he was the best candidate to inherit the family business. If Yang Ming could see it, it was impossible for Tian Long not to see it. In fact, Tian Long had always trained Tian Donghua as a successor. So, in this way, unless Tian Long was crazy, it was impossible for him to do anything unfavorable to Tian Donghua. His son was gone, let alone his grandson. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was slightly relieved. In any case, Yang Ming would not involve Tian Donghua in the outcome of Tian Long this time. At least, Tian Donghua tried his best, so Yang Ming owed him a favor. As for how to deal with Tian Long in the end, it depended on Tian Long's attitude. The car drove on the expressway and gradually slowed down because it was close to the exit of the Donghai toll booth. All the cars on the expressway stopped here to accept payment. Yang Ming picked up the expressway IC card and slowly waited behind the row of cars. However, after 2 or 3 cars, the motorcade obviously stagnated. At the expressway toll booth in front, the people in a black Santana seemed to have a dispute with the people at the toll booth. What happened in front? Xiaoshui also felt that the car had stopped, so she looked up and asked, "I don't know. It seems that the people in the Santana in front have a dispute with the people at the toll booth," said Yang Ming. Yang Ming had the mentality of watching the fun and looked ahead with his special ability. Sure enough, he saw the driver of the Santana frowning and shouting at the toll booth, "I lost my IC card. How much do you want to pay? Just say the word and it's over. Why are you so hesitant? It's not a problem of compensation. We checked the records in the computer. During this time, there is no record of your license plate number. We can't determine which expressway your car entered from," said the toll booth attendant. "If you can't find it, then don't check. Can't you charge according to the longest journey?" The driver glared and said impatiently, "I still have something to do. Don't delay my time. How much? Just say the word. I don't lack money. Why is this woman so hesitant? She doesn't want more money. No, I have to get rid of her as soon as possible. Otherwise, a long night will bring many dreams. If I delay for a long time, who knows what will happen? This is a job that will cost me my life." Yang Ming suddenly heard a voice. Yes, this voice came from the driver of the black Santana. Yang Ming could be sure. This driver of the Santana must be in a very panicked situation at the moment. Looking at what he was thinking, Yang Ming could conclude this point. There must be something unspeakable on him. Yang Ming's inadvertent discovery made his spirit slightly shocked. Yang Ming was not the kind of person who meddled in other people's business, but he was not the kind of person who did not care about things. Even if he saw bad people who harmed society, he would not be indifferent. When he saw the old man who sold glasses being bullied, Yang Ming stood up. It could also show that Yang Ming was a very civic-minded and righteous person. Therefore, when Yang Ming found that this Santana driver was very suspicious, Yang Ming knew that things were not simple. This person was so anxious to escape, and he was very afraid to stay here, which meant that there might be an unusual secret on him that could not be discovered by others. Thinking of this, Yang Ming used his special ability and began to search around the Santana driver. Yang Ming first looked at the trunk, because the trunk was the only place in the car that could put things. However, in the trunk, although Yang Ming found some suspicious things, they could not be regarded as too suspicious. A Southern car license plate and a military license plate were obviously fake, but these things were found by the traffic police. At most, they would be confiscated and fined. There was no need to talk about decapitation. Therefore, Yang Ming subconsciously felt that this person must have other problems. It was not as simple as having 2 fake license plates in the trunk. This fake license plate was not enough to decapitate him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming continued to search the Santana with his special ability. If it was really something that could decapitate him, then it was unlikely to be placed in such an obvious place like the trunk. So Yang Ming began to look at the corners of the car. These places that were easy to overlook were actually good places to hide things. Suddenly, Yang Ming's gaze stopped under the cushion in the back seat of the Santana. It was a pack of things wrapped in a black plastic bag, flat under the cushion in the back seat. Although there were not many things, Yang Ming only glanced at it and understood what it was. White powder. These 2 words jumped into Yang Ming's mind. Although Yang Ming had not been exposed to these things, he also strictly ordered Bao solemnly not to be involved in these illegal businesses, so Yang Ming had not seen what the real white powder looked like. However, this thing did not need to be really seen. Some things could be known at a glance. So, I will give you 1,000 yuan. I really have something urgent. Let me go. The Santana driver took out a stack of money from the pocket of the passenger seat and handed it to the toll collector. Sir, we can't accept this money. You should park the car aside first and wait for the traffic police to investigate. The toll collector was not tempted by the money handed over by the Santana driver. It was no wonder. This toll booth had surveillance video. Who dared to accept money casually? Motherfucker, this woman is really unmoved. If the things in the backseat of the car are searched by the police, then we are dead. What do you want to do? What about your leader? Who can make the decision? The Santana driver was anxious. Sorry, please go to the police room in front for investigation. The toll collector pointed to a traffic police duty room not far away on the right and repeated what he said before to the Santana driver. Motherfucker, it seemed that I can't pass. The policeman on duty over there apparently saw the dispute here. He also came out of the duty room and walked in the direction of the Santana. Why is it so troublesome? The Santana's driver closed the door and complained. He started the car, but just when everyone thought that he wanted to drive the car to the duty room for inspection, an accident happened. Because there was a fence in front, vehicles that did not pay couldn't pass, so the Santana could only turn right to the police room next to it for investigation. However, the Santana did not make a mistake by turning right, but he turned a big corner and turned the car around directly. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and sped up on the highway. This change happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned, including the toll collector and the traffic police who came out of the police room. However, when the Santana turned around, Yang Ming had already guessed his intentions, because Yang Ming just saw the Santana driver's thoughts. Chapter 1255. From his several thoughts, the thing in his backseat was really the kind of thing that could kill. Yang Ming's guess was not wrong this time. It also indirectly proved the possibility of that thing being a drug. No wonder this guy was so nervous. He didn't hesitate to spend money to bribe the toll collector to leave as soon as possible. However, under this kind of surveillance camera, never mind 1,000 yuan. Even if the toll collector was given 10,000 yuan, she wouldn't dare to let him go privately. Therefore, when the bribe was ineffective and there were traffic police coming out from the police station where the traffic police were on duty, the Santana's driver had no other choice but to turn around and escape. Since he was able to appear silently on the highway, it meant that he did not enter from the other entrances of the highway, but from a fork in the road. As long as he escaped, it would be impossible to intercept him on the other side. Do you want to make another contribution with me? When Yang Ming saw the Santana turn around, he also pushed the reverse gear and turned the steering wheel, making his car reverse. Then, he turned the steering wheel and rushed out in the direction of the Santana's escape. Xia Shui hadn't reacted to what was going on yet. She felt that her body was suddenly tilted. It turned out that Yang Ming's driving movement was too big, So she almost hit the glass due to inertia. Is there a problem with the car in front? The professional sensitivity made Xia Shui think of it in an instant. There must be a problem with the Santana that refused to be checked and suddenly turn around. The Santana's driving speed was very fast, and there were obviously no police cars at the police station or the police cars were on duty. So when the policeman there saw the Santana suddenly turn around and escape, he was anxious to call for help. Of course, when he finished the call, maybe the Santana had already run away. Although the Santana's speed was fast, the displacement was not at the same level as the BMW X5. The Santana rushed forward crazily. Even if it was driving in the opposite direction, the cars here all gave way to the Santana in the emergency parking lane. Who would fight with a madman? However, because Yang Ming was originally driving in the opposite direction, all the cars on the side lane were opposite, so Yang Ming had no way to overtake. He could only follow closely. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Although Yang Ming started half a beat later than the Santana, it was easy for the large displacement off-road vehicle to catch up with the Santana. Do you have a gun? Yang Ming glanced at Xia Shui and found that the distance was so close, but this chick was still indifferent. His heart suddenly turned cold. I didn't bring it. I locked it in the safe when I left. Xia Shui's face was bitter and anxious. She came out to accompany Yang Ming to the Donghai police station to investigate something. She didn't need to bring a gun. She didn't expect to encounter such a situation on the road. Yang Ming got a negative answer from Xia Shui. It was similar to his guess. Yang Ming sighed suddenly. This BMW, Yang Ming had wasted his efforts. In the current situation, it was impossible to overtake, and Xia Shui didn't have a gun. The only thing Yang Ming could do was to step on the accelerator, and the car rushed forward. The huge impact and the reaction force after the collision made Yang Ming and Xia Shui's bodies suddenly shake. However, German cars were surprisingly strong. Yang Ming's BMW X5 was no exception. After the huge impact, the Santana's trunk suddenly piled up like a fold. The Santana's driver saw the BMW X5 behind before. At that time, he was still a little nervous. However, after seeing the BMW license plate, the Santana's driver knew that this was definitely not a public car, but a private car. However, the Santana's driver didn't think that the license plate was real. He subconsciously thought that Yang Ming's car was also a smuggler's car with a fake license plate. He had a dispute with the toll collector in front of him, which attracted the traffic police. It was normal for this BMW X5 to be afraid of being involved and run with him. So, the Santana's driver really didn't care much. However, he didn't expect that the big off-road guy behind him actually hit his, but directly. The front of the BMW car was only a little deformed by the bumper, but the Santana was a bit unfortunate. After the Santana's driver was hit, he felt that something was wrong. He glanced at the BMW X5 that was still following him like a wolf in the rearview mirror. His heart subconsciously trembled, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! Yang Ming paused, and once again stepped on the accelerator to hit the car. This time, the force was stronger, and it directly knocked the Santana from a 3-compartment into a 2-compartment. The trunk and the rear compartment were all deformed. The Santana's driver was shocked. He didn't know why the BMW car behind him chased him and why it hit him. The Santana's driver was a bit inexplicable by this unexpected incident. I didn't offend them, right? If this continues, I will definitely be done for. The Santana's driver was not stupid. These two cars were obviously not in the same weight class. Not to mention the difference in power, but the difference in tonnage and plate thickness was also a lot. The Santana's driver gritted his teeth. He just wanted to escape, but the appearance of Yang Ming made it impossible for him to escape. The Santana's driver reached into the handbag on the side and quickly took out a replica-type .54 pistol from it. He quickly loaded the bullet, turned his head abruptly, and fired 2 shots at the front passenger seat of the BMW behind. Although Yang Ming was chasing the Santana's driver, his eyes never left the Santana's driver. He was always paying attention to his movements. When he saw him take out a pistol, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Xia Shui also saw the Santana's driver raise the black muzzle at this time. Pa, pa. 2 shots were fired. Because the distance between the 2 cars was too close, it was too late to dodge. She could only scream subconsciously. Yang Ming ignored it. At this moment, he suddenly accelerated again, and the front of the car slammed into the back of the Santana. This time, because the Santana's driver turned back and fired, he instinctively reduced the speed. However, Yang Ming did not reduce it. Therefore, when the Santana changed from a 3-seater to a 2-seater, it was hit by a huge force again. The rear left tire was directly blown up by the huge force. The Santana also tilted and lost control of the direction. It directly flipped from the emergency lane into the ditch next to the highway. After a while, the Santana fell into the ditch. Xia Shui woke up. You didn't get shot? The front windshield was broken once before. After that, I found someone to replace it with a thicker bulletproof glass. If the armor-piercing bullet was so close, it would probably be unbearable. However, a replica Type 54 pistol couldn't do anything at all. Yang Ming smiled and said, Okay, it's your turn. Go down and catch that guy. You scare me to death. Xia Shui breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, but she still looked cautious. Looking at the Santana that fell into the ditch, Xia Shui subconsciously hesitated. Yang Ming naturally knew what Xia Shui was worried about. The other party had a gun. Xia Shui was afraid that if she went down rashly, she would be attacked by the gangster. So he said, Don't worry. He has already fainted. The Santana's driver might not have thought that when he fired, Yang Ming could actually give him a 3rd big hit. Not only did it blow up his rear tire, but it also made the car lose its direction in an instant and fall into the ditch next to it. The Santana's driver's head hit the roof of the cab, and he fainted directly. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he opened the door and jumped out of the car. He glanced at the front of the BMW. It had been hit beyond recognition. The headlights were all broken, and the bumper was also dragged on the ground. However, compared to the Santana, it was already considered light. In fact, Yang Ming took advantage of the fact that the car was high, and it was hit from the back, which made his actions twice the result with half the effort. He jumped into the ditch next to him in a few steps. Yang Ming came to the side of the Santana that was hit and deformed. The Santana was standing upside down at the bottom of the ditch. The Santana's driver was facing down at the moment, and there was a lot of blood on his face. However, because the ditch was not deep, it could not be too serious of an injury. Yang Ming pulled open the deformed door and pulled the Santana's driver out. At this time, Xia Shui also jumped into the ditch with Yang Ming. When she saw that the Santana's driver had really fainted, she suddenly admired Yang Ming's eyesight. But when she thought that Yang Ming was already a member of the other side, then it was not strange. If he didn't have some special skills, how could her brother value him so much? Did you bring the handcuffs? Yang Ming glanced at Xia Shui and asked, I did bring this. Xia Shui took out a pair of handcuffs from her waist and handed it to Yang Ming. After Yang Ming took it, he handcuffed the Santana's driver neatly, took the gun from his hand, and handed it to Xia Shui. Search under the back seat cushion of his car. Yang Ming said to Xia Shui. Xia Shui didn't ask much. Why did Yang Ming say this? He must have his reasons. The Santana's back door had been deformed and opened, so Xia Shui easily lifted the back seat cushion. Suddenly, a small black plastic bag fell down. Sure enough, there is something. Xia Shui looked dignified as she opened the black plastic bag. She glanced at the things inside, and her face suddenly changed. Heroin, follow the clues of this guy. Maybe you can find a big drug lord. This time, you have made another move. Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui's surprised look, as if he had known it would be like this. He said with a smile, arresting a criminal suspect with so many grams of drugs, this credit was not small. If I can follow the clues to find the big fish behind the scenes, then this credit is enough for me to rise another level. However, does this credit really belong to me? Xia Shui was suddenly at a loss. All of this was done by Yang Ming. If it weren't for Yang Ming's prompt decision to drive and chase, I'm afraid that even if I found something wrong with the Santana's driver, I wouldn't be able to chase, let alone risk my life to play the bumper car. Chapter 1256. Xia Shui sighed secretly. Yang Ming was really much more decisive than her. He immediately took action after making a judgment. What's wrong? Why are you sighing? Yang Ming saw that Xia Shui's mood seemed to be a bit down. She didn't seem to be as happy as when she was about to perform a meritorious service. So he asked curiously, including this time's credit, it was also given to me by you. Xia Shui's voice was very low, and she was a little embarrassed. So you're still thinking about these things? Yang Ming listened to Xia Shui's words and knew that she was still brooding because every time the credit was given to her by him. This knot in her heart couldn't be temporarily relieved with a few words. So after Yang Ming persuaded her before, there was no way to persuade her anymore. Yang Ming, if you weren't here, wouldn't this drug dealer run away? Xia Shui glanced at the handcuffed drug dealer, who fainted on the ground. Xia Shui, I have something different from you. Yang Ming could only say so. So, some things can't be forced. Including the toll collector and the traffic police on duty, they were only suspicious. When the drug dealer suddenly turned around and escaped, they were also caught off guard, so you don't need to have any psychological pressure at all. I hope you can understand this. After Xia Shui listened to Yang Ming's words, she nodded silently. Indeed, what Yang Ming said made Xia Shui's heart feel better, but it still took a certain amount of time to completely digest it. Just as the two were talking, there was a rush of sirens and high-pitched horns in the distance. It seemed that there was a large number of police cars coming in from both sides. The traffic police and the toll collector at the exit of the highway apparently realized that the situation was unusual. They immediately called for reinforcements, so a large number of police cars came. The sound of emergency brakes could be heard. Many heavily armed policemen quickly jumped out of the police cars. They held pistols and pointed them at Yang Ming and Xia Shui. They shouted with a loudspeaker, "The people inside, listen up. You have been surrounded. Please don't resist. Otherwise, we will shoot." Yang Ming and Xia Shui looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Xia Shui was a little embarrassed. This was the consistent style of the police. After arriving at the scene, they must first control the situation. Yang Ming didn't think it was inappropriate. After all, in a situation where they couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, it was only right to control the situation first. Yang Ming and Xia Shui stood there and didn't make any movements. The police also approached. These policemen were from Donghai and didn't know Xia Shui. When they saw Xia Shui and Yang Ming standing on the spot while a person on the ground was handcuffed, they were stunned. A policeman in front shouted, "What's going on? Who are the people on the ground?" Xia Shui just wanted to answer, but at this moment, the police car coming from the opposite side also arrived. Because the Santana escaped from Donghai's toll booth not long ago, it was knocked down by Yang Ming into the ditch. The car sent by Song Jiang to intercept was relatively far away. Although it drove very fast and overtook all the cars, it had just arrived. The actions of the police on Song Jiang's side were the same as those on Donghai's side. After getting out of the car, they also aimed their guns and were ready to shout. However, when they saw that the Donghai police had arrived first, they didn't continue to shout. However, when the people on Song Jiang's side looked at the middle of the encirclement, they were shocked. "Captain Xiao, why are you here?" The Song Jiang police naturally knew Xia Shui. The one who led the team was Deputy Captain Li of the Criminal Investigation Team. After seeing Xia Shui, he was naturally surprised. "Old Li?" Xia Shui also saw the person. "This is Captain Xia of our Song Jiang Police Station's Criminal Investigation Team. You all put down your guns." Old Li stepped forward and said to the Donghai police, "Old Li, this is your new Captain Xia?" Behind the other team, a middle-aged man came out. Apparently, he knew Deputy Captain Li. "Captain Yang, you came in person?" Old Li was a little surprised when he saw the person who came. The other party was the criminal investigation captain of the Donghai police station. Old Li had business dealings with him. "I was leading a team to inspect the security work in this area. I received a call here saying that a Santana refused to be inspected and turned around to escape. I thought that things might not be so simple. It may involve a criminal case, so I came in person. I didn't expect." As Captain Yang spoke until here, he glanced at Xia Shui. I didn't expect Captain Xia to arrive first, but we haven't seen Captain Xia before. It almost caused a misunderstanding. Xia Shui's promotion to deputy captain and acting captain was only a matter of last year. During this time, she had no business dealings with Dong Hai, so it was normal for them not to know each other. As for Xia Shui, Captain Yang had also heard that she had solved the smuggling case. She also assisted the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to capture a mysterious figure a while ago. She was a heroine. Now that he saw that Xia Shui was only in her early 20s, he inevitably felt some contempt in his heart. He also saw Xia Shui standing with a strange man in casual clothes. From the license plate number of the strange man, it could be seen that this person should belong to the rich second generation. When he saw Xia Shui with such a person, he felt that Xia Shui was just an ordinary person. Before he saw Xia Shui, his good impression of Xia Shui was also greatly reduced. The blood on the Santana's driver's face was wiped away, revealing his original face. So familiar. Xia Shui, Captain Yang, and Oldly shouted almost at the same time. Xia Shui was traveling in casual clothes. She didn't bring the police PDA, so she couldn't directly connect to the internet. However, Oldly and Captain Yang both took out the PDA at the same time and checked the identity of the Santana's driver. Luokong. Captain Yang and Oldly said the name of the Santana's driver almost in unison. When Xia Shui heard Luokong's name, she immediately reacted. This person was an A-level wanted criminal on the internet. He was a drug lord in the Yunnan area. He often traveled to northern cities to supply underground drugs. Take him back. After Captain Yang determined the identity of the person in front of him, he couldn't help but be a little excited. This was a great merit. If he could find the bigger character behind the scenes, it would be even more great merit. Oldly was a little unhappy when he heard Captain Yang say this. Our Captain Xia caught this person. He should be brought back to our Songjiang police station. What is the meaning of bringing him back to Donghai? The merit of arresting Luokong was naturally not small. Oldly certainly didn't want this merit to fall to others. This is the territory of Donghai. Naturally, we will bring him back to Donghai first. Captain Yang said. As for where he will be eventually escorted, it will be decided after the report to the province. Captain Yang said it in a dignified manner. Oldly couldn't refute it for a while. Indeed, this was the territory of Donghai, not Songjiang. Now, it could only depend on Xia Shui's attitude. I drove the car, and I also hit the person. If you want to take him away, shouldn't you ask for my opinion? Yang Ming said at this time. Yang Ming could accept giving the credit to Xia Shui. Not to mention his relationship with Xia Shui. Xia Shui was also involved in the arrest of Luokong. However, if it was given to others, Yang Ming was not happy. Seeing that he hadn't said anything yet, these two parties had the intention to take advantage of him. Yang Ming was a little unhappy. Although both sides were reasonable, and Yang Ming also understood their feelings, the leader of this matter was still Yang Ming. Captain Yang suddenly heard Yang Ming's words, and he was stunned. Previously, he thought that Yang Ming was just a rich family's child, and he had nothing to do with the police. Perhaps he and Xia Shui were just boyfriend and girlfriend. But at this moment, listening to Yang Ming, it seemed that the arrest of Luokong was due to Yang Ming. It is the obligation of every citizen to assist the police in handling a case. Of course, you helped us to catch Luokong. We will also give you a certain degree of reward, but the criminal still has to be handed over to the police. Captain Yang thought that Yang Ming wanted to give credit to Xia Shui, so he explained to him. In fact, the credit for arresting Luokong was no doubt Xia Shui's. What the two sides were actually competing for was Luokong's first-hand confession. Arresting the person behind Luokong was the credit they were competing for. Yang Ming looked at Captain Yang and smiled slightly. Then, he stepped forward and pulled Captain Yang's sleeve. You come with me. Captain Yang was slightly stunned by Yang Ming's inexplicable action, but he still followed Yang Ming to the side. Yang Ming could drive a luxury car with this license plate, which also explained his economic and social status. He was Xia Shui's boyfriend, so Captain Yang had to give face to Yang Ming. If he didn't follow Yang Ming, it would seem that he was stingy or afraid. "This is my ID. Take a look at it first," Yang Ming said as he took out a small book from his jacket pocket and handed it to Captain Yang. "ID?" Captain Yang was even more inexplicable. Why did Yang Ming suddenly show me some ID? With doubts, Captain Yang took the small book that Yang Ming handed to him. He only glanced at the cover and was shocked. At his level, he naturally knew some secret things, just like Song Jiang's Chen Fei. So, Yang Ming showed him the ID. He wasn't afraid that Captain Yang would reveal it. When he opened the content of the ID and saw Yang Ming's photo and the sturdy steel seal, Captain Yang's expression suddenly changed. Yang Ming had long expected that he would have this expression. Generally, anyone who suddenly saw Yang Ming's ID would be surprised. He took the ID from Captain Yang's hand and put it back in his pocket. He said, "Captain Yang, let's take this person back to Song Jiang." At this time, how could Captain Yang dare not to listen to Yang Ming's words? If the Supernatural Investigation Bureau wanted to arrest someone, they could only cooperate. So, when he learned about Yang Ming's identity, he no longer had any thoughts of competing for credit. This person was caught by Yang Ming. Captain Yang couldn't determine why the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was involved in this case. However, he asked Yang Ming about these things, and Yang Ming wouldn't tell him because these were work disciplines. Captain Yang wouldn't ask. Chapter 12:57. After knowing Yang Ming's identity, Captain Yang put away his previous thoughts of belittling Xia Shui. After all, Yang Ming was also an internal member of the system. Yang Ming's identity was even more special, so no matter what kind of car he drove, it was possible that he was concealing his identity to carry out some secret mission. Captain Yang was still a very upright person. He fought for credit before, because this was Donghai, and it was also because the toll booth in Donghai was the first to discover the problem. Now, he guessed that Yang Ming and Xia Shui might be here to carry out a mission, so he put away his previous thoughts. "Mr. Yang, what do you say? We will try our best to cooperate." Captain Yang expressed, "I'm really sorry about the previous matter. You don't have to be like this." Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. He did not pursue the previous matter, but said, "This time, I'm going to Donghai to look for the police to investigate some people. Now that we happen to meet, let's go together." That is naturally no problem. Captain Yang naturally knew that the things that Yang Ming wanted to investigate were naturally some extremely secretive things. What he had to do was to fully cooperate. "Xia Shui, you take this person back first. We will contact you by phone at any time." Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui and said. Xia Shui naturally knew that after Yang Ming and Captain Yang met, there was no need for Xia Shui to go over. Now, Luokang's case was more important. Yang Ming wanted Xia Shui to deal with Luokang's matter. Okay. Xia Shui also understood Yang Ming's meaning and responded. Because of the appearance of Yang Ming, the people on both sides quickly dispersed. Yang Ming drove behind Captain Yang's people and drove to the Donghai police station together. Because Yang Ming's identity was special, when he arrived at the Donghai police station, Yang Ming went directly to Captain Yang's office. Soon, another middle-aged man walked into the office. "Mr. Yang, this is our bureau chief Liu." Captain Yang introduced the identity of the visitor to Yang Ming. "Hello, Director Liu." Yang Ming stood up and shook hands with Director Liu. "Mr. Yang, if you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask. We will do our best to assist you in your work." Director Liu said, "Captain Yang will be fully responsible for following up on this matter." "Director Liu, you're too polite." Yang Ming smiled. "I'm just investigating a few people." Because of Yang Ming's special identity, Captain Yang had reported to his superior on the way. This was also the reason why Chief Liu had appeared as soon as Yang Ming had arrived at the Donghai police station. After Director Liu left, Yang Ming and Captain Yang sat face to face. "Mr. Yang, what do you want to investigate?" Captain Yang asked. "I don't know if you have a record of Tian Long?" asked Yang Ming. "Tian Long?" Captain Yang gently repeated the name and said, "Tian Long mingled in the underworld in his early years, but he washed his hands of it very early and turned into a proper business. However, we didn't relax our monitoring of him. We were also afraid that he would cover up his business and secretly do some illegal activities. This is being followed up by Xiao Ma and the team. I will call him to come over. Tianlong was different from Bao Songli. Tianlong was in Donghai. He would more or less do some shady business, while Bao Songli had completely abandoned his original business. Therefore, it was reasonable for the police here to monitor Tianlong. Not long after Captain Yang finished the call, a young man in his 20s knocked on the door and came in. Captain Yang, are you looking for me? This is the leader from above. He is here to investigate Tianlong. You can just answer whatever he asks you. Captain Yang instructed Xiao Ma. Since Captain Yang introduced Yang Ming like this, it meant that Xiao Ma could say whatever he wanted. There was no need to keep a secret. So Xiao Ma immediately replied, yes. Has Tianlong made any big moves recently? Asked Yang Ming. Tianlong recently. I haven't heard of any big moves. It is said that the Sun family handed over the business to him, and the Sun family retired behind the scenes, said Xiao Ma. Yang Ming sighed secretly. It seems that Tianlong is still very secretive. He did not leak anything about the embezzlement of the Sun family's property. Outsiders can't hear any unfavorable news about him. It seems that he has controlled and bribed all the senior executives inside the group. Those at the bottom didn't know the truth of the matter. They just listened to what the people above said and believed what they heard. The police could only see the surface. It was impossible to know the deeper secrets. However, this was not important. What Yang Ming wanted to know was just some superficial things. Who are the people close to Tianlong? Yang Ming nodded and continued to ask. The people close to Tianlong are his secretary, Li Baihu, and his driver, Wang Rinping. Xiao Ma introduced. Wang Rinping was originally Sun Hongjuan's driver, but now he is driving for Tianlong Li Baihu. Wang Rinping? Yang Ming silently remembered these two names. If there was no accident, these two people would be the breakthrough of this incident. Who else? Asked Yang Ming. As for the rest, there really isn't much. Only these two are the core figures, Xiao Ma said. Okay, give me the information and home addresses of these two people, said Yang Ming to Xiao Ma. After a while, two printed materials were handed to Yang Ming. After Yang Ming glanced at it, he put it away. Now, there was no way to look at it carefully in the police station. It was not too late to look at it in detail later. After Xiao Ma went out, only Yang Ming and Captain Yang were left in the room. Yang Ming was not the kind of person who would leave after using someone. Captain Yang also wanted to maintain a good relationship with Yang Ming. After all, some strange cases still needed to be solved with the help of Yang Ming's power. Mr. Yang, it seems that we are still from the same family. Captain Yang smiled and said, you and I are both surnamed Yang. Yeah, the surname Yang is a big surname. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. A few hundred years ago, we might still be from the same family. My hometown is in City W. I don't know where Mr. Yang is. Captain Yang suddenly stopped halfway because the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's people's lives were confidential, and they could not be disclosed casually. Therefore, Captain Yang's question was somewhat against the rules. However, Yang Ming was not the kind of person born and bred in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but he was the foreign aide that Xia Bingbao found. Therefore, in Yang Ming's eyes, there was not so much avoidance. I am a native of Songjiang. On the surface, my identity is a student of Songjiang Industry University. Oh, Songjiang Industry University? You are still a college student? Captain Yang was surprised after listening to Yang Ming's words. Although he also heard that the people of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau had all kinds of identities outside, Yang Ming was just a student. This was very shocking. Yes, I am just a freshman. Yang Ming did not hide it. Oh, in your Songjiang, Bureau Chief Chun Fei's daughter seems to be in Songjiang Industry University, right? I have a good personal relationship with Bureau Chief Chun. We used to work together often. His daughter was admitted to university, and I even went to his family celebration party. Captain Yang said, yes, it is Songjiang Industry University. You were talking about Chun Mingyan, right? Yang Ming smiled after listening to Captain Yang's words. She's my girlfriend. We are high school classmates. Yang Ming's words shocked Captain Yang. At first, when Captain Yang saw Yang Ming and Xia Shui together. He thought that they were a couple. Although he just heard that Yang Ming was a college student, because of Yang Ming's secret identity, he should have frequent contact with Xia Shui. Xia Shui was not old, so it was not surprising that they were together. However, Yang Ming was actually a couple with Chun Ming Yin, which surprised Captain Yang. I thought you and Xia Shui. Since he was familiar with Yang Ming, Captain Yang was not so careful with his words. Xia Shui and I are work friends. Our personal relationship is also good. Her brother and I are colleagues. Yang Ming smiled. Captain Yang naturally knew about Xia Bingbao's matter, so when Yang Ming said this, Captain Yang suddenly realized. After chatting for a while, Yang Ming made an excuse that he still had something to do and left first. He had to seize the time to investigate Li Baihu and Wang Renping according to the information provided by Little Ma. Captain Yang knew that Yang Ming must have something to do in Donghai. He had already given Yang Ming a lot of face by chatting with him for so long, so he did not ask him to stay. He just left a private phone number for Yang Ming so that Yang Ming could contact him directly if there was something. After Yang Ming left the police station, he drove to a hotel to stay first. He had to carefully study the two pieces of information in his hands. Li Baihu, 32 years old this year, had been following Tian Long since 24 years old. He had been showing up as Tian Long's secretary. During the 8 years of following Tian Long, he was loyal. Wang Renping, 28 years old this year. According to the information, he followed Tian Long 10 years ago, but he was sent to Sun Hongjun as a driver and bodyguard. Until a few days ago this year, Wang Renping returned to Tian Long's side and appeared as Tian Long's driver. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. He was previously trained by Tian Long. He was sent to Sun Hongjun for 10 years, and after Sun Hongjun mysteriously disappeared and was placed under house arrest, he returned to Tian Long's side. It was impossible for this not to explain anything. This person was actually safe and sound after Sun Hongjun's accident, but he continued to be a close person to Tian Long. This also showed that in the incident of Sun Hongjun's house arrest, this Wang Renping must have played a crucial role. At least what could be speculated now was that Wang Renping was originally Tian Long's person. After being trained by Tian Long, he was stationed at Sun Hongjun's side. He had been lurking around Sun Hongjun for 10 years before Tian Long made a move. Wang Renping also played his due role. Chapter 1258. From the information, it was not difficult to see that Wang Renping played the role of coordinating from the inside. If there was no Wang Renping, perhaps Sun Hongjun would not be arrested by Tian Long so easily. No one would be wary of a loyal person who had followed you for 10 years. No one would have any doubts about him. And it was because of this trust that Tian Long had successfully put the people of the Sun family under house arrest. However, this Tian Long's scheming was deep enough. He could actually endure for 10 years. This endurance was also beyond the reach of ordinary people. Perhaps Tian Long did not arrange a confidant around Sun Hongjun in order to betray him in the future. Some of the subordinates would bribe some of the people around the superiors to inform them at any time. This was something that had existed since ancient times. In ancient times, some ministers would bribe the eunuchs around the emperor so that they could understand the emperor's intentions and movements at any time to avoid being implicated in disasters. Tian Long's original purpose was probably because of this. However, later, because of the expansion of his self-confidence, he had a strong behind-the-scenes boss, so he began to be restless. He used Wang Renping's coordination to achieve his good deeds. Li Baihu was not a native of Donghai, but a person in the south who committed a crime. He just stabbed someone with a watermelon knife. Then he ran to a relative's house in the north to take refuge. Because the prosecution period had passed and the victim did not call the police, there was nothing after paying some money. However, after Li Baihu came to the north, he felt that this side was more suitable for his development. So he started from the bottom of society. He was spotted by Tian Long and became Tian Long's spokesperson. Wang Renping was a native of Donghai, but his parents divorced in his early years and abandoned him. He lived with his grandparents. He was raised by his grandparents from a young age, so Wang Renping was unusually filial when he grew up. Yang Ming saw the information here and suddenly felt that this seemed to be something that could be used. After Wang Renping was trained by Tian Long, he was still loyal to Tian Long after 10 years of lurking. This showed that Wang Renping was still very loyal. If Yang Ming gave him voodoo, Yang Ming was afraid that he would be too stubborn. He would rather die than betray Tian Long. The situation would be in a deadlock, and Yang Ming would be in a dilemma. However, Wang Renping's grandparents were Wang Renping's weakness. I believe that as long as I control Wang Renping's grandparents, then it is impossible for Wang Renping not to rely on me and deal with Tian Long with me. This information was very detailed, and it contained the detailed addresses of Wang Renping's grandparents. Yang Ming had already made a decision. Taking advantage of the twilight, he left the hotel and walked in the direction of Wang Renping's grandparents' house. Just now at the Donghai police station, the front of the BMW had been simply treated. Although it was not painted, it could already drive normally. There were no problems with the headlights and bumpers. Presumably, Captain Yang had instructed his subordinates to hire a 4S shop maintenance master to perform an emergency repair on the spot. Since Wang Renping could sit in his current position, he wouldn't be short of money, but Wang Renping's grandparents lived in an old community. The building should be built in the 1970s, and the red bricks outside could still be seen. Such a building was extremely rare in a metropolis like Donghai. This should be the old house of Wang Renping's family, the kind that had been lived in for decades. When the general elderly reached a certain age, they would have a different kind of feelings for their former residence, and they were unwilling to move away. Therefore, Wang Renping's grandparents should be in such a situation. Yang Ming parked the car at the entrance of the community. This old-fashioned community did not have a parking lot. It seemed that it was really old. When Yang Ming got out of the car, he realized that the street at the entrance of the community was a no-parking section. Just as he was about to get in the car and move the car to another place, he realized that he didn't know when it happened. Under the windshield of his car, there was a temporary parking permit for Donghai's official car, right next to his Songjiang Industry University pass. It seemed that this was also what Captain Yang instructed his subordinates to help him. Perhaps he also considered that there might be some inconveniences for him to do things here. Yang Ming was very grateful to Captain Yang for his consideration. Since there was this permit, Yang Ming did not need to move the car. Yang Ming had seen similar things in Sun Hongjuan's car before. He thought that with Sun Hongjuan's social status, he must also have a political identity to match it. He may have a position in the National People's Congress or the Chinese Political Consultative Conference, so it was not surprising that he had such a permit. This permit could be passed in the restricted section and could be temporarily parked in the restricted section. It could be said that it was quite useful. Yang Ming did not expect his other identity to be so useful. There were many things that he did not have to say, and someone would do it for him. After entering the community, Yang Ming found the residence of Wang Renping's grandparents according to the address on the information. This was a community with an outer staircase. Yang Ming went upstairs and was stopped by two black-shirt men. "What are you doing? Whose house are you looking for?" asked one of the black-shirt men. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. There are security guards in this old-fashioned community? Maybe there is no property, right? However, Yang Ming still said, "I am looking for old Wang's house on the 3rd floor. And after the two black-shirt men heard it, a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes. "Why are you looking for his house? Who are you?" The reaction of the two black-shirt men at this moment fell into Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming hesitated slightly and understood the identities of these two people and why they were standing here. As Yang Ming had expected before, this community was built in the 70s or even the 60s. It was impossible to have property management or even community security, so the identities of these two people became suspicious. When Yang Ming said that he was looking for old Wang's house on the 3rd floor, the expressions of these two people were obviously a bit abnormal. So this confirmed Yang Ming's guess. These two people should be sent by Tian Long to protect Wang Renping's grandparents. However, it was better to say that they were guarding than protecting. During this critical period, Tianlong was also afraid that Wang Renping would change sides. So he controlled Wang Renping's grandparents so that he was not afraid that Wang Renping would have other thoughts. Are you two sent by Brother Long to protect Brother Wang's family? Thinking of this, Yang Ming also made a decision in his heart and asked with a smile. Oh, the two black-shirt men were stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming wanted this effect. Taking advantage of the moment when the two people were slightly stunned, he quietly slapped the two people on their necks, making them faint directly. Whether these two people were sent by Tianlong or Wang Renping himself to protect his grandparents, Yang Ming's question would make them temporarily shocked, so Yang Ming took advantage of this opportunity and made a move. Of course, even if they confronted head-on, these two people were not Yang Ming's opponents, but Yang Ming was afraid that these two people had some kind of early warning signal transmitter that could be activated in an instant, so Yang Ming made a move when they were distracted. Yang Ming picked up the two black-shirt men on both sides and quickly walked to the entrance of the community. It was now evening, and it was winter, so there were no people in the community. Yang Ming quickly came to the car and threw the two people into the trunk. Yang Ming slashed their necks with force. It would take at least 1 or 2 hours for them to wake up. However, in order to prevent the two people from waking up quickly, Yang Ming tapped on each of their sleeping acupuncture points. In this way, they would need at least 1 day and night to wake up. After locking the car, Yang Ming returned to the old building where Wang Renping's grandparents were. He went up to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. An old voice came from inside. Who is it? Grandma, I was sent by Wang Renping, Brother Wang. Yang Ming had already thought of an excuse. Oh, it was Renping who asked you to come. The door opened with a creak, and an old lady stood inside the door. Come in quickly. Grandma, where's Grandpa? Hurry up and come with me. Brother Wang offended someone outside. Someone wants to harm you. Brother Wang asked me to pick you up. Yang Ming said hurriedly. Although Yang Ming could use violence to forcibly seize these two old people, Yang Ming did not do so. Yang Ming had not reached the level of madness. These two old people were innocent. Yang Ming used them just to let Wang Renping abandon the dark side. Yang Ming would not do anything to these two old people. It was also Yang Ming's white lie. Ah, Renping is in trouble? The old lady was shocked and quickly shouted into the house. Old man, come out quickly. Renping is in trouble. His friend came to report. When the old lady shouted, an old man with gray hair ran out of the house with a rolling pin in his hand. Apparently, the two old people were making noodles before. What's wrong? What happened to Renping? The old man was anxious. Brother Wang is fine now. He is very safe, but he is afraid that the enemy will find you. So he sent me to pick you up and send you to a safe place, said Yang Ming. Ah, then should I call Renping? The old man was also anxious, and he started to walk in circles on the spot. Brother Wang's phone was not turned on. He was afraid that the mobile phone signal would be detected by the enemy, so he didn't dare to turn it on. Yang Ming explained. Ah, so what should we do now? The old man naturally did not understand this. When Yang Ming said it, he believed it and asked quickly, You two come with me. I will arrange a safe place for you to stay first, and then I will go to find Brother Wang. Yang Ming said, Okay. When the two old people saw that Yang Ming was telling the truth, they did not doubt it and followed Yang Ming out of the house. With the two old people in the car together, Yang Ming started the car and said to the two old people, Previously, the enemy sent someone to monitor you. I saw him near your unit. Now I knocked him out. He is behind the car. I will hand it over to Brother Wang in a while. As Yang Ming said, he pointed to the trunk behind the back seat of the car. When the two old people heard that there were two people who were knocked out in the car, they were shocked and quickly looked back at the trunk behind the car seat. Sure enough, they saw two black-shirt people behind. And the old man was stunned. I was wondering why these two guys have been wandering around the neighborhood corridor in the past few days. Sometimes when I was buying groceries, they seemed to follow me. At that time, I felt strange, but I didn't think much about it. I didn't think that these two people were sent by Renping's enemy to monitor us. It's okay now. You two follow me. I will take you to a safe place. Yang Ming said. The two old people were now more convinced that Yang Ming was sent by their grandson, Wang Renping, so they trusted Yang Ming's words more, so they quickly thanked him. Young man, then I will trouble you. It's okay. Brother Wang and I are very good friends. Yang Ming smiled. Then, little brother, how is Renping now? Is there any danger? The old lady was worried about the safety of her grandson and couldn't help but ask. Brother Wang is fine now, but his enemy is very powerful. They are chasing him very closely. He is afraid of involving you, so he doesn't dare to contact you. Yang Ming said, but the place where he is now is very safe. That's good. That's good. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief. AI, how many times have I advised him not to do those dangerous things, but he just doesn't listen. Now his enemy is at the door. You still talk about it. The old man was unhappy. If Renping didn't treat you back then, how could he go to the loan sharks? How could he owe so much money to his boss? He is now completely paying off the debt. He is paying off the debt for you. Otherwise, he would have come back to be with us. AI. The old lady heard the old man say this and sighed, but she also knew that the old man was telling the truth. Her grandson borrowed a lot of money in order to treat her. Later, he worked for the boss. When this matter is solved, you two elders can live with Brother Wang. The money he owes outside can also be paid off, said Yang Ming. Wang Renping owed Tian Long money. This news was an unexpected gain. It turned out that Wang Renping borrowed money from Tian Long to treat Wang Renping's grandmother, and then he worked for Tian Long. It turned out that this was also the reason why Wang Renping was restrained. Wang Renping owed Tian Long a debt, so he would naturally work hard for Tian Long. Even if Tian Long asked him to do something against his principles, Wang Renping could only do it. The car returned to the hotel rented by Yang Ming. After entering the hotel, Yang Ming opened a room for the two elders. The two elders' attitudes and expressions were normal, so the hotel staff had no doubts at all. After sending the two elders into the room, Yang Ming took out the prepared mineral water and gave a bottle to the two elders. Along the way, the two elders were also thirsty, so everyone drank a lot of water. Yang Ming sat by the side and accompanied the two elders. They were talking about Wang Renping. From the two elders, Yang Ming also learned a lot about Wang Renping. It didn't take long for the old lady to say, "Why am I a little sleepy? Did I get up early today?" After the old lady said this, the old man also said, "I am a little sleepy too. It may be a bumpy journey, so you're a little tired." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Why don't you two take a rest first? I will look for Brother Wang, and I will come to you tomorrow morning." All right, can Renping come tomorrow? The old lady said and felt that it was inappropriate. No, Renping is in trouble now. We can't let him walk around. Let's wait until things calm down. Yeah, we can't let Renping be distracted at this time. The old man also nodded. Then I'll go first. You should rest. If you're hungry, just call the waiter to deliver food to you. Don't go out and walk around if you have nothing to do. Yang Ming instructed. We know. Don't worry. The old man nodded and said. Yang Ming left the two elders' room and was slightly relieved. There were sleeping pills in the mineral water. Yang Ming had prepared them in advance. After the two elders drank the water, they would naturally feel sleepy and then fall asleep naturally. Although Yang Ming could hit the two elders' sleeping acupuncture points, the two elders would know that he wanted to harm them. This would also betray the two elders' trust in him, so Yang Ming still let them fall asleep naturally. Although they were more sleepy than usual, after Yang Ming's explanation, they would think that it was just because they got up early and were tired because of the car ride. They would not suspect anything after waking up. After locking the door of the two elders, Yang Ming returned to his room. However, Yang Ming did not leave immediately, but used his special ability to monitor the movements of the two elders in the room. Although Yang Ming had already said that they couldn't call Wang Renping now because it would bring trouble to him, it was hard to guarantee that the two elders couldn't help but call Wang Renping and tell him. However, shortly after Yang Ming left the room, the two elders lay in bed and fell asleep, which saved Yang Ming's worry. This kind of sleeping pill, after taking it, would require at least 24 hours of sleep. During this time, it was enough for Yang Ming to take action. Like the two black shirt men, Yang Ming was still a little uneasy about whether the two elders could wake up early. So after the two elders fell asleep, he returned to the room where the two elders were and hit their sleeping acupuncture points. In this way, the two elders couldn't detect anything strange. When they woke up, they would think that they had slept too much. After leaving the door of the hotel, Yang Ming came to the door of a high-rise apartment complex, according to the information provided by Little Ma. This was Wang Renping's residence. Wang Renping bought a high-rise apartment here and usually lived here. However, the management of the community here was very strict. It was a closed management. Yang Ming's car was stopped at the entrance of the community. According to the regulations, no one could enter without the community's door card. Yang Ming showed the pass in front of the car to the community's security guard. He didn't expect the community's security guard to be very serious and responsible. "Which department are you from?" Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He had to take out the other army ID that Xia Bingbao gave him for him to show to ordinary people when he was on a mission and handed it to the community's security guard. The community security guard looked at Yang Ming's ID and let Yang Ming's car pass. The high-rise was located at the end of the community near the lake. If he got off and walked, it would take at least an hour, so Yang Ming had to drive in. Chapter 1259. When he came to the high-rise building by the lake, Yang Ming parked the car in a parking space next to it. He used his special ability to observe Wang Renping's residence on the information given by Little Ma. Wang Renping's residence was located on the 16th floor of the high-rise building. It was a mid-level location, which was not bad. It was a 3-bedroom apartment with a living room. The interior decoration and electrical appliances were very good. Yang Ming simply used his special ability to check the room. Wang Renping had not returned home yet. However, it was no wonder. These days, Tianlong had a lot of things to do. It was normal for Wang Renping to be busy until late at night. Since he had already come here to wait, Yang Ming was not anxious. Even if he was anxious, it was useless because time was limited. Yang Ming could not go to other places to find Wang Renping. In this case, Tianlong and Wang Renping would definitely not appear in the Sun family's company. Since their plan had been exposed, then Tianlong must be very careful. Tianlong must hide from me. So at this moment, he can't be in a place that Yang Ming is familiar with. No. Yang Ming suddenly slapped his forehead. If it is as I have analyzed, then Wang Renping is not likely to return to his residence. Wang Renping is also one of the important people around Tianlong. Tianlong is so cautious. Then Wang Renping has no reason not to be cautious. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was a little frustrated. He thought that his move was smart, but he ignored such an important fact because of a small mistake. After the regret, Yang Ming also calmed down and carefully looked at the information that Little Ma gave him. After calming down, Yang Ming began to think about where Wang Renping might go. The home in this community was a place where one could go back or not. Wang Renping did not come back to live for a few days, but it did not affect him at all. He could live in a hotel and other places. Where's the place that Wang Renping must go? Now, Wang Renping must be as uncertain as Tianlong. It is very difficult to find him. Is there a place that Wang Renping must go or must go? In other words, it was a place one had to pass through. Yang Ming fell into contemplation. He didn't understand Wang Renping's living habits. His understanding of Wang Renping was entirely based on the thin page of A4 paper that Little Ma gave him. If I were Wang Renping, then at this moment, where would I go? Yang Ming decided to think about the problem from a different perspective and assumed that he was Wang Renping. Thinking from another perspective would often lead to unexpected results. According to the information, Wang Renping had no parents since he was a child. He was completely raised by his grandparents. That was to say, the relationship between Wang Renping and his grandparents was exceptionally good. According to Wang Renping's character, the most important people in his life were his grandparents. In other words, no matter what, he couldn't give up on his grandparents. Therefore, Wang Renping could choose not to go to other places, but it was absolutely impossible for Wang Renping not to go to his grandparents' home. Especially at this critical moment, Wang Renping would definitely be more sensitive. Maybe he would visit his grandparents every day. Maybe he just didn't enter the house, but he also had to make sure that they were safe. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly had a cold sweat. He thought that he was smart enough to trick Wang Renping's grandparents to the hotel, but if Wang Renping went to his grandparents' home and found that the two elders were missing, then the consequences. If Wang Renping told Tianlong about this, then Tianlong would definitely be suspicious. As a result, it would be difficult to carry out his next action plan. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't dare to stay for a long time. He quickly started the car and turned back to the community where Wang Renping's grandparents lived. Yang Ming drove the car quickly. He hoped that he could catch up. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the road at night. Yang Ming ran a few red lights and finally rushed to the community where Wang Renping's grandparents lived in the shortest time possible. After parking the car, Yang Ming quickly ran into the community. This was a race against time. Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. He ran and used his special ability to explore the old house of Wang Renping's grandparents in the community. At first glance, Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked. My guess is right. Wang Renping did come here. Looking at his anxious and sweaty appearance, Yang Ming knew that he had found out that the two elders were not at home. At this moment, Wang Renping was looking for valuable clues in the house while he took out his mobile phone. He seemed to be hesitating whether to call Tianlong. Indeed, as Yang Ming guessed, Wang Renping was most worried about his grandparents. Recently, the company was relatively turbulent internally. He had also offended a lot of people because of the Sun family. Although Tianlong's strong monetary attack temporarily controlled the situation, it was hard to guarantee that there were still people who were loyal to the Sun family who would endure and wait for the opportunity to retaliate. Wang Renping had become a great evil person in the eyes of these people. In their view, the Sun family's downfall was entirely because of him. If there was no him, Tianlong would not have gained power. In other words, if these people were given a chance, they might retaliate against him first. The people in the company knew his background and knew that the people he cared about most were his grandparents, so they might retaliate against his grandparents crazily if possible. Therefore, every night after work, Wang Renping would come here. He knew that Tianlong sent 2 bodyguards to protect his grandparents. Of course, he also knew that it was meant to monitor. However, this didn't matter. Wang Renping knew that what he was doing involved a lot. It was reasonable for Tianlong to send people to monitor his grandparents. Moreover, in this way, Wang Renping also felt a lot more at ease, so why not? However, every day, Wang Renping saw that these 2 bodyguards were there, so he talked to them a little. After confirming that his grandparents were safe, Wang Renping would leave. Although he wanted to enter the door, he was afraid that his grandparents would ask him something. Wang Renping had never lied to his grandparents. So, if his grandparents really asked about the Sun family, his betrayal of the Sun family would be known by his grandparents. As a result, even if his grandparents didn't kill him, they would be angry to death. But today, Wang Renping came to his grandparents' residence after work as usual, but unlike usual, Wang Renping did not see the 2 bodyguards sent by Tianlong. Did they go to eat? Wang Renping was slightly stunned, but then he thought about it. It was unlikely because when Tianlong sent them here, he had already ordered them to take turns to eat at their positions when they were eating, or one person would go to buy box meals back to eat. This way, they could always maintain one person at their position, and it was unlikely that something would happen when there was no one guarding them. However, when Wang Renping came, there was no one here. Wang Renping looked around, but he didn't find these 2 people nearby, so he was anxious. He couldn't care much, so he quickly went upstairs and came to the door of his grandparents' house. He knocked on the door, but no one answered inside. Wang Renping's heart subconsciously tightened. He quickly took out the key and opened the door. Wang Renping walked quickly into his grandparents' old house. This was the place where he grew up, so he was very familiar with every inch of the place. Wang Renping quickly walked around the house, but he didn't find his grandparents. He turned around and went to the kitchen, but he found half-wrapped dumplings on the chopping board. There were fillings and unused dumpling wrappers next to them. Apparently, they were cooking dinner and had not eaten yet. Seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Renping almost couldn't stand still. What this meant was self-evident. When his grandparents were cooking, they unexpectedly left the house because of something. The two bodyguards who were sent by Tianlong to protect his grandparents also disappeared. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the Sun family's loyalists came to retaliate against me? Thinking of this, Wang Renping immediately began to sweat. However, could it be that Tianlong asked the two bodyguards to move my grandparents to another place? Wang Renping fell into contemplation again. These days are the most important days for Tianlong to achieve great things. I am also one of the most important figures. Could it be that Tianlong wants to achieve the purpose of coercing me? After thinking about it, Wang Renping felt that it was very possible, so Wang Renping wanted to call Tianlong and ask. However, he was afraid that this was not done by Tianlong. If he asked this, it seemed that he had doubts about Tianlong. Thinking of this, Wang Renping was a little hesitant. Just as Wang Renping was hesitating, there was suddenly a shout from outside the door. Wang Renping. Wang Renping was shocked. He quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of the door, but he saw a man in his 20s standing at the door and staring at him. After Yang Ming saw that Wang Renping was really in the residence of the two elders, he quickly overloaded and ran upstairs. He used the fastest speed in his life to exert the explosive power of an assassin to the extreme. He hurried and finally stopped Wang Renping before he took out the phone to make a call. However, this was also thanks to Wang Renping's hesitation. If he was decisive, then Yang Ming would lose the opportunity. It could be said that he was seeking victory in the midst of danger. Who are you? Wang Renping immediately became vigilant. His grandparents and the two bodyguards sent by Tianlong had disappeared, and there was suddenly a young man who knew him, but he didn't know him. How could Wang Renping not be suspicious? Are you looking for someone? Yang Ming saw that he had caught up, so he was no longer anxious. The current situation was already in his hands, so Yang Ming also recovered his usual indifferent expression and asked faintly. Yang Ming naturally knew Wang Renping. Little Ma's information had a photo of Wang Renping, so Yang Ming could confirm that the person in front of him was Wang Renping without a doubt. Who the hell are you? Why are you here? Wang Renping listened to Yang Ming's words, and his heart trembled. How do you know me? Don't ask so many useless questions. Yang Ming frowned. My patience is limited. I will only ask you one last time. Are you looking for someone? Wang Renping's hand trembled. He shook it at his waist and moved it away in an instant. He wanted to pull out the gun, but he didn't dare to. Listening to Yang Ming's tone, his grandparents seemed to be in his hands. If he really hurt him by pulling out the gun, then wouldn't his grandparents be in danger? Thinking of this, Wang Renping gave up the idea of pulling out the gun. What he had to do now was to figure out the whereabouts of his grandparents and the identity of the person in front of him before making a decision. Wang Renping's actions also fell into Yang Ming's eyes, but Yang Ming was not afraid of him pulling out the gun because the flying needle was in Yang Ming's hand. Once Wang Renping made any rash moves, Yang Ming's flying needle would shoot out immediately. Are you the one who took my grandparents away? Wang Renping asked straightforwardly. Since the other party didn't like to beat around the bush, then he simply didn't say anything meaningless. At present, the most important thing was the safety of his grandparents. Beating around the bush didn't do him any good. Obviously, Wang Renping was also very clear about this. I thought you didn't care about them. Pull out the gun from your waist and throw it to me. Yang Ming said with a smile. Although Yang Ming was not afraid of Wang Renping carrying a gun, Yang Ming didn't want to be arrogant. It was a very natural thing to take away the enemy's weapon. Sometimes, it was not to be afraid of local resistance, but to show the strength of one's own side. Wang Renping's gun was at his waist. Now that it was winter, everyone was wearing thick winter clothes, so the gun at Wang Renping's waist couldn't be seen from the outside. Yang Ming asked him to throw the gun at his waist to him. This was a reason why Wang Rinping was surprised. How did Yang Ming find out that he had a gun at his waist? Yang Ming also saw Wang Rinping's surprise, but Yang Ming certainly wouldn't tell him that he had special abilities. Yang Ming just smiled and said, "Your hand just shook at your waist. You want to take something out, but then you stopped. You wanted to pull out a weapon to attack me at such a long distance. If it wasn't a gun, what was it? Do you know how to throw a knife?" When Yang Ming said this, Wang Rinping suddenly realized that Yang Ming guessed that he had a gun at his waist. Since Wang Rinping had determined that the person in front of him was the person who took his grandparents, he also knew that resistance was meaningless. It would only be more disadvantageous to his grandparents. So Wang Rinping almost didn't hesitate. He pulled out the gun at his waist and threw it directly to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was not afraid that Wang Rinping would shoot him while he pulled out the gun. First, Yang Ming's flying needles would be shot if Wang Rinping made a move. Secondly, Yang Ming already knew that Wang Rinping was a filial son. Since he already knew that Wang Rinping's grandparents were in his hands, then Wang Rinping would definitely not have the idea of acting rashly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to pull out the gun and give up immediately. After taking the gun thrown by Wang Rinping, Yang Ming put it in the pocket of his coat and said, "It is rumored that Wang Rinping is a filial son. It is not wrong at all. Sure enough, for your grandparents, you can do anything. I have done as you said. What do you want? Please say something." Wang Rinping knew that Yang Ming kidnapped his grandparents, so there must be conditions, so he asked directly, "Please tell me, how are my grandparents now?" "Very good, very straightforward. I like to deal with straightforward people." Yang Ming was satisfied with Wang Rinping's attitude at the moment. If you're always so straightforward, then your grandparents will be safe. Wang Rinping's face changed slightly. He knew that when Yang Ming said this, he must want him to do something. As long as he was satisfied with what he did, then he would ensure that his grandparents were fine. What Yang Ming didn't say just now was that if he didn't cooperate, then his grandparents would not be safe. How could Wang Rinping not understand the meaning in Yang Ming's words? "What do you want me to do?" Wang Rinping heard that his grandparents were fine now, so he was relieved. "Although I have something on you in my hands, I still don't feel at ease with you." As Yang Ming said this, he took out a small box from his pocket and then walked to Wang Rinping. "What are you doing?" Wang Rinping was somewhat inexplicable. "Open your mouth." As Yang Ming said this, his hand had already stretched out. He grabbed Wang Rinping's cheek and pinched his mouth open. Then, he poured out a voodoo pill refined by Zhang Jishan and fed it into Wang Rinping's mouth. Because Wang Rinping's cheek was pinched by Yang Ming, the voodoo pill easily entered Wang Rinping's throat and fell into his stomach. Wang Rinping didn't expect Yang Ming's speed to be so fast. The whole action was done in one go. When he reacted to what was going on, the pill had already entered his stomach. Wang Rinping was shocked. "What did you feed me?" "Nothing." Yang Ming smiled slightly. "Have you heard of voodoo? It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Do you know the Three Corpses Divine Pill in Jin Yang's novel? Mine is similar to that. It breaks out once every 24 hours. If you don't take the antidote to suppress it in time, then you won't be able to see your grandparents." Wang Rinping's face changed dramatically after listening to Yang Ming's words. He looked at Yang Ming angrily, but the next moment, he recovered his calmness. At this moment, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. Yang Ming had grasped his lifeline and controlled his grandparents. Wang Rinping had no other choice. "What I want you to do, if there is no accident, should be done within 24 hours. At that time, I will give you the antidote and let you reunite with your grandparents. However, if things are messed up, I will also let you reunite." Yang Ming paused as he said this. Wang Rinping showed a surprised expression and was somewhat puzzled. "I will let you reunite in hell," said Yang Ming coldly. Chapter 1260. It only took a moment for Yang Ming to change from a devilish smile to a stern expression. Wang Rinping's body suddenly surged with chills. He had no doubt that Yang Ming would do this. Wang Rinping still didn't know which force Yang Ming belonged to and what he wanted him to do. However, Wang Rinping was not stupid. He had faintly guessed that Yang Ming's intention should be related to the resentment between the Sun family and Tian Long. Thinking of this, Wang Renping's heart calmed down. He thought of a sentence: sooner or later, you will pay for what you did. From the day he betrayed the Sun family, Wang Renping understood that sooner or later, the forces of the Sun family would come to him. But he had to do so. On the one hand, he owed Tian Long money. On the other hand, his grandparents were controlled by Tian Long. Of course, with Wang Renping's current economic strength, it was easy to pay back the money he owed. Tian Long's son Hongjun treated him well in the beginning. Wang Renping received a lot of red packets and benefits. But when Wang Renping mentioned to Tian Long that he wanted to pay back the money, Tian Long smiled and waved his hand, telling Wang Renping not to worry. Since Tian Long didn't want it, Wang Renping had no choice. He also understood that Tian Long wanted him to owe this favor. But who asked Tian Long to extend a helping hand at his most difficult moment? This reason was actually not the main reason. If Wang Renping really wanted to fall out with Tian Long, it was fine to forcibly pay back the money owed. But Wang Renping couldn't do this. Because his grandparents were still in Tian Long's sphere of influence, Tian Long would definitely use this as a threat. In desperation, Wang Renping would do so many things for Tian Long. But now, before Tian Long's matter was settled, someone had already come looking for him. I will do my best if I can do it. Wang Renping took a deep breath and said. His grandparents were in the hands of the other party. How could Wang Renping dare not do it? Very good. Yang Ming didn't expect Wang Renping to break through so easily. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort, but after thinking about it, it was normal. He had blocked Wang Renping's lifeline. This was also the only thing that Wang Renping couldn't care about, and that was family affection. Therefore, under this threat and pressure, Wang Renping had no choice but to compromise. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Wang Renping's attitude. He turned around and closed the door behind him. Then, he said to Wang Renping, I think you have probably guessed why I came to you. This was a very safe place. Yang Ming decided to carry out his plan here. As expected by Yang Ming, Wang Renping nodded. How are the people from the Sun family? Is it safe? Yang Ming looked at Wang Renping's eyes and asked. At this time, Yang Ming was not afraid that Wang Renping would lie, but there was nothing wrong with being careful. Brother Long just put the people of the Sun family under house arrest and did not hurt them, said Wang Renping truthfully. Yang Ming nodded. This was the same as what Tian Donghua said before. At least the people of the Sun family were not in danger, so Yang Ming was relieved. Thinking of Tian Donghua, Yang Ming quickly asked, What about Tian Donghua? Do you know where he went? Eldest young master. He was also put under house arrest by Brother Long. Speaking of this, Wang Renping suddenly realized and looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. I know who you are. Oh. Yang Ming listened to Wang Renping and became interested. He looked at him up and down and said, Do you know who I am? You are Yang Ming, eldest young master's classmate. Wang Renping nodded and said affirmatively. You're smart. How did you guess? Yang Ming looked at Wang Renping with interest and asked, You asked me about eldest young master, which shows that you are familiar with eldest young master, and you care about the Sun family, which shows that you have a close relationship with the Sun family. Wang Renping analyzed. Moreover, your age should be similar to eldest young master. I can speculate that you are Yang Ming from the above points. When Tian Donghua and Tian Long quarreled because of Yang Ming, Wang Renping was in the next room, so he also knew about Yang Ming. This was why he could immediately guess that the person in front of him was Yang Ming. Yes, I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming appreciated Wang Renping's quick thinking. No wonder such a person could get Sun Hongjuan's trust and appreciation, but he did not expect him to be Tian Long's person. But after this time, I am afraid he will never work for Tian Long again. No wonder Brother Long said that you are a difficult character. Wang Renping sighed and said self-deprecatingly, I originally thought that you were just a college student. What ability can you have? Seeing you today, I know that I really underestimated you. You can actually find the place where my grandparents live, and you can deal with the 2 bodyguards outside to kidnap my grandparents. This strength cannot be underestimated. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Ming said faintly, "Originally, you have to die after this incident, but you have to thank your grandparents." It was their words that made me change my mind. What words? Wang Renping didn't think about living from the beginning to the end. He felt that Yang Ming would not let him go. He only prayed that Yang Ming would not harm the innocent afterward and let his grandparents go. But now, listening to the meaning of Yang Ming's words, it seemed that he could still let him go. Wang Renping naturally became spirited. You borrowed money from Tianlong in order to treat them. Then, you had no choice but to work for him and be restrained by him. It seems that you can be considered a filial son. So, you had no choice but to do all this. I will let you live. Yang Ming said this to reassure Wang Renping. He told Wang Renping that as long as Wang Renping worked hard for him, then Wang Renping would have the hope of reuniting with his grandparents. Yang Ming would not kill Wang Renping. This was also a psychological hint to people. A strong desire to survive could make Wang Renping loyal. This was the only chance to overthrow Tianlong. Yang Ming did not allow any mistakes in this. So he would use both kindness and threat to Wang Renping. Although it was under coercion, it also let him see hope. In this way, he was not afraid that Wang Renping would not work hard. Wang Renping took a deep breath. He still couldn't judge the truth of Yang Ming's words. He didn't know if he could fulfill it afterward, but it was always good to have hope. Thank you. Wang Renping nodded. Since things have developed to this point, just tell me what you want me to do. How many senior executives of the Sun family company are involved in Tianlong's plan to usurp power this time? Asked Yang Ming. There are about 30 people. Wang Renping thought about it and said, "How many people?" Yang Ming frowned. For this kind of ambiguous answer, Yang Ming was very annoyed. This was a crucial event. If one person was missed, it was possible to cause the entire plan to fail. Therefore, Yang Ming did not allow any omissions. 32 people. Wang Renping hesitated and said, "Are you sure?" Yang Ming glanced at Wang Renping and asked again, "Sure. Including me, it is 33 people." Wang Renping said affirmatively. "Well, you call them now and ask them to come here. I don't need to teach you how to say it." Yang Ming said faintly, "However, as long as there is a flaw, Tianlong will be alerted. You can imagine the consequences yourself." Wang Renping nodded. He naturally knew how powerful it was. He picked up the phone and dialed the number on it according to the order in the phone book. "Hello, President Zhang? I am Wang Renping." Wang Renping's tone was very plain. Even if the other party was a manager, he did not have a flattering tone. President Zhang over there, when he heard that the other party was Wang Renping, he immediately became enthusiastic. "Secretary Wang, hello. What's the matter? Come to my old house now. I have something to tell you." Wang Renping's tone was very natural. There was no trace of inappropriateness. "Oh, okay, I will come right away." President Zhang naturally would not think much. Wang Renping's words represented Tianlong's meaning in most cases. So President Zhang was naturally very respectful to Wang Renping. When Wang Renping asked him to talk about something, he was obviously very happy. He felt that this was a good opportunity to get close to Wang Renping. Wang Renping hung up the phone and dialed another number. "Hello, is this Uncle Ma? I am Wang Renping." This Uncle Ma was a veteran who followed Tianlong to conquer the world. However, after receiving a call from Wang Renping, his attitude was still very warm. It couldn't be helped. This situation had happened since ancient times. The meritorious minister under the emperor still did not dare to offend the little eunuch around the emperor. "Secretary Wang, hello. I don't know why you are looking for me so late at night," asked Uncle Ma. "This is the case. Are you free now?" asked Wang Renping. "You can come to my old house. I am looking for you for something." Many of Tianlong's orders were issued through Wang Renping, so Uncle Ma naturally did not dare to neglect. Since Wang Renping said that he was looking for something, he naturally had to go. "Okay, then I will go." Yang Ming watched Wang Renping dial one phone call after another. It was unusually smooth. It was almost a few words to settle a person. Yang Ming sighed that he really found the right person. It It was really suitable for Wang Renping to do this thing. It seemed that Wang Renping was quite prestigious among these people. Until the last call was made, Wang Renping breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, I have invited these people according to your instructions. They may be here soon. What do you need me to do next?" Before they enter the door in a while, you say that there are important things to discuss. Let them hand over their communication tools and weapons. Yang Ming thought about it and instructed Wang Renping. It's okay to hand in communication tools, but weapons. Wang Renping paused and said, "When we usually have meetings, we often hand in communication tools, but we have never received weapons. If I want to take their weapons this time, they will definitely be suspicious. If the situation is not easy to control and something goes wrong." Wang Renping was now also considering Yang Ming. It couldn't be helped. His grandparents were in the hands of Yang Ming. He had no choice but to side with Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded after listening to Wang Renping's words. These people had weapons in their hands, but Yang Ming was not afraid. He was a super assassin, and he had flying needles in his hands. Why would he be afraid of these people? Taking away the weapons was just to be safe. Since Wang Renping said so, it didn't matter whether the weapons were taken away or not. "Then just accept the communication tools," said Yang Ming after listening. But Wang Renping was a little embarrassed at this time. He was originally on the opposite side of Yang Ming, but now he had become on the same side. He could not consider Yang Ming. Once Yang Ming failed, his grandparents would be missing. Wang Renping naturally didn't want to see this happen, so he had to help Yang Ming. "If they have weapons, will they still listen to you? Don't think that I only use means to coerce others." Yang Ming smiled. "They can't make any waves." Seeing that Yang Ming was full of confidence, Wang Renping couldn't help it. At this moment, he could only believe that Yang Ming had a way. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming winked at Wang Renping and flashed into the kitchen. Wang Renping went to open the door. The person who came was President Zhang, the first person Wang Renping called. After President Zhang came in, he saw Wang Renping and quickly greeted, "Secretary Wang, hello, hello. What can I do for you?" "President Zhang, please give me the communication tools first," said Wang Renping. "Oh, okay. President Zhang also participated in Tianlong's high-level meetings. He knew the rules of the meeting, so he did not hesitate to take out his phone and turn it off before handing it to Wang Renping. President Zhang not only did not feel that it was inappropriate, but he was very happy. The more important the meeting, the more it showed that he was valued. President Zhang was naturally happy. "President Zhang, you should go into the house and rest first. There are still some people who haven't come yet. After they come, we will discuss the important matters." Wang Renping's expression was very natural. If he could control it well on the phone, it was reasonable. After all, there was no face-to-face situation. Now, Wang Renping did not show the slightest nervousness in the face-to-face situation, which showed that Wang Renping's psychological quality was very good. Yang Ming watched what happened at the door with his special ability in the kitchen. He felt that this Wang Renping was really a good talent. No wonder he could gain Sun Hongjuan's trust. It seemed that he was also a ruthless character. President Zhang entered the big house of the old house and waited without the slightest suspicion. Then, other people came one after another. Under Wang Renping's request, they all handed over their communication tools. However, the others were fine. Only one person showed doubts. This person was Li Baihu. Like Wang Renping, he was also one of the most trusted people around Tianlong. "Brother Wang, I don't have to hand over my phone, right?" Li Baihu frowned and asked. "Brother Hu, this is the rule. You know it." Wang Renping did not show any nervousness at all and still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Brother Wang, why did you gather so many people here? Why? Is it Brother Long's idea?" Li Baihu glanced inside the house and asked, "Why? You don't believe it?" Wang Renping snorted. "Do you want me to call Brother Long and let him talk to you?" Li Baihu looked at Wang Renping deeply and said, "That's not necessary." After that, he took out his phone, turned it off, and threw it into the small basket in front of Wang Renping. Although Li Baihu was somewhat dissatisfied in his heart, he really didn't dare to call Tianlong to question him. He also knew that during this time, Wang Rinping's status had advanced by leaps and bounds. He was already ahead of him, so what Wang Rinping said could really represent what Tianlong said. The reason why Li Baihu stabbed him was because he was dissatisfied in his heart, so he took the opportunity to find fault. Brother Hu. Hello, Brother Hu. Brother Hu is here. Li Baihu was also a popular person around Tianlong, so after entering the house, everyone greeted him. This sense of superiority made Li Baihu's self-esteem unprecedentedly satisfied, and he forgot the previous unhappiness. It seems that I still have a lot of prestige. Li Baihu thought so in his heart. Wang Rinping locked the door and walked into the room. The room suddenly quieted down, including Li Baihu, and he closed his mouth. However, the previous sense of superiority was suddenly broken by the arrival of Wang Rinping, which made him even more uncomfortable in his heart. This time, I asked everyone to come together to discuss a major event. As Wang Rinping spoke until here, he glanced at the door. At this time, Yang Ming also walked in. Li Baihu was increasingly dissatisfied with Wang Rinping's tone. At this time, he couldn't help but say, "What's the big event? It's so late already. Can't you let me sleep?" Perhaps only Li Baihu dared to talk to Wang Rinping like this. Everyone looked at Li Baihu and Wang Rinping like a joke to see how Wang Rinping would respond. However, Wang Rinping didn't care about Li Baihu at all, but stepped aside. At this time, a young man came in. "If you don't want to die, then shut up." Yang Ming glanced at Li Baihu coldly, walked to the center of the room, and stood proudly in front of these people. "Who are you?" Li Baihu and others had never seen Yang Ming, so when they saw a stranger suddenly come in, they were shocked. Because Wang Rinping was the most important person around Tianlong, the person brought by Wang Rinping would naturally not be an ordinary character. Maybe he was sent by Tianlong, so these people didn't dare to show anything before they figured out Yang Ming's true identity. Otherwise, when Tianlong investigated, it would be a big deal. Hearing Yang Ming's tone of speech, these people didn't know the background of Yang Ming, so they immediately settled down, including Li Baihu. He just asked who Yang Ming was, and he didn't dare to speak rudely. Chapter 1261. My name is Yang Ming. I don't know if you have heard of me before. Yang Ming's voice was very soft, but it had an unquestionable majesty. He stood on the spot and looked condescendingly at the senior executives of the Sun Family Company who were bribed by Tianlong. Yang Ming. Most of the people present had never heard of the name Yang Ming, but there were a few people, such as Li Baihu, who were very close to Tianlong, who knew the existence of Yang Ming. Li Baihu's brows suddenly frowned, and he glanced at Wang Rinping. "Brother Wang, what do you mean? Don't you know that Brother Long is now dealing with Yang Ming?" After Yang Ming reminded him, Li Baihu remembered immediately. Tianlong showed him a photo of Yang Ming, but he didn't have a deep impression at that time. However, now that Yang Ming said it, the shadows of the two people overlapped. This person is Yang Ming, whom Tianlong wants to kill. Why is he with Wang Rinping? Li Baihu was not stupid. He suddenly became nervous and stared at Wang Rinping. "It doesn't mean anything." Yang Ming interrupted Li Baihu's words. "I have already said that if you don't want to die, then shut up. I think I have been very concise. Don't you understand? I don't want to say it a third time. I won't say it a third time, but I will take action. Fuck your mother. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Wang Rinping, you little bastard, wait until I deal with this kid, then I will settle the account with you," Li Baihu said as he took out a gun from his waist and pointed it at Yang Ming. However, before he could shoot, his neck stiffened and he lay straight on the ground. This sudden change shocked everyone present. When they heard Li Baihu's words, everyone immediately understood that this Wang Rinping had probably colluded with Yang Ming. Seeing that Li Baihu was going to take out his gun to kill Yang Ming, everyone was very excited. They were secretly glad that Wang Rinping did not take away their weapons before. However, just as they were fantasizing about Li Baihu killing Yang Ming with one shot, and then killing Wang Rinping, the traitor, something happened again. Li Baihu fell down without any warning. He fell flat on the ground. "I've already warned you, but don't blame anyone else for seeking your own death," Yang Ming said casually, as if the previous scene was not his doing. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone, including Wang Rinping, was in disbelief. They looked at what was happening in front of them in horror. Li Baihu was killed just like that. It happened in a split second. They didn't even see Yang Ming make a move. Those with sharp eyes only saw Yang Ming slightly raise his hand and Li Baihu fall to the ground with a groan. They didn't know what Yang Ming did after he raised his hand and how Li Baihu fell to the ground. Yang Ming's sudden move shocked everyone in the audience. He could kill with just a raise of his hand. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Don't look at it stupidly. He is not dead. Yang Ming was very satisfied with the situation at the scene. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey was like this. If he didn't show a move to shock these people, then they would definitely not be afraid of him, and they would not cooperate with him obediently. Not dead. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was easy to say that he was not dead. However, he will never wake up again. It is no different from being dead. He has become a fool. Yang Ming said indifferently, "This is the first time. I will teach him a lesson. If someone questions my next speech, then I will not be polite." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he glanced at the people in the audience coldly. Seeing that everyone was trembling with fear, he was quite satisfied. Very good. Since everyone has no objections, then I will continue. Li Baihu was lying on the ground, but the people present no longer cared about his safety. Now these people felt that they couldn't protect themselves. How could they have the mind to care about other people's affairs? In fact, Yang Ming also knew the thoughts of these people. Previously, he asked Wang Rinping to call these people urgently. After calling them, he just let them rest and wait in the house. He didn't tell them what was going on. Until all the people came, Yang Ming appeared. This also caught them off guard, so they didn't have any chance to collude. So in this way, Yang Ming only needed to deal with one of them and give them a warning. He could shock the others and give them a show of strength. These people were in danger, and it was impossible for them to attack together. If these people took out their weapons to resist at the same time, Yang Ming really didn't have the confidence to control all of them. After all, Yang Ming was not a god, nor was he the thousand-hand bodhisattva. It was impossible to defeat or kill these people at the same time. Although Yang Ming could be confident that he would not be hurt by these people, he couldn't guarantee that this plan would not be ruined. However, Yang Ming knew that everyone was in danger. In this case, in the absence of a unified, premeditated plan, who among these people would be the first to take the lead? Whoever took the lead first would end up like Li Baihu on the ground. People were selfish. Who could selflessly resist for everyone at this time? Don't kill yourself. These people all bowed their heads and didn't dare to have any objections. Wang Rinping, give them one of the pills in this box. Yang Ming handed the small box in his pocket to Wang Rinping and instructed. Wang Rinping nodded and took the small box handed over by Yang Ming. He came to President Zhang and said, "President Zhang, open your mouth." President Zhang's cold sweat immediately fell down. He didn't know what Wang Rinping wanted to give him, but it was obviously not a good thing. So President Zhang immediately became a little timid. What is this? I have also eaten it. I won't die." Wang Rinping snorted and ignored him. He pinched open Yang Ming's cheek, just like how Yang Ming pinched it before. Then he took out a pill and threw it in. Seeing President Zhang's throat rumble, Wang Rinping was satisfied and released his hand. President Zhang covered his throat and was somewhat at a loss. However, since he had already eaten it, then he accepted his fate. He was originally a timid and greedy person. He agreed to help Tian Long swallow the Sun family's company under Tian Long's huge profits and coercion. Therefore, when a person like him was threatened, he was done for. He didn't want to resist at the moment. He just waited for a while to see what Yang Ming would instruct him to do. "It's your turn. Open your mouth." Wang Rinping came to the next person under President Zhang. He pinched the person's cheek and then shouted. This person was also a coward. He didn't dare to say anything and just ate the pill given by Wang Rinping. The matter progressed unusually smoothly, which made Yang Ming a little surprised. With the good precedent of these two at the beginning, The people behind were more successful. They opened their mouths obediently. After that, one person seemed to be reluctant, but when he saw Li Baihu lying straight on the ground, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He obediently took the pill that Wang Renping gave him. However, there were honest people, and there were naturally people who were dissatisfied in their hearts. For example, Ma Chong. He was the person who Wang Renping called Uncle Ma before. Ma Chong was not a character who could be bullied. He was one of the people who followed Tian Long in the underworld. Even his seniority in Donghai was earlier than Tian Long. He was a veteran. Although it couldn't be said that his hands were as big as mountains, he was also a guy who dared to kill. He had never been afraid of anyone. Moreover, Ma Chong was the same as Wang Renping and Li Baihu. He was one of the more trusted people around Tian Long, but he followed Tian Long much earlier than Wang Renping and Li Baihu, so he was also the most loyal one. Now, seeing that Li Baihu's life and death were unknown, Wang Renping betrayed Tian Long and became a gang with Yang Ming. Ma Chong was very clear about the character of the other people present. Most of these people were as timid as mice who changed the rudder according to the wind. Otherwise, Tian Long wouldn't be able to succeed very easily and bribe them. Therefore, it was almost impossible to unite these people to resist Yang Ming and Wang Renping. Who among these people was willing to stand up first? Therefore, in desperation, Ma Chong could only endure and wait for the right time. He also knew that the pill that Wang Renping gave them was definitely not a good thing. Maybe it was a slow-acting poison. As long as they ate it, it was basically impossible to resist. If they wanted to live, wouldn't they have to do whatever Yang Ming told them to do? Therefore, when Ma Chong saw that it was about to be his turn, he suddenly became nervous. He couldn't let Yang Ming and Wang Renping succeed. He must resist. Thinking of this, Ma Chong's hand slowly moved towards his waist. After he killed Yang Ming with a gun, he would kill Wang Renping. Previously, Li Baihu failed, but Ma Chong didn't think that he would fail, because before Li Baihu took out the gun, he talked a lot to Yang Ming, which also aroused Yang Ming's vigilance. So he failed. As long as Ma Chong took advantage of Yang Ming's unpreparedness, he would silently take out the gun and kill Yang Ming with one shot. Although Yang Ming didn't look in Ma Chong's direction, it seemed that Yang Ming stood there indifferently, but Yang Ming's special ability was to look around. He could know the movements of these people without looking. But how would Ma Chong know? When he saw that Yang Ming didn't look in his direction, he thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ma Chong suppressed the excitement in his heart and held his breath. He pulled out the gun from his waist and was about to shoot at Yang Ming. Unfortunately, he didn't raise his hand that was holding the gun. His whole body was paralyzed on the ground, and he was still holding the gun in his hand. Although many of these people didn't see Ma Chong's previous plan, at this moment, when they saw him lying on the ground with a gun in his hand, they quickly understood what was going on. It must be that Ma Chong took advantage of Yang Ming's unpreparedness and wanted to shoot Yang Ming with a gun, but he was detected by Yang Ming. Then, he used some unknown method to kill Ma Chong. I will say it again. Obediently take the medicine, and I guarantee that you will be safe. Otherwise, he will end up like you. Yang Ming didn't look at Ma Chong. He still lowered his head indifferently and said coldly to the people present. With the previous lesson of Li Baihu, coupled with Ma Chong, the latecomer, these people didn't dare to have any disloyalty. Those who had the same thoughts as Ma Chong had also given up the idea of resistance at this moment. If they resisted, they would die. If they didn't resist, they might still be alive. Although they didn't know what the pill was, they saw that the people who took it seemed to be fine for the time being. It wasn't something that could immediately poison people. It seemed that Yang Ming asked them to do something. If they did it, they could continue to live, so these people were relieved. Since things had already reached this point, then they would do whatever Yang Ming said. President Zhang and the people who had already taken the pill secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they had obediently taken the pill that Wang Renping gave them. Otherwise, they might be the ones who fell to the ground. After Ma Chong fell to the ground, the follow-up people even took the initiative to open their mouths when Wang Renping walked in front of them and ate the pill into their mouths. However, it was no wonder. Who would want to be the second generation of Ma Chong or the second generation of Ibaihu? Soon, the pills were eaten up, and there was still some left in the box. Wang Renping returned the box to Yang Ming, and Yang Ming put it in his pocket. It seems that you are all very obedient. Yang Ming looked around at everyone in the room with satisfaction. I like to cooperate with obedient people. The people present, including Wang Renping, smiled bitterly in their hearts. Can we not be obedient? You just put down 2 people with a raise of your hand. If we are not obedient, wouldn't the next one be us? As for cooperation, how is this cooperation? It is obviously a unilateral threat. It is not cooperation at all. However, these could only be thought about. Who dared to anger Yang Ming and say these things? Therefore, these people had to show gratitude and fear. Mr. Yang, if there is anything, just tell us. As long as we can do it, we will try our best to do it. At this time, the hearts of these people were united, and they almost said this sentence in unison. In fact, there are some things that I don't need to say. You should understand it in your heart. Li Baihu has said that Tianlong regards me as an enemy. So, similarly, he is also my enemy, said Yang Ming. Everyone nodded. Even if Yang Ming didn't say it, they all guessed it. I don't ask you to do anything. You just need to take away Tianlong's power. I'm going to find trouble with Tianlong. You don't care, don't ask, and don't do anything. Just watch the fun from the side. Yang Ming looked at the crowd and said, What? The people present looked at Yang Ming inconceivably. Is it so simple? They were still a little afraid to confront Tianlong, but they had to do it under pressure. However, Yang Ming asked them to not care, not ask, and not do anything. Just watch the fun from the side. They didn't believe this kind of good thing. Isn't this equivalent to not helping either side? I don't need anyone to help me deal with whoever I want to deal with. It's fine as long as you don't cause trouble, said Yang Ming faintly. Everyone thought about it. It was really the case. Yang Ming could take down Ma Chong and Li Baihu with a raise of his hand. If he wanted to deal with Tianlong, who else would he need to help? Yang Ming controlled them because he didn't want them to cause trouble. Thinking of this, everyone also calmed down. Whether Tianlong died or not, it had nothing to do with them. As long as it didn't affect them, then it was fine. Were the people of the Sun family under house arrest? Asked Yang Ming. Zhang Jinghua listened to Yang Ming's question and quickly stood up. Mr. Yang, the people of the Sun family are imprisoned in a garbage disposal site. I am responsible for looking after them. Very good. Then you take good care of them. If someone loses a hair, then you can forget about living. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Jinghua. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. Everything is fine with the people of the Sun family, said Zhang Jinghua quickly. Yang Ming nodded and then glanced at the people present. I gave you a kind of voodoo. If you don't understand what it means, you can also understand it as a slow-acting poison. Have you heard of the 3 carrion divine pill in Jin Yang's novel, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer? The effect is similar to that. Within every 24 to 30 hours, you must take the antidote. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences yourself. Everyone had guessed that Yang Ming gave them a kind of poison. After they cooperated with Yang Ming would give them the antidote, but they didn't expect this poison to break out once every 24 hours. Isn't this frequency too fast? However, even if everyone's face changed color, no one dared to raise any questions. Dying tomorrow was better than dying now. Not to mention that they shouldn't die tomorrow. If Yang Ming wanted these people to die, he wouldn't give them a slow-acting poison at all. Wouldn't it be more convenient to kill them directly? Therefore, even if this voodoo was quite scary, everyone calmed down and quietly listened to Yang Ming continue. Wang Renping, you distribute the suppressing pills that you need to take tomorrow to everyone. As Yang Ming spoke, he took out another small box from his pocket. It was the suppressing pills made by Zhang Zhishan. Yes. Wang Renping took the small box and began to distribute it to everyone. The people who got the pills were very careful to keep them close to their bodies. This was a life-saving thing. They couldn't lose it. If things go well, I will detoxify you. Don't worry about this. After all, the operation of the entire group still needs you. Yang Ming painted an impossible pie for these people, who didn't know how to bullshit. These people suddenly showed joy after listening to Yang Ming's words. Although they didn't know if Yang Ming could fulfill what he said, this promise was much better than nothing. The suppressing voodoo antidote was distributed. Wang Renping also kept one for himself, and then returned the rest to Yang Ming. Yang Ming had actually been watching Wang Renping's movements with the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see if Wang Renping would leave a few suppressing voodoo antidotes, but Wang Renping was honest. He only left one. This made Yang Ming very satisfied. In fact, Wang Renping also understood that this suppressing antidote could only suppress, but it couldn't completely detoxify. What was the point of keeping a few more? Chapter 1262. The smoothness of the matter was somewhat beyond Yang Ming's expectations. However, in fact, it was not smooth. At least, there were two troublemakers, Li Baihu and Ma Chong. It was just that Yang Ming was too strong and overbearing. Before these two people could cause any trouble, they were put down by Yang Ming. Now, no one cared about their life and death. Although these two people were not dead yet, Yang Ming just turned these two people into idiots. Li Baihu and Ma Chong were extremely loyal people around Tianlong. Such people were difficult to be driven by interests. Even if their lives were threatened, they would not give in so easily. It was even possible that they would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to protect their master, Tianlong. Therefore, for this kind of dangerous time bomb, Yang Ming would never be soft-hearted. He would not let them wake up directly. This also avoided some unnecessary trouble. However, Yang Ming did not kill these two people on the spot because, after all, many of the people present were not from the underworld. These people would definitely be uncomfortable if the scene was too violent. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. As long as he could make an example out of them, it was enough. It seemed that his show of authority was still very successful. These people were obedient, and they did not create too much psychological pressure to mess up. This was the effect that Yang Ming wanted. Well, you can go back. Remember, do what you should do tomorrow. Restrain your men. Don't bother with things that you shouldn't care about. Yang Ming instructed the people present. Yes, Mr. Yang. How could these people not respond? This was already the best result. Only a fool would not accept it. You all go back to your own home and have a good sleep. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to these people. The people present, except for Wang Renping, all moved out of the room. When they walked to the door, they were blown by the cold wind. Everyone found that their backs had been soaked in cold sweat, as if they had experienced life and death. Yes, it was like experiencing life and death. If any of them couldn't hold back and had any doubts like Li Baihu or Ma Chong, then he would be lying on the cold floor. After these people left Wang Renping's old house, they quickly left here. They only hoped that this was a nightmare, and they could wake up from this nightmare as soon as possible. After the people left, Wang Renping silently closed the door. He knew that Yang Ming would definitely look for him to talk about something, so he was not in a hurry. After doing all this, he quietly walked to Yang Ming. Mr. Yang, what about these two people? First, throw them into another house. After Tianlong falls, send them to the hospital. It can be considered as a humanitarian act, said Yang Ming. Wang Renping nodded. These two people whom I am so familiar with have become vegetative people in the blink of an eye. I can imagine how terrifying Yang Ming's strength is. This is not a college student. He is simply a killing god. The two dead people were carried to the small house that originally belonged to him in the old house. Wang Renping had not lived in this house for a long time because after following Tianlong, he was stationed by Sun Hongju inside as a driver and bodyguard. He often left early and returned late. He was afraid to affect the rest of the two elders, so Wang Renping bought a house outside. Throwing the two people on the floor, Wang Renping closed the door. In fact, he didn't need to close it at all. The two people were unconscious, and they couldn't hear the conversation between Yang Ming and Wang Renping. After doing all this, Wang Renping returned to the big house where Yang Ming was and said, Mr. Yang, what should we do next? Do you know where Tianlong is hiding now? Asked Yang Ming. I know. Wang Renping nodded and said, he has a villa in the suburbs. Because it is a small property right, no one knows. He secretly bought it for emergency use. How? "Is the security there?" asked Yang Ming. "There are 20 bodyguards, and everyone's skills are good," said Wang Rinping. "To what extent are they good?" asked Yang Ming. "They are not as good as Li Baihu, but they are not bad." Wang Rinping thought about it and said. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded after listening. Li Baihu didn't even have a chance to use his skills, and he was finished. "I really don't know how good Li Baihu's skills are. However, it wouldn't be too good. After all, Tianlong was not a big shot. Even the masters around Houghton and General Kars. Yang Ming didn't put them in his eyes, let alone Tianlong. Wang Rinping's words surprised Yang Ming. Originally, Yang Ming expected that Tianlong must be hiding in an unknown place. Even Wang Rinping wouldn't know, because in this case, if Tianlong was smart, he must be careful of anyone. Even his own son, Tian Donghua, had doubts about him, not to mention other people. But Tianlong didn't seem to realize this, and told Wang Rinping where he lived. Yang Ming's original plan was that Wang Rinping might not know where Tianlong lived, but he would definitely meet with Tianlong during the day. However, now it seemed that Tianlong's trust in Wang Rinping was beyond Yang Ming's expectations. But now, the plans seemed to be able to be further adjusted. If they acted at night, then the success rate would be higher, and it was the time when Tianlong was most relaxed. Although Yang Ming didn't put Tianlong's defensive power in his eyes, sometimes it was better to be safe. If there was a shortcut and he didn't take it, he would be pretending to be badass. Therefore, Yang Ming changed his plan temporarily after listening to Wang Rinping's words. He decided to change the plan of going directly to Tianlong tomorrow to the evening. He would leave tonight and go to the villa where Tianlong was hiding. When Wang Rinping saw Yang Ming pondering, he also thought that Yang Ming might act tonight. However, Yang Ming didn't speak, so Wang Rinping naturally didn't say much. He waited for Yang Ming's final decision. "When does Tianlong usually rest?" asked Yang Ming. "About 11 o'clock in the evening. There is no fixed time. Sometimes earlier, sometimes later," said Wang Rinping. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Okay, then let's act at night." If they acted at night, then Yang Ming's previous actions seemed to be a bit unnecessary. At least, they didn't have to be in such a hurry to do it. Yang Ming's approach was not wrong if he wanted to control these two-faced guys. Even if he helped the Sun family to regain the company, these people must have strong high-pressure control to ensure that they would not have similar situations in the future. However, this matter didn't have to be rushed. At least, it didn't have to be done before Tianlong was moved. After Tianlong was settled, it was not too late to deal with these people slowly, and it wouldn't be as risky as tonight. To be honest, if these people were united tonight, then it was very likely to be a bad thing. Although Yang Ming determined that most of these people were timid and selfish people, who could guarantee that these people would not be called upon to be united. There were accidents in everything. However, since these people had been controlled first, it was good for his plan. Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Everything had to be prepared. Previously, Yang Ming wasn't sure whether Wang Rinping knew Tianlong's residence. Moreover, who could guarantee whether Tianlong was at his residence tonight? A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention a sinister and cunning person like Tianlong. Looking at the time, it was only 9 o'clock in the evening. There were still 2 or 3 hours before Tianlong's rest time. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Rinping and asked, "Have you eaten dinner?" "Not yet," Wang Rinping replied truthfully. He came directly to see his grandparents after work. Naturally, he didn't eat. He planned to go back to his residence to eat. Who would have thought that he would actually meet Yang Ming? "Let's go. Let's eat something together." Yang Ming stood up and then walked in the direction of the door. Wang Rinping was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to make such a suggestion. "Let me eat with him?" Seeing that Yang Ming could kill people with a raise of his hand, Wang Rinping had just learned about Yang Ming's coldness, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming had such a side to him. It turned out that this person's heart was not so bad. It seemed that everything he did was not so abominable. Originally, helping Tianlong to seize power was a wrong thing. The appearance of Yang Ming only helped them correct the mistake. The days of early spring were still very cold. The cold wind at night made Yang Ming shiver unconsciously. He suddenly remembered Zhao Ying. It was the same moonlit night at the same time. He didn't know if Wang Xiaoyan had told Zhao Ying frankly about the matter between him and her. On QQ, Yang Ming had already learned about her thoughts from Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying was brooding about the fact that her best friend, Wang Xiaoyan, was with him behind her back. Women's thoughts were sometimes very strange. Zhao Ying didn't mind him being with other women, but only her best woman was with him. Zhao Ying's emotions were unusually intense. Perhaps this was the anger of being deceived. Other women had nothing to do with her. If they were with her, she wouldn't have too many thoughts. However, Wang Xiaoyan was different. Zhao Ying had always regarded her as a good sister and best friend. She even told Wang Xiaoyan her thoughts. In this case, Wang Xiaoyan secretly got together with her without telling Zhao Ying. How could Zhao Ying not be angry? However, if Wang Xiaoyan could be honest with Zhao Ying about the matter between her and him, Yang Ming believed that with Zhao Ying's character, she could understand Wang Xiaoyan. After all, the two people were best friends. Zhao Ying was angry not because Wang Xiaoyan stole her man, but because she was deceived and didn't tell her. Therefore, it was much easier to let Wang Xiaoyan untie Zhao Ying's knot in her heart than to talk to Zhao Ying personally. Zhao Ying might not listen to what Yang Ming said now, but she should still listen to what Wang Xiaoyan said. After all, the foundation of their friendship was there. They were both girls. They had more private conversations, and it was easier for them to communicate. Now it seemed that since Zhao Ying could go to Wang Xiaoyan's house and live with Wang Xiaoyan, it meant that Zhao Ying didn't resent Wang Xiaoyan in her heart. Perhaps she was just a little angry. After the two people talked about it, it was fine. Yang Ming sighed. I don't know what the two people talked about. There were too many things in the past few days. Otherwise, Yang Ming could live at home and use his special ability to peek at Wang Xiaoyan's house next door to see what she and Zhao Ying were talking about. It was exciting just thinking about it. Of course, Yang Ming didn't have a hobby of peeping, but peeping at his own woman shouldn't be considered peeping, right? Although Zhao Ying wasn't as yet, Yang Ming believed that one day she would be. In fact, Zhao Ying still lived with Wang Xiaoyan tonight. The two of them had cleared up the misunderstanding and were no longer suspicious of each other because of Yang Ming. Zhao Ying took a shower and sat on the sofa with Wang Xiaoyan to watch TV. Originally, it was a very warm and beautiful scene. However, on the TV, there was such a film. This film was about a woman who bought a house next to her lover's house so that it would be convenient for her to have an affair with her lover. That way, her lover could climb over the wall and have an affair with that woman in the middle of the night. Zhao Ying was amused as she watched, especially when she saw Wang Xiaoyan's face getting redder and redder. Zhao Ying finally couldn't help but laugh. I can't. Yin Yin, don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you. When I bought the house, I hadn't gotten along with Yang Ming yet. Wang Xiaoyan blushed and explained. However, no matter how she looked at it, there was a sense of self-denial. I really didn't laugh at you. It was fine if Wang Xiaoyan didn't explain. When she explained, Zhao Ying couldn't help but laugh. I will move tomorrow. Wang Xiaoyan clenched her teeth and turned off the TV, but her face was still red. It's not so serious. These TV dramas are fabricated. Zhao Ying saw that Wang Xiaoyan was serious and quickly comforted her. However, Zhao Ying regretted it after she said it. What is fabricated? Isn't Wang Xiaoyan's house really next to Yang Ming's house? It's better not to say it. Wouldn't it make Wang Xiaoyan more embarrassed if she said it? Yin Yin, why don't we change houses? I really don't mean that. Zhao Ying was anxious. She was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would be angry, so she said it. Change houses? Could it be that you also want to play the plot in the TV? Wang Xiaoyan was not angry, but she was a little embarrassed. It was not easy to catch Zhao Ying's words. How about you let it go? How is it possible? Zhao Ying was embarrassed by Wang Xiaoyan this time. The two were finally even this time. However, the two quickly recovered their calmness and went upstairs hand in hand. It was late at night. Shouldn't they rest? When they came to the entrance of the community, Yang Ming's thoughts were also taken back from Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan. He opened the door with the remote control and got in the car. Then he opened the door of the front passenger seat and signaled Wang Renping to get in the car. Wang Renping did not hesitate and got in the car directly. Yang Ming started the car and then asked Wang Renping, who was on the side, "You are more familiar with Donghai than me. Is there a place to eat nearby?" "Yes, there is a geezer Wang's big bowl of noodles not far away. When I was young, I often ate there." When Wang Renping said this, he suddenly reminisced about the past. Although his family was very poor at that time, it was very fast. He lived with his grandparents every day, and he did not have so many troubles. Now, although he was richer than before, was he really happy? Helping the tyrant and letting his grandparents suffer with him. Wang Renping really wanted to live a good life. It was as simple as being an ordinary driver. He did not need to make a lot of money, but he did not want to live under pressure and his own inner condemnation like now. Yang Ming did not expect Wang Renping to mention such a place. He parked the car in front of the geezer Wang's big bowl of noodles. Yang Ming and Wang Renping got off the car together. At this time, it was almost closing time. The owner of the noodle house, Geezer Wang, was packing up. When he looked up, he saw a car parked at the door of the noodle house. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. After taking a closer look, one of the people who got off the car was actually very familiar. "Renping? Is that you?" Geezer Wang narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Renping in front of him. Wang Renping had not come to this noodle house to eat noodles since he was sent by Tianlong for training and assigned to Sun Hongjun as a driver and bodyguard. It had been 10 years, so when Geezer Wang saw Wang Renping, he was a little surprised. "Uncle Wang, it's me." Wang Renping walked over cordially and enthusiastically. He seemed to have temporarily forgotten his previous troubles and returned to his youth. "Give us a big bowl of noodles." "Okay." Geezer Wang nodded and said to the people behind him, "2 big bowls of noodles. Add more minced meat." Wang Renping's family used to be poor, so every time Wang Renping came to eat noodles, Geezer Wang would take special care of him and add more minced meat to his noodles. Now, he habitually added a sentence. Wang Renping listened to Geezer Wang's words and couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect Uncle Wang to still remember. How can I not remember? You have been eating noodles here for several years." Geezer Wang smiled. "You haven't been here for many years, right? Why are you still driving a car? Do you have a big career now?" "It's not a big career. I'm just a driver for the boss." Wang Renping replied with a smile. "That's very good." Geezer Wang nodded. "You need to have the ability to drive for the big boss. Nowadays, how can you stand on your own feet without some ability?" There was no one in the evening. It didn't take long for 2 big bowls of steaming hot noodles to be served. The aroma was overflowing. At first glance, it was the juice made with old soup, which increased Yang Ming's appetite. In fact, many delicious things might not exist in those big hotels. In some streets and alleys, there were many delicious things in the world. Although the price was not expensive, they were very delicious. Chapter 1263. Looking at Sun Hongjun, who had sunken eyes and looked haggard in a few days, Sun Sin really couldn't bear it. So he said, "Master, you should eat something. You can't always smoke like this. I can't eat." Sun Hongjun smiled bitterly, put out the cigarette in his hand, and threw it in the ashtray beside him. Although they were put under house arrest by Tianlong here, Tianlong ordered his men not to treat the Sun family badly. Therefore, cigarettes, wine, and food were all available. Except for not being able to enter and leave freely, they basically had whatever they wanted. "Dad, you don't have to worry too much. Where there is life, there is hope." Sun Jia looked at her father, and she really had some heartache. In just a few days, Sun Hongjun seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He was not as spirited as before. Now, he was more like an old man in his twilight years. Although Sun Jia had no idea, if she continued to be pessimistic at the moment, then the Sun family would be completely finished. Therefore, Sun Jia couldn't be as lethargic as Sun Hongjun. She had to be more optimistic so that she could persist and wait for an unknown opportunity. Tianlong could suddenly betray and embezzle the Sun family's property, which was unexpected by the entire Sun family. The Sun family's trust in Tianlong was just like Tianlong's trust in Wang Renping. They had never doubted it. It was just ridiculous that the Sun family trusted Tianlong so much, but Tianlong betrayed the Sun family. Tianlong trusted Wang Rinping so much, but Wang Rinping was about to betray him. However, this was what the Sun family did not expect. Sun Jie really had no other way now. Even if she was conceited and smart, in this situation where she was under house arrest, Sun Jie had no other way. There was no way to contact the outside world, so they could only continue to stay here. In the past 2 days, Sun Hongjun also reasoned with the people guarding them, promising that if they let them go, there would definitely be rewards in the future, but these people were indifferent. When the Sun family's people saw that it was hopeless to lobby, they had to give up. After thinking about it later, it was no wonder. These people were at the bottom of society. After they let them go, they would be killed by their superiors before they could have a meteoric rise and rewards in the future. What's more, it was not just 1 or 2 people guarding here. Even if they opened the door and let them go, there were still layers of defense outside. It was impossible for them to successfully instigate everyone. Under such power, who would dare to act rashly? Little Jie, it's all because I trusted Tianlong too much, which led to today's situation. Sun Hongjun sighed. But you were dragged into this. If I had known earlier, I would have handed over all the family business to you. It doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. It's all my fault for being too stubborn. Dad, you don't have to blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. Even I was deceived by Tianlong, Sun Jie comforted. Who would have thought that Tianlong would do such a thing? I don't know how Tianlong will deal with us after he succeeds. Sun Hongjun sighed and said, in this case, how can I eat? Indeed, the Sun family was now in a very passive situation, but they were powerless to change the situation. They could only be trampled on. Miss, do you think Yang Ming will come and save us? For some reason, Sun Sen suddenly thought of Yang Ming. As an elder of the Sun family, Sun Hongjun naturally didn't hide Yang Ming's matter from him, so he still had some understanding of Yang Ming's ability. In despair, he suddenly thought of the relationship between Yang Ming and the miss. If Yang Ming found that the miss was missing, he would definitely have doubts. Then, he would investigate Tianlong. At that time, therefore, Sun San suddenly asked this question. Yang Ming? Sun Jie was slightly stunned. Previously, she naturally thought of Yang Ming. Sun Jie was a strong girl. She disdained the men around her. Only Yang Ming could enter her eyes slightly. But in this case, she counted on Yang Ming. Sun Jie really didn't have that confidence. Although Yang Ming often showed an unusually strong and calm side, most of the time, he was also joking around. Yang Ming could summon the wind and summon the rain in Songjiang, but this was Dong Hai. Did Tianlong have no power? In the case of evenly matched strength, Tianlong still had the geographical advantage. So, Yang Ming's chance of winning was really not much. Thinking of this, Sun Jie shook her head helplessly. Yang Ming was still a little worse than her ideal boyfriend. It wasn't that Yang Ming couldn't do it, but Yang Ming still needed a period of experience and growth. At least now, Sun Jie felt that Yang Ming was not mature enough. However, Sun Jie didn't see the current Yang Ming. After experiencing the baptism of life and death in Vietnam and Africa, it made Yang Ming grow quickly. It made him grasp things better, and he was calmer and more decisive. The original Yang Ming, after experiencing the incident with Wang Jitao, had to be 100% sure to do everything. Although it could be guaranteed to be foolproof, in many cases, if he didn't take risks, he could only stay in place or even retreat. However, the current Yang Ming had thought a lot. For many things, if you don't make a bold choice, you can't achieve great things and even die miserably. Yeah, if Mr. Yang finds out that Miss is missing, he will definitely investigate. Sun San said, Miss, I think it will be possible. Sun Hongjun listened to Sun San's words, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yeah, how could he forget about Yang Ming? In fact, Yang Ming was a young man that he was very optimistic about. Little Jie, don't say that. This is a hope. With Yang Ming's relationship with you, he will definitely call you. If he finds out that he can't find you, he will definitely notice the problem. Sun Hongju nodded. Sun Jie was a little dumbfounded. She thought, you guys overestimate Yang Ming too much. Even if he finds something wrong, there is no way to compete with Tianlong, right? In the territory of Donghai, do you think Tianlong is a vegetarian? Even Sun Jie faintly didn't want Yang Ming to get involved in this matter, because it wasn't a good thing for Yang Ming to get involved when he didn't have a chance of winning. She didn't know why she was worried about Yang Ming. Sun Jie sighed slightly. At this time, she naturally couldn't say anything discouraging. Finally, her father had something to look forward to, and his spirit was better. Sun Jie naturally had to cheer him up, so she said, yeah, Yang Ming will definitely have a way. I believe that he will be able to save us. Who will save you? Outside the room, there was a gloomy and even disdainful voice. Tianlong? Sun Hongjun was familiar with this voice. He frowned and said, what are you doing here again? I want to see how you guys are doing, President's son, Miss, and third brother. Tianlong pushed the door open with a fake smile. Although he was very respectful, his tone didn't mean any respect. Behind Tianlong stood four macho men. Apparently, they were Tianlong's bodyguards. However, rather than saying that they were Tianlong's bodyguards, it was better to say that they were here to deter the Sun family, so that they wouldn't take the opportunity to escape when the door was opened. In fact, the Sun family also understood that they couldn't run out even if they wanted to. There were people guarding outside the door. For the sudden arrival of Tianlong, Sun Hongjun and Sun Jie were a little surprised. They didn't know what he was doing so late. Sun Hongjun snorted coldly. Don't pretend. You know what you did. There's no need to say this again. Tianlong snorted. Do you think that Yang Ming can come and save you? He can't even protect himself. How can he save you? It's ridiculous. What do you mean? Sun Jie asked subconsciously. Unconsciously, Sun Jie suddenly realized that Yang Ming had occupied a large part of her heart. When she heard that Yang Ming was in danger, Sun Jie's heart tightened subconsciously. If Yang Ming didn't come to me, I would have gone to him. Tianlong wasn't afraid to say more because the Sun family would just listen to it. Anyway, they were under house arrest here. They couldn't turn the tables even if they wanted to. Sun Jie pursed her lips and couldn't help but say, if you are willing to die, I have no opinion. Tianlong smiled and completely treated Sun Jie's words as a joke. He didn't want to waste time with these people. Since he had already done it, there was no need to be a bitch. It didn't make any sense to set up a memorial arch. Tianlong turned and left the Sun family's room. He didn't come here to see the Sun family, but to see Tian Donghua. Tian Donghua was his own son after all. Tianlong was in the villa. He couldn't calm down no matter how he thought about it. Why did he fight for this huge foundation? Wasn't it for Tian Donghua? However, Tianlong could not understand his own painstaking efforts, which made Tianlong very distressed. Suddenly, most of his previous passion disappeared, so he really could not stay any longer, so he set off to this abandoned junkyard. He wanted to have a good talk with Tian Donghua. When Tian Donghua came to the garbage disposal site, Zhang Jinhua had just returned for less than 10 minutes. Zhang Jinhua had just taken off his coat when Tianlong came in. Zhang Jinhua was suddenly scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't let Tianlong see the slightest clue. Zhang Jinhua was not stupid. At this time, he couldn't flatter Tianlong. If he let Tianlong find out that he had disloyalty, then Tianlong would definitely not let him go. Even if he let him go, what about the voodoo in his body? Fortunately, Tianlong didn't see anything. After coming in, he nodded to Zhang Jinhua as a greeting and hurried to the room where the Sun family's people were. Not long after, Tianlong came out again and walked to Tian Donghua's room. Yang Ming and Wang Rinping came to Tianlong's villa in the suburbs at 11 o'clock. This was the land of a village near Donghai. Because it was an illegal building, there was no formal title deed. That was to say, it was impossible to find out who the owner of the villa here was through official means. Tianlong must have put a lot of thought into such a secretive place. Because Yang Ming was not familiar with the terrain of Donghai, he simply asked Wang Rinping to drive. Anyway, Wang Rinping was also an experienced driver. Besides, he didn't dare to have any other thoughts at the moment. Yang Ming could still trust him. It's right in front. Wang Renping parked the car in the outdoor parking space of the community, then pointed to a luxurious villa residence not far away. Yang Ming nodded. Although there was no property right on this piece of land, the villas and residences that were built were extremely luxurious. Presumably, they were all powerful people, so they didn't take the property right seriously. With Tianlong's status in Donghai, whoever wanted to tear down his house really had to consider whether they had enough strength. Inside the villa, the lights were still on. It seemed that the people in the house were not resting. Yang Ming needed to use his special ability to observe the movement in the villa before making a detailed action plan. Although Yang Ming also knew that sometimes it was not a good thing to rely too much on his own special ability. If one day this special ability disappeared, or this magical pair of glasses was taken back, then Yang Ming would have nothing to rely on. But in some cases, it couldn't be used. For example, if Yang Ming didn't use his special ability to observe the terrain, but directly broke into the villa, although there was Wang Renping's previous introduction, the terrain was dead, but the people were alive. No one could guarantee what the people inside were doing in what direction. Therefore, if he'd broken before, there was only a 50% chance of success. Now, it became a 100% chance of success. Mr. Yang, do you want me to go down first and find out what's going on? I know the bodyguard's outside. Wang Renping saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and sat there thinking about something, so he volunteered to ask. No need. Yang Ming waved his hand and sighed. Tianlong is not here. After Wang Renping stopped the car, Yang Ming began to use his special ability to check the movement in Tianlong's villa. In the villa's courtyard, 2 black-shirt bodyguards were patrolling, and their eyes revealed vigilance. In the hall on the first floor of the villa, there were 4 similar black-shirt bodyguards, and they were also very vigilant. It seemed that Tianlong's means of training people were very good. Tianlong was not on the first floor of the villa. Looking at the second floor of the villa, Yang Ming glanced around and found 4 black-shirt bodyguards standing there vigilantly. But there was still no sign of Tianlong looking at the villa's attic. There was no one. Yang Ming knew that Tianlong was not in the villa. Mr. Yang, Tianlong really lives here. Wang Renping was suddenly shocked. Although he didn't know how to judge that Tianlong was not in the villa, if Tianlong was not here, then would Yang Ming think that he was lying to him? I didn't say that he is not here, but he is not here now. Judging from the villa's tight security, Tianlong should indeed live here, but for some reason, he was not here tonight. Wang Renping listened to Yang Ming's words and breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Yang, are you sure that Tianlong is not here? I can use voodoo. Naturally, I know some things that you don't understand. Yang Ming naturally would not tell Wang Renping that he had special abilities, but he simply said a mysterious reason. I have released the voodoo to investigate, and Tianlong is not here. Oh. Wang Renping was horrified after listening to Yang Ming's words, but he did not doubt it. Previously, Yang Ming knocked down Li Baihu and Ma Chong with a raise of his hand. Wang Renping did not see clearly what method Yang Ming used. After that, when he carried Li Baihu and Ma Chong to the side room, he also carefully examined the 2 people's bodies, but he did not find any wounds or similar things. After Yang Ming's flying needle entered the body, it would immediately dissolve in the blood, so Wang Renping naturally could not see any clues. Wang Renping subconsciously thought that the 2 people were also poisoned by Yang Ming's voodoo. Wasn't the voodoo shown on TV like this? When the voodoo person raised his hand, the voodoo would fly out and shoot into the target's body, and the target would be poisoned. It's so late. Where could Tianlong go? Yang Ming was slightly disappointed. It was much easier to act at night than during the day, but he did not expect Tianlong to not be in the villa. However, Yang Ming couldn't wait until tomorrow night to act. Now, every minute was precious. Yang Ming was worried about the safety of Sun Jie and Tian Donghua, and he couldn't wait so long. Moreover, now that he had instigated everyone around Tianlong, if these people showed flaws, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. It would be difficult for him to make a move on Tianlong. Therefore, Yang Ming must deal with Tian Long as soon as possible. Wang Rinping also frowned. Usually, Tian Long will stay in this villa at night and will not go out casually. Should I go in and ask? Yang Ming hesitated and nodded. Wang Rinping was a trusted person around Tian Long. Now that he appeared in Tian Long's villa, the bodyguards would not suspect anything. Thinking of this, Yang Ming also agreed. Wang Rinping pushed open the door and walked in the direction of the villa. As soon as he arrived at the door of the villa, the two bodyguards who were responsible for guarding were vigilant, but when they saw that it was Wang Rinping, they were relieved. "Brother Wang, you are here, and I have nothing to do, so I came to look around and see if Brother Long has any orders." Wang Rinping said naturally. "Brother Wang, unfortunately, Brother Long just went out not long ago," said one of the black-shirt bodyguards. He had no need to hide from Wang Rinping at all. In his opinion, Wang Rinping was the most popular person around Tian Long. As long as Wang Rinping made a phone call, he could ask about Brother Long's whereabouts. It was better for him to say it and show some hospitality. "Oh, went out. Where'd he go?" asked Wang Rinping casually. "This we don't know. Brother Wang, you should call Brother Long and ask him personally. We don't dare to ask these things. It is not something we can know." The black-shirt bodyguard shrugged and said apologetically, "It's nothing. If this is the case, then I will go first." Wang Rinping patted the black-shirt bodyguard's shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work. I will talk to Brother Long some other day and give you a bonus." "Thank you, Brother Wang." The black-shirt bodyguard quickly thanked him gratefully. The reason why Wang Rinping said this was that he didn't want these black-shirt bodyguards to be nosy and tell Tian Long about his visit. Although it was nothing, it was still better to be careful. In this way, he promised to tell Tian Long that he would give them a bonus. If they told Tian Long that he came, it would be like asking for a bonus. No one would be so stupid. Chapter 1264. Wang Rinping did not ask for any valuable clues, so he had to walk back helplessly. However, he was very careful when he left. In order to prevent the two bodyguards from seeing where he was going, Wang Rinping deliberately walked around the community. Finally, he came to the place where Yang Ming parked his car. He opened the door of the front passenger seat and got in the car. "How is it?" In fact, Yang Ming had already known the contents of the conversation between Wang Rinping and the bodyguards with his special ability in lip reading. However, in order not to show that he was too magical, Yang Ming pretended not to know. "Tian Long did go out, but I don't know where he went. The two bodyguards at the door don't know either." Wang Rinping shrugged helplessly and said, "With their status, they naturally can't ask anything when Tian Long goes out. I expected this result." Yang Ming smiled. "How can Tian Long tell these people about his plan?" Yang Ming smiled faintly. "Now it seems that Tian Long can't come back at night, but to be on the safe side, we can wait here, but we have to draw the curtains in the car window to avoid being accidentally seen." Although the glass of Yang Ming's car was covered with a reflective film, there were some special instruments that could penetrate the film and see the situation inside the car. Therefore, Yang Ming was going to draw the curtains in the car. These curtains were made of metal fibers, and those X-ray or infrared instruments could not penetrate them. With the curtains drawn, the interior of the BMW was like a small tent. It would not attract too much attention. Many young couples liked to be lovey-dovey in the car, leading to incidents such as car door shaking, so it was not abrupt to close the curtains. Although the curtains were drawn, as long as the reversing system monitoring in the car was started, the situation on the road behind the car could be seen clearly through the camera outside the car. In this way, if Tian Long's car passed here, Wang Rinping could see it at a glance. Yang Ming did not use this. Yang Ming's eyes could easily penetrate anything. This kind of metal curtain was naturally not a problem. Turning on the reversing system in the car was just for Wang Rinping. In the junkyard, Tian Long walked into the room where his son, Tian Donghua, was placed under house arrest. In the afternoon, Tian Long received a call from Zhang Jinhua, saying that Tian Donghua didn't eat anything and was in a daze in the room. At that time, Tian Long was also angry, so he didn't care about him. He told Zhang Jinhua that if Tian Donghua wanted to eat, then it was fine. But no matter what, Tian Donghua was Tian Long's son after all. After Tian Long had dinner, he thought about it and felt bad. He thought that Tian Donghua hadn't eaten yet, and he was worried. Finally, he couldn't help but decide to see his son and have a heart-to-heart talk with him. He hoped that Tian Donghua could understand his approach and support him. Because Wang Rinping had just left, Tian Long didn't want to trouble him anymore. Wang Rinping was assigned to do everything these days. Wang Rinping was also exhausted. He didn't need Wang Rinping to come back and drive for him for such a small matter, like visiting Tian Donghua. So Tian Long casually called 4 bodyguards. One of them drove in the direction of the junkyard. Tian Donghua was already numb at this time. When he saw Tian Long coming, he just looked up at him. Then he lowered his head again and ignored him. Donghua, have you eaten dinner? Tian Long sat next to Tian Donghua and reached out to touch Tian Donghua's hair. Tian Donghua avoided it with some disgust. What does it have to do with you whether I eat or not? There is no common ground. I don't agree with what you do, so I don't bother you. You don't bother me. I can't eat now. When I am hungry, I will naturally eat. Tian Donghua didn't want to go on a hunger strike to scare Tian Long because he knew that this trick was a bit too low-level and naive. If he really went on a hunger strike, Tian Long could forcibly inject himself with nutrient solutions and glucose as long as he didn't die. Therefore, Tian Donghua wouldn't go on a hunger strike. He didn't eat now just because his heart was blocked. He didn't want to eat. On one hand, it was his father, and on the other hand, it was his friend. His father did something wrong. Tian Donghua didn't want to protect him, but he couldn't change anything, so he felt very uncomfortable. The reason why Tian Donghua didn't persuade Tian Long again was that he knew that Tian Long wouldn't listen to anything. At this moment, persuading him was equivalent to persuading him in vain. There was no meaning at all. It was better to save some words and energy. Donghua, why don't you understand your father's painstaking efforts? Tian Long looked at his son with some resentment. Think about it. If I didn't do it for you, why would I do so many things? How old am I? How many years can I work? Isn't it for you and Dongwang? Do you want to continue to work for the Sun family for a lifetime, like your father, after graduating from college? What's wrong with that? Tian Donghua frowned. He felt that there was a problem with his father's thinking. It was already somewhat unreasonable. How many college students don't have a job after graduation? They are very happy to find a job cleaning toilets. At least I have something to do after graduation, and I will be put in an important position. What's wrong with that? Even if you are put in an important position, you have to act according to the Sun family's wishes, because they're always the boss. No matter how powerful you are, your status is given to you by the Sun family. Don't think that you are above everyone else and only one person below you. Everyone in the group respects you like a master. However, if the Sun family doesn't like you one day, they can make you become nothing with just a word. They can make you lose everything and fall from your high position. Tian Long snorted and said, "Have you thought about this? If we do it well and can't find fault, how can the Sun family find trouble with us?" Tian Donghua naturally didn't agree with Tian Long's theory. Although it couldn't be said that Tian Long's theory was wrong. According to Tian Long's meaning, all the people around the boss were afraid that the boss would demote them. So they took the initiative to replace the boss. Then, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Even so, there are accidents in everything. Who can guarantee that you won't make any mistakes? Tian Long said, and with your brother's character, he doesn't even know when he offends people. I heard that he has offended Sun Jiwei of the Sun family. When Sun Jiwei is in power, can he still have a good outcome? Maybe you will be implicated. What Tian Long said was true. Not only Tian Dongwang, but even Tian Donghua himself had a feud with Sun Jiwei. However, in his opinion, Sun Jiwei was a hopeless case. Sun Hongjun couldn't hand over his family business to him. The most likely person to be promoted was Sun Jie. Sun Jie was a reasonable person. She wouldn't make things difficult for Tian Donghua just because he had a feud with Sun Jiwei. What's more, with the relationship between Sun Jie and Yang Ming, wouldn't Yang Ming have the final say in the Sun family in the future? Who was Yang Ming? He was his own good brother. Would Yang Ming treat him badly? So if it were someone else, they might really be persuaded by Tian Long, but Tian Donghua wasn't tempted. He didn't think that what Tian Long said would come true. He just thought that Tian Long was an alarmist. Then after I graduate, it's fine if I don't work for the Sun family. It's not a big deal, said Tian Donghua. Tian Long listened to Tian Donghua's words and was suddenly speechless. The two people had different viewpoints. It was impossible to unify them. Even if Tian Long said until his throat was broken, Tian Donghua would not do anything. Thinking of this, Tian Long sighed in disappointment. Zhang Jinghua was afraid that Tian Long would see some clues, so he didn't dare to speak more. He stood aside in fear and trepidation. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard what Tian Long said. At this time, he was still persuading his son to go with him to the Sun family. His son was still the most observant. He didn't blindly participate with his father. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died in the end. Zhang Jinghua laughed in his heart. In his opinion, Tian Long and Yang Ming weren't on the same level at all. Yang Ming could kill two people with a raise of his hand. He didn't even see how Yang Ming attacked, and the two people were dead. However, Tian Long's means were nothing more than shouting and threatening. In contrast, there was nothing terrifying about it. But this couldn't be said. Although Zhang Jinghua believed that Yang Ming would definitely win, the night before dawn still had to be pretended. Brother Long, have you eaten dinner? Should I go and get something to eat? Zhang Jinghua asked carefully. Go ahead. Get some wine and dishes. Tian Long didn't eat anything at all before. He had been thinking about Tian Donghua. Now that Zhang Jinghua said this, he was a little hungry. He could take this opportunity to eat with his son. Maybe the two of them could ease their current relationship. After Zhang Jinghua listened to Tian Long's words, he hurriedly ran out to get the wine and dishes. He felt a little uncomfortable standing next to Tian Long. He was afraid that Tian Long would find some flaws. What a good opportunity this was. Zhang Jinghua couldn't help but sigh. If he had Yang Ming's voodoo, he could directly put in Tian Long's wine and dishes. This would also save Yang Ming the trouble of looking for Tian Long. When Tian Long was poisoned, wouldn't he be obedient? However, since Yang Ming ordered them not to intervene, they shouldn't be nosy. Zhang Jinghua couldn't take the initiative to poison Tian Long. He didn't know whether Yang Ming wanted to keep Tian Long alive, so he didn't meddle. He just walked out of the junkyard, got in his Toyota sedan, and drove to the nearby area to buy food. The location of this junkyard was an empty suburb. There were no buildings or residences nearby, let alone places like restaurants. So if they wanted to buy food, they could only go to the city. Every day, when it was time to eat, Zhang Jing would send his men to buy some food back. He also bought some food at night. There was still some left, but because it was early spring, the weather was very cold, so now it was cold. If this kind of thing was served to Tian Long would definitely not be happy. Anyway, it was the last night to serve him, so Zhang Jinghua wasn't afraid of trouble. He personally drove to prepare. There was an Ivy Hotel nearby. It was at the suburban road intersection. It provided food and lodging for passing truck drivers. It was open 24 hours. The taste of the food was good. Zhang Jinghua ordered food in this house every day. He ordered a few stir-fried dishes and a platter for Tian Long. He also ordered a few pounds of dumplings and oil cakes. After Zhang Jinghua packed them, he hurried back. Looking at the steaming food on the table, Tian Long's appetite was big. After praising Zhang Jinghua, he called Tian Donghua over to eat. Tian Donghua was also hungry this time, so he didn't refuse. Although the father and son had different ideas, they still had to eat. It wasn't worth it to starve himself. What's more, Tian Donghua didn't eat before because he was angry. He didn't mean to go on a hunger strike. The father and son ate in silence. In the beginning, Tian Long looked at Tian Donghua's dull appearance, so he didn't say anything. However, after a few glasses of beer, he unknowingly opened his mouth and began to nag and brainwash Tian Donghua. Donghua, have you thought about it? The Sun family's industry has become our Tian family's. How badass will you be in Donghai in the future? Although the current Tian family's young master is also very badass. Compared to that, you will reach a new height. Tianlong said, for example, last time because a girl, you fought with others and beat them up. Although nothing happened to you, didn't you have to transfer to another school? But now it's different. If you beat them up, you only have to pay them some money at most. You don't have to transfer to another school. This is the power of the Sun family in Donghai. Tian Donghua snorted. If it was a year ago, maybe Tian Donghua would be tempted. However, in this year, Tian Donghua had matured a lot. He felt that he was really naive before. Especially after being with Wang Shui, Tian Donghua had opened up a lot of things. Therefore, Tian Donghua was indifferent to Tianlong's temptation. He raised his head and looked at Tianlong blankly. Then he said, I'm not interested. When I was young and frivolous, I just fought. Now, it's a stupid behavior. Tianlong was choked, but there was no way. He thought that Tian Donghua would be interested in what he said, but Tian Donghua had such a reaction. Tian Donghua replied to him with a sentence. Even if it's for your brother, I have to go further. You look at Tian Donghua. He is so old, but he is still uncertain. He is exactly like a prodigal young master. If your father's ability is not bigger, can he clean up after him? Said Tianlong. You don't have to find excuses for your own ambition. If you're an ordinary person, Tian Donghua can't be as domineering as he is now. Tian Donghua said faintly, Even if I have ambition, so what? You and I are father and son. This can't be changed and chosen. It doesn't matter if you don't support me. Wait a few years, and you will figure it out. Tianlong was really helpless because of Tian Donghua. He slammed the table and shouted, I have now achieved great things. Even if you don't agree with my approach, so what? Tian Donghua didn't say anything. The two people had no common language now. It was useless to say anything, so Tian Donghua chose to be silent and continued to bury himself in the food in front of him. Just when Tianlong was impassioned and felt that he was insufferably arrogant, he didn't know that he had been abandoned by the behind-the-scenes boss. After the behind-the-scenes boss saw that Chu Daming and Lu Chan were exposed in advance, he had no hope for Tianlong. He even killed Sui Yuejin to frame Yang Ming. It could be said that Tianlong had become an abandoned chess piece. As long as there was a need, the behind-the-scenes boss would not hesitate to abandon him. But now, it seemed that Tianlong was not useful for the time being. Killing him had no direct relationship with Yang Ming, so the behind-the-scenes boss was too lazy to care about him and let him fend for himself. When Tianlong finished drinking, it was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. If he returned to the villa in a daze now, it would definitely be very uncomfortable on the road, so Tianlong decided not to go back at night. He would find a room here and sleep for the night. Jinhua, is there a spare room? Clean one up for me. Tianlong instructed Zhang Jinhua. Even if there was no room, Zhang Jinhua had to say that there was one. Okay, Brother Long, I will prepare it. Zhang Jinhua gave up his room because it was really not easy to clean up a room in a short time. He just had to find a place to sleep for the night. Yang Ming and Wang Renping waited until the middle of the night, but they did not see Tianlong's figure. Yang Ming knew that Tianlong probably would not come back. As for where he went, Yang Ming didn't want to waste time to guess. He said to Wang Renping next to him, Let's rest. It seems that Tianlong can't come back. Wang Renping nodded. According to Tianlong's living habits, he must have found a place to rest nearby. It was impossible to mess around in the middle of the night. After all, Tianlong was also a person in his 50s. He couldn't afford to mess around like a young person. The next day was a sunny day. Yang Ming glanced into the villa. It was still the bodyguards. There was no shadow of Tianlong. Apparently, Tianlong did not return all night. Wang Renping was also a bodyguard, so he slept lightly and less. Not long after Yang Ming woke up, he also woke up. He looked at the courtyard of the villa. There was no Tianlong's car, so he shook his head and said, Tianlong's car is not here. It seems that he did not come back all night. Where is Tianlong usually during the day? Asked Yang Ming. Although Tianlong took over the Sun family's company, because things have not settled down, the property rights of some things have not been transferred, so Tianlong will not go to the company during the day. Instead, he will go to a hall of his former gang, which is Ma Chong's territory, said Wang Renping. Ma Chong. If Ma Chong is missing, will Tian Long be suspicious? Yang Ming frowned after listening to Wang Renping's words. It doesn't matter. Wang Renping smiled and shook his head. Ma Chong is an old man around Tian Long. He is not young. Under normal circumstances, he will not go to the hall if it is not too important. The hall is under the charge of the second-in-command, Shen Miaodu. He also came yesterday and took the voodoo. He is one of us. He has a good relationship with me, so he should be able to distinguish between sides. Chapter 1265. Yang Ming nodded. That's good. As long as Tian Long doesn't suspect anything, we can settle him today. Yang Ming had some impressions of this Shen Miaodu. Last night, when Wang Renping gave him the medicine, he called his name. Yang Ming also deliberately observed these people yesterday, so his impression of Shen Miaodu was relatively clear. This was a middle-aged man who was not very old. In fact, it cannot be said that he was middle-aged. It seemed that he should be in his early 30s, 1 or 2 years older than Wang Renping. When taking the voodoo yesterday, Shen Miaodu was obviously very obedient. He glanced at Wang Renping and saw Wang Renping nodding to him. He took the voodoo without saying anything. Although it could not be said that this Shen Miaodu was obedient to Wang Renping. After all, there are the examples of Li Baihu and Ma Chong, but it could also indirectly show that this Shen Miaodu was actually a more obedient person. Tian Long usually arrives at the hall around 7:30 every day. Now it is 6:30. There is still an hour. We can eat some breakfast and prepare first, said Wang Renping. Okay. Yang Ming responded and immediately started the car. Call Zhang Jinghua and ask him about the situation of the Sun family and Tian Donghua. Okay. Wang Renping nodded, then took out the phone and dialed Zhang Jinghua's phone number. Soon, the phone was connected, and Zhang Jinghua's voice came over. Brother Wang, hello. What can I do for you? In the past, Wang Renping was a popular person around Yang Ming. Now, Zhang Jinghua naturally regarded Wang Renping as a popular person around Yang Ming, so his attitude was as respectful as ever. Jinghua, how are Tian Donghua and the Sun family? Is there anything wrong? Asked Wang Renping. No, Brother Long came here yesterday and saw the people of the Sun family. He quarreled with them for a while and then went to see young Master Tian. It seemed that he was also quarreling with young Master Tian. Brother Long seemed to be trying to persuade him, but young Master Tian and Brother Long had different views. They parted on bad terms. After eating something, they went to sleep. Zhang Jinghua replied truthfully. Oh, Wang Renping frowned after listening to Zhang Jinghua's words. What did you say? You said Tian Long went to your place yesterday and spent the night at your place? Yeah. What's wrong, Brother Wang? Zhang Jinghua wondered why Wang Renping's reaction was so big. Nothing. If I knew in advance. Wang Renping sighed and did not continue. Didn't Brother Yang tell us not to interfere with Brother Long's matters? I just wanted to watch from the side. Zhang Jinghua quickly explained, so I thought about it and didn't call you. Forget it. I don't blame you. Wang Renping said Tian Long left, and he just left. Zhang Jinghua was relieved when he saw that Wang Renping was not angry. Okay, I got it. Wang Renping hung up the phone after he finished. Yang Ming had probably learned the whole story from Wang Renping's words. Tian Long must have gone to Zhang Jinghua's place yesterday, so he was not in the villa. Brother Yang, Tian Long went to Zhang Jinghua's place yesterday. We miscalculated. Wang Renping said with some regret. If we knew in advance last night, we could catch the turtle in the jar. It is much easier to act at night when Tian Long is asleep than during the day. I have probably heard it. It doesn't matter. Since it is already like this, it is useless to complain and regret. We still have to do today's matter well. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. According to what you said, Shen Miaodu is one of us. He will also restrain his own men, so today's matter is still relatively easy. I hope so. Wang Renping nodded. In fact, he did not agree with Tian Long's practice of suddenly joining all the Sun family's men to embezzle the Sun family's property. Originally, as a subordinate of the Sun family treated him well, so he should be loyal. How could he do such a thing? This was also the reason why he and Yang Ming betrayed Tianlong together without any psychological pressure. Many people were not used to Tianlong's unjust practice, but they were forced by Tianlong's strong pressure and these people's greed for money. Under the powerful attack of money, they had no choice but to side with Tianlong. In most people's opinion, it was not important who the company's senior management was. Whether it was Sun Hongjun or Tianlong, as long as they did not lose their share or even get more than before, why would these people not be happy? No one would go against money. However, what was easier to handle was that these people under Tianlong's management had a strong sense of gang consciousness. Many of them listened to their direct leader. As the saying went, the county official was not as good as the current manager. Therefore, the main leaders of these people were settled by Tianlong, and they could only follow. Let's find a porridge shop to eat breakfast. Yang Ming knew that the Sun family was fine, and he was slightly relieved. Yang Ming was most worried about the safety of the Sun family. When Tianlong went last night, he just quarreled with the Sun family and did not touch them. In other words, Tianlong still had a little conscience. At least, he did not intend to kill the Sun family in the near future. However, things were unpredictable. Who knew if Tianlong would eliminate the Sun family after he had a firm foothold? The porridge shop was found casually on the side of the road. Yang Ming parked the car directly on the side and got off with Wang Renping. Donghai's porridge shop was not the same as Songjiang's. Even if the two cities were so close, there would be some differences in the same flavor of snacks. At least in Donghai's porridge shop, there were many snacks that Songjiang did not have, and some of Songjiang's popular snacks could not be seen here. Yang Ming was not a picky person. It was okay as long as he could fill his stomach. Wang Renping was even more so. The two casually ordered 2 bowls of lean meat porridge and some small pickles and began to eat. Yang Ming. A somewhat surprised voice came. Yang Ming looked up and followed the sound. He did not expect to see an acquaintance. Sister Yang Xian. It was Sun Jie's high school classmate, Yang Xian, and her boyfriend, Wu Yunsheng. Yang Ming did not expect to meet her at the porridge shop. Yang Ming, it's great to see you. Do you know where little Jie is? Yang Xian sent Wu Yunsheng to buy food, and then she sat in the empty seat next to Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Wang Renping sat at a table for 4 people, so there were 2 empty seats next to them. Ugh. Yang Ming did not know how to answer Yang Xian's sudden question. Although he and Yang Xian were relatively familiar, Sun Jie was still under house arrest. He could not reveal it, so he smiled bitterly. I don't know. I just drove to Donghai. I haven't gone to find her yet. Little Jie called me before and said that she wanted to go back to Donghai. After she came back, she looked for me to play. It has been a few days, and she hasn't contacted me. I called her cell phone and home. It was either turned off or no one answered. I don't know if something happened to her. Yang Xian was a little anxious as she said this. Yang Ming, have you not contacted little Jie these few days? Yang Ming was relieved after listening to Yang Xian's words. Yang Xian and Wu Yunsheng were also the children of Donghai's government. They often mingled in some upper-class parties. It was impossible for them not to hear about the change of owner of Donghai's largest private group, the Sun's Enterprise. There was only one possibility. The news had not spread out yet. In other words, Tianlong still had many licenses that had not been transferred to him. He could not announce it to the outside world for the time being. In this way, it was also convenient for Yang Ming to act. If Tianlong had already caused an established fact, then Yang Ming really could not do anything to him. Otherwise, the sudden disappearance of the chairman of the Sun's Enterprise, who just came to power, was enough to be a big news. Now it seemed that it would not cause any public opinion at all. Tianlong's matter was not announced to the public. In other words, Yang Ming took advantage of this time to get rid of Tianlong and quickly let Sun Hongjun return so that he could eliminate all the bad effects of the Sun's Enterprise. It seems that something happened to her family, right? Yang Ming could not show his emotions too much in front of Yang Xian. He smiled indifferently. It's not a big deal. I just can't turn on my phone. I can see her tomorrow. After I see her, I will look for Sister Yang Xin and brother-in-law to come out for a meal. How about that? Okay. Yang Xin nodded happily. It's good that little Jie is fine. It saves me the trouble of thinking about her. And then contact me tomorrow. Yang Ming sighed in his heart. I hope that things will go well. However, Sun Jie's friend is not bad. He is still very concerned about Sun Jie. Wu Yunsheng was as low-key as ever. After the meal, Yang Ming said goodbye to Yang Xin and Wu Yunsheng. When they got in the car, Wang Renping said, Wu Yunsheng, young Master Wu. I have seen him before. Oh, Yang Ming was a little surprised. He is a famous child in Donghai. I saw him when I sent young Master Tian Dong to a party. He is a very low-key person, said Wang Renping. Listening to Wang Renping, Yang Ming's mood was slightly relieved. He smiled. He thought that Wu Yunsheng had some secrets. Recently, Yang Ming was already in a state of panic. Everyone seemed to have a problem with Yang Ming. It was no wonder that he met Alice in Europe inexplicably. Everyone was targeting him. Could this still make Yang Ming feel at ease? It was said to be a hall, but in fact, it was a nightclub. The hall and the gang was already an old tradition. Tianlong was naturally not stupid. Now that he still had a gang in this situation, wouldn't the police find a reason to attack him? Therefore, Tianlong only operated and controlled some entertainment venues. But even so, he had obtained unprecedented profits. This nightclub was planned and opened by Tianlong, so the Sun family did not have much control here. It was precisely because of this that Tianlong used it as a temporary office base. Tianlong asked the driver to park the car. Because he did not come from the villa today, he did not ask Wang Renping to pick him up. After the car was parked, Tianlong got off and walked quickly into the nightclub under the escort of 4 bodyguards. He went upstairs through the staff-only passage. Although in Donghai, Tianlong did not believe that anyone dared to find trouble with him. It was better to be safe than sorry. Who knew if there would not be loyal supporters of the Sun family who would fight with him in a desperate situation? Yang Ming and Wang Renping came to the nightclub early and observed the movements of the nightclub from a distance. After seeing Tianlong enter the nightclub, Yang Ming also started the car and parked the car closer to the nightclub. Haven't the name change procedures been completed yet? Tianlong looked at the documents in his hand and asked his office secretary impatiently. Not yet. I am asking someone to do it, but there is no result yet. The secretary was also somewhat helpless. The matter could not be done, and I was scolded. No matter how you look at it, you are a bit unlucky. Didn't I say it? It doesn't matter how much money it costs. Change the company's legal person to my name as soon as possible. Tianlong was naturally afraid of long delays. Although Sun Hongjun had signed the equity transfer letter, Tianlong could not be at ease as long as the company's legal person name was not Tianlong. The name change requires the company's original legal person and a new legal person to be present. The secretary said with difficulty, "This is a matter of principle. We have looked for people, but there is no result yet. Those agency companies just said that they would try. Damn, what if the original legal person dies?" Tianlong heard the secretary say so complicatedly and snorted. If he dies, a death certificate and a will of attorney are required. The secretary explained. Tianlong rolled his eyes. He just complained casually and made an analogy. He did not expect the secretary to take it seriously. He waved his hand helplessly and said, "As soon as possible, tell those agency companies that money is not a problem as long as it can be done." "I will try my best, Mr. Tian." The secretary quickly said yes and carefully left Tianlong's office. "Brother Long, why don't we go all the way?" In the office, one of Tianlong's men suggested and made a beheading gesture. This person was the third in command of the nightclub, Li Xiangji. The boss of the nightclub was Ma Chong in name, but Shun Miaodu was responsible for the daily operations. Shun Miaodu frowned after listening to Li Xiangji's words. Li Xiangji did not take the voodoo, but this kid was purely a person who changed the rudder according to the wind. Shun Miaodu was not worried that Li Xiangji would dare to do anything, but his broken mouth. What kind of suggestion is this? If the Sun family's people were really killed, Yang Ming would probably not give them the antidote. He would just let them fend for themselves. Therefore, Shun Miaodu was very nervous at the moment. He was really afraid that Tianlong would adopt Li Xiangji's opinion and harm the Sun family. However, Shun Miaodu could not directly oppose Li Xiangji's opinion at the moment. It would be too obvious. It was hard to guarantee that Tianlong would not have any other ideas. Shun Miaodu looked at Tianlong nervously to see what kind of decision he could make. If Tianlong really wanted to kill the Sun family's people, then Shun Miaodu could only quickly call Yang Ming and Wang Renping for help. Your idea is once and for all. Tianlong glanced at Li Xiangji and said faintly, "That's right." When Li Xiangji heard Tianlong praise him, he immediately showed a smile. He did not have any ability. He relied on flattery to get Tianlong's favor, so the idea he gave was bullshit. However, it is easy to kill Sun Hongjun. You tell the outside world, how did Sun Hongjun die? Tianlong glared and said, "At that time, when the police investigate the cause of Sun Hongjun's death, there will be more trouble. Maybe they will screw up all my things." You brainless fellow, go to the side and stay there. After listening to Tianlong's words, Shun Miaodu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Tianlong did not harm the Sun family's people, then it would be easy to handle. After a while, when Yang Ming came, everything would be solved. Li Xiangji was lectured by Tianlong until his face turned green and white. He flattened his mouth and said, "Yes, Shun Miaodu, tell me. Do you have any good ideas?" Tianlong looked at Shun Miaodu. Shun Miaodu was shocked. He quickly withdrew his thoughts and said, "Brother Long, in the current situation, we still have to follow the normal procedures. If Sun Hongjun does not appear, the people in the Industry and Commerce Bureau will not dare to change the legal person. Once this is exposed, it will be a big deal unless they don't want to do it anymore." And it makes sense. Continue. Tianlong nodded and signaled Shun Miaodu to continue. Shun Miaodu's analysis was still very good. So, although Brother Long's social status is also very high, to put it bluntly, Sun Hongjun's status is higher. Who dares to offend him? Since you have used your social connections and found a lot of people, do you still expect those licensing agencies to help? Shun Miaodu waved his hand. I think it is a waste of effort to find them. In fact, how could Tianlong not know what Shun Miaodu said? However, now it was completely a desperate attempt. There was no other way, so Tianlong could only do this. Then, do you have any other good ideas? Tianlong asked. What do you mean by following the normal means? Shun Miaodu was now completely delaying time. What he said sounded reasonable, but in fact, it was all bullshit. Even if he didn't say it, Tianlong knew it. However, Tianlong now had to fight for a glimmer of hope, so naturally, he didn't think too much and listened to Shun Miaodu's words patiently. Shun Miaodu thought, isn't it simple to follow the normal way? Isn't it just you and Sun Hongjun going to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to change the business license? You don't know such a simple thing? However, although he thought so, he couldn't say so. After saying so, it would be strange if Tianlong didn't go crazy on the spot. Brother Long, I think you still have to start with Sun Hongjun. Shun Miaodu had no choice but to continue to talk nonsense. Think of a way to persuade Sun Hongjun to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau with you to change the legal person. But you have to be careful that he can't take the opportunity to escape or directly expose your conspiracy in the Industry and Commerce Bureau. You know, Sun Hongjun's social influence is greater than yours. At that time, you will be in a disadvantageous position. What you said is the only feasible way. Tianlong nodded. But how can I make Sun Hongjun obedient? Chapter 1266. Shun Miaodu didn't expect Tianlong to be so anxious. Shun Miaodu just finished talking, and Tianlong asked him to think of a way, and now, looking at Tianlong's eyes looking at him with expectation, Shun Miaodu felt a little scared. How is it? Have you thought of a way to make Sun Hongjun obedient? Tian Long stared at Shen Miaodu. This? Shen Miaodu really didn't know what to do. He was just talking nonsense to deal with Tian Long, but he didn't expect Tian Long to take it seriously. It's okay. You take your time to think. Tian Long might have found that he was too impatient, so he smiled apologetically. I'm not in a hurry. Shen Miaodu breathed a sigh of relief and thought, as long as you don't rush me at this time, you don't have to rush me in this life. When Yang Ming comes, you won't have a chance to ask me again. Yang Ming and Wang Rinping naturally didn't know that Tian Long was freaking out about the group's transfer of ownership. After the two saw Tian Long enter the nightclub, they began to plan to implement the plan. Mr. Yang, are we going in now? Wang Rinping knew that since they were already here today, they would have to go in sooner or later, so it was better to go in earlier than later. Yang Ming nodded. His point of view was the same as Wang Rinping's. Since they were here, they shouldn't drag it out. Solving it as soon as possible was the way to go. Yang Ming took out a pair of large sunglasses from the back of the car and put them on his face. Then he said to Wang Rinping, "Take me in a while." No problem. Wang Rinping nodded. In fact, it didn't matter if Yang Ming didn't disguise himself. In this nightclub, except for Tian Long and Shen Miaodu who knew Yang Ming, no one else had seen Yang Ming before. However, since Yang Ming chose to disguise himself, he also held the attitude that there was no harm in being careful and avoiding complications. The two people got out of the car together. Yang Ming naturally walked side by side with Wang Rinping toward the entrance of the nightclub. Brother Wang. The security guards at the door naturally knew Wang Rinping. When they saw Wang Rinping coming over, they hurriedly greeted him. Wang Rinping nodded casually. His footsteps didn't stop at all as he walked inside. Because Yang Ming came with Wang Rinping, the security guard naturally wouldn't go up and ask questions. Besides, this was an entertainment venue, and it was open to the public. You couldn't possibly not let the guests in, right? Yang Ming had long predicted the smoothness of the matter. After all, Wang Rinping's identity and status were there. He was a capable person under Tian Long, just like the status of his own subordinates, Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. Therefore, she didn't have to worry about anything when he brought her in. The two of them successfully got into the elevator and went up to the 13th floor of Tian Long's office. Generally speaking, Shen Miaodu should be with Tian Long. It is possible that Li Xiangji is also there. Wang Rinping said after the elevator door closed. Who is Li Xiangji? Asked Yang Ming. Li Xiangji is the third in command of the nightclub, but he is just a scumbag. There is nothing to be afraid of. I didn't call him yesterday because this kid is too cowardly. I was afraid that he would take things too hard after eating the voodoo. He would spill the beans when he goes back, said Wang Rinping. Yang Ming nodded. People with this kind of character were rare, especially those who could sit in the position of the vice president of the nightclub. However, he probably belonged to the group of bootlickers. There were not many people taking the internal elevator. Only the management staff could take it, so no one else called for the elevator along the way. It went smoothly from the first floor to the 13th floor without stopping in the middle. A dong sounded, and the elevator stopped at the 13th floor. Let's go. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Rinping and smiled faintly. Along the way, Wang Rinping was very calm. However, when they got off the elevator, Yang Ming obviously noticed that Wang Rinping seemed to be a little nervous, so he patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. This was no wonder. After all, Tian Long had always been very strong in Wang Rinping's heart. Although Yang Ming was stronger now, Wang Rinping would inevitably have psychological pressure if he stood with Yang Ming to deal with Tian Long. Nothing. Wang Rinping took a deep breath and shrugged. It could be seen that he quickly adjusted his emotions. Which one is Tian Long's office? Asked Yang Ming as he looked at the deep corridor. There was no one in the corridor. Obviously, this was the location of the nightclub's high-level office. However, there was no bodyguard or security guard in the large corridor, which made Yang Ming a little surprised. Perhaps Tian Long thought that no one would dare to make trouble in his territory. The innermost one is on the right. Wang Rinping pointed to the front and said to Yang Ming. Just as Yang Ming asked, Yang Ming also began to check the rooms in the corridor with his special ability. Sure enough, as Wang Renping said, Tianlong was in the room on the right at the end of the corridor. There were two other people in the room. One was Shun Miaodu, whom he saw yesterday, and the other man who looked a little wretched was probably Li Xiangji, whom Wang Renping mentioned. Yang Ming's guess was not wrong. There was no security guard in this corridor. First, the nightclub had never had this rule. Second, Tianlong was too arrogant. He thought that there were countless security guards in this nightclub, and no one dared to make trouble here. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door of Tianlong's office. Tianlong was placing his hopes on Shun Miaodu at the moment, and his mind was not elsewhere at all. He said casually, "Please come in." Wang Renping pushed the door open and entered Tianlong's office. "Oh, it's Renping. You are here." Tianlong saw that the person who came was Wang Renping and nodded. "It just so happens that we are discussing something. You should also come and study it together." "Oh, what is it?" Wang Renping was sent in by Yang Ming to be the vanguard. The purpose was to control Li Xiangji. Although Li Xiangji was not a problem, a corner dog would jump over the wall. Yang Ming was afraid that he would be a hindrance, so he asked Wang Renping to come in and send him away first. "It's like this." Tianlong raised his hand, glanced at Li Xiangji, and said, "You should say it." Li Xiangji was eager to have such an opportunity to show off himself. He stuck out his butt and quickly came to Wang Renping. He said flatteringly, "Brother Wang, things are like this. Isn't this the case? Our brother Long has now gotten the Sun family's industry." Wang Renping nodded and waited for him to continue. "But these industries are under the name of the old fart, Sun Hongjun. When we go to transfer the ownership, they say that Sun Hongjun, the old chicken lamp, must be present in person," Li Xiangji said. "This has put Brother Shun and me in a difficult situation. We don't know what to do." "Oh, it is indeed a problem," Wang Renping agreed and hummed. "Yeah, Brother Shun has come up with a good idea." Not to be outdone, Li Xiangji continued, "What Brother Shun means is, since Sun Hongjun, that old chicken lantern, must be present, then we can let him go with Brother Long. But how can we guarantee that Sun Hongjun will be obedient and not cause trouble?" "Oh, I was wondering what it was." Wang Renping suddenly grinned after listening. "Why, Renping? Do you have a good idea?" Tianlong was delighted after listening to Wang Renping's words. He thought that Wang Renping had a way. "Can you persuade Sun Hongjun to transfer the ownership obediently?" "I can't, but someone can," Wang Renping said somewhat strangely. "Who? Who is it?" Tianlong said anxiously. "Who has such a great ability?" "I brought this person to you today, Brother Long." Wang Renping smiled and made an inviting gesture. Just as Tianlong was waiting for this capable person to come in with joy, the smile on his face suddenly froze, because he was too familiar with the person who came in. "Mr. Tian, how have you been?" Yang Ming walked into Tianlong's office and looked at Tianlong with a smile, as if he came to visit an old friend that he had not seen for many years. "Yang Ming?" Tianlong frowned. He was not stupid. He immediately realized that something seemed to be wrong. Why did Wang Renping bring Yang Ming? "Renping, what do you mean?" "Nothing, Brother Long. I have been very unhappy with you for a long time." After Wang Renping said a very classic sentence, he took the opportunity to knock out Li Xiangji, who was at a loss, with a punch. This Li Xiangji was originally a timid guy, and the sudden change made him a loss. So, just as he was a loss, he unknowingly fainted. Tianlong's face suddenly changed. He did not expect that the most trusted person around him would mix with Yang Ming. This was what he did not expect, and he did not think of it at all. However, Tianlong's eyes glanced slightly, and he saw that Shun Miaodu was pulling out a gun from his waist. His heart was set. He saw that Yang Ming and Wang Renping both came in empty-handed, and their waists were not bulging. Naturally, they did not bring any weapons. "Miaodu, kill them!" Tianlong snorted and ordered. "Raise your hands, or I will kill you with one shot." Shun Miaodu's gloomy voice sounded. Tianlong's heart was relieved, and he looked at Yang Ming and Wang Renping mockingly. He thought, "You two idiots and idiots. Don't you know that I have a gun?" Aren't you looking for death by breaking in like this? Tian Long wanted to see Yang Ming and Wang Rinping's embarrassed appearance, but he did not see Yang Ming and Wang Rinping raise their hands. He suddenly felt a little strange. Why don't you raise your hands and squat aside with your head in your hands? Aren't you afraid of being shot? Not afraid. Yang Ming glanced at Tian Long and said with a weird expression, "What?" Tian Long did not hear clearly. He thought, is this Yang Ming crazy? No matter how badass you are, you can't be invulnerable, right? Brother Long, you are mistaken. Wang Rinping pointed behind Tian Long sympathetically. Tian Long may have realized that things seemed to be wrong. When he turned around, he found that the person Shun Miaodu's black muzzle pointed I was actually him. Brother Long, I'm sorry. I have tolerated you for a long time, said Shun Miaodu faintly. Tian Long's mood from the ridicule and arrogance just now suddenly fell to the bottom. He couldn't believe the facts in front of him. He just saw that Yang Ming and Wang Rinping were actually together. Although he was shocked, he was very dismissive of the way they dared to challenge him alone. Not to mention that Shun Miaodu was also a master who was not inferior to Wang Rinping. Not to mention that Shun Miaodu had a gun in his hand. There were hundreds of security guards in this nightclub. With an order, even if no one spat, they could drown the two of them. So Tian Long didn't take it seriously at all. But now the gap was a bit too big. Not only did Wang Rinping and Yang Ming mix together, but even Shun Miaodu was actually with Yang Ming, pointing a gun at Tian Long. For a time, Tian Long had a feeling of being betrayed. He finally understood how Sun Hongjun felt when Wang Rinping pointed a gun at him. It was a kind of helplessness, bitterness, and simply impossible to guard against. Although he didn't know how Yang Ming did this, Tian Long roughly knew that there was only the method of coercion and bribery. Didn't I use this method to deal with the people around Sun Hongjun? Yang Ming, it seems that I have underestimated you. Tian Long took a deep breath and stared at Yang Ming. He was about to spit fire. You played this trick well. It is exactly the same as my original approach. You still know that you played a trick? Yang Ming sat down comfortably on the big sofa at the side and looked at Tian Long. You tell me. How should I deal with you? What's wrong with playing a trick? Tian Long said coldly. Do you think you are upholding justice? Or enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Why do I feel that you don't feel that you have done something wrong, but it seems that I am meddling? Yang Ming found it funny after listening to Tian Long's words. I did something wrong? What did I do wrong? Tian Long suddenly laughed. Yang Ming, you stand on the Sun family's side. Naturally, you feel that I did something wrong, but what did I do wrong? More than half of Sun Hongjuan's businesses were built with me, but what did I get in the end? When did he ever think about giving me a part of his big industry? He didn't. He didn't even have this idea at all. He thought that he deserved all this. Why? 2 people contributed, but only he got the benefits? Didn't I give you shares? Yang Ming looked at the crazy Tian Long and said faintly, Give me shares? You really have the nerve to say that. He only gave me 5% of the shares of such a big group. Tian Long said, How much does he have? 60%. Sun Hongjun is fine, but he wants to leave a big foundation to a woman. You want me to bow down to Sun Jia? Even if I don't think for myself, I have to think for Donghua and Dongguan. I'm a fucking dog of the Sun family. I don't want them to repeat my mistakes. Dog, Yang Ming said disapprovingly. Is Sun Hongjun not good enough to you? When did he treat you as a dog? He didn't. But what about in the future? After Sun Jia and Sun Jiwei are in power, do you want me to listen to the words of 2 little kids? Tian Long waved his hand angrily. Why? You are looking for an excuse for what you have done. Yang Ming looked at the unreasonable Tian Long and shook his head. Does Tian Donghua have the same idea as you? Him? If he didn't persuade me not to do anything to you again and again, do you think you still have the chance to stand here and talk to me? Tian Long heard Yang Ming's question and snorted. He will understand my pains sooner or later. Yang Ming suddenly found it funny. This Tian Long is really shameless. With his means, can he deal with me? He really doesn't feel pain when he speaks. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Yang Ming looked at Tian Long. If you really care about Tian Donghua's opinion, can you still put him under house arrest? Really? Tianlong's mouth suddenly showed a strange sneer. Then his right arm suddenly burst out, grabbed the gun in Shun Miaotu's hand, and squeezed it hard. Tianlong let go, but Shun Miaotu was shocked and subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the pistol exploded. Half of Shun Miaotu's palm had been blown off. This unforeseen event was so sudden that even Yang Ming was caught off guard. However, Yang Ming clearly saw the strange scene just now. Tianlong actually flattened the gun barrel in Shun Miaotu's hand, and then quickly let go of his hand. However, the panicked Shun Miaotu obviously did not notice this. He subconsciously thought that Tianlong was going to take the gun to deal with him, so he pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, half of his palm had been blasted off, and blood was dripping everywhere. It was a terrifying sight. Yang Ming, you are so naive. Do you think that you can deal with me by bribing a few waists? Tianlong laughed presumptuously, and the muscles on his body also bulged with the laughter. The people present were not only Shun Miaotu and Wang Renping. Even Yang Ming was shocked. Is this Tianlong still a human? His thwart-training kung fu has actually reached such a level? However, in the face of such a change, Yang Ming did not have the slightest timidity and confusion. His hand shook slightly, and a flying needle had already fallen into Yang Ming's hand. Just as Tianlong opened his arms to catch Yang Ming, the flying needle in Yang Ming's hand was also thrown at Tianlong Pa. The flying needle hit Tianlong's neck, but it fell to the ground without any harm to Tianlong. Kid, you also know how to use concealed weapons? It's not simple, right? Tianlong did not expect that Yang Ming actually knew how to throw concealed weapons. He secretly felt lucky in his heart. If I didn't use my martial arts in advance because of anger, I'm afraid that I would have fallen into this kid's trap. Previously, he still wanted to play with Yang Ming, but now he put it away. It seems that this kid is really capable. Thinking of this, Tianlong's eyes became redder, and the muscles on his body bulged even more. It was even possible that his shirt would burst. Yang Ming was really a little stunned at this moment. His tried and tested flying needles actually had no effect on Tianlong. It didn't even penetrate Tianlong's skin, let alone his acupoints. Yang Ming was confident that the strength of his flying needles was very strong. Not to mention human skin, even wood and glass could be easily penetrated by it. However, a strange thing happened in front of him. His flying needle was actually blocked and fell to the ground. Chapter 1267. Seeing that Yang Ming and the others were stunned, Tianlong couldn't help but smile proudly. You still don't know, right? I was the most outstanding disciple of Shaolin Temple. Do you think you can cause trouble for me just because you know some small tricks? You are really overestimating yourself. Shaolin Temple? Disciple? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and he immediately understood in his mind. Originally, he thought that this Tianlong also practiced some evil martial arts similar to Elder Yu and made himself invulnerable. But now he understood after listening to Tianlong Shaolin Temple's thwart kung fu was the best in the world. The Golden Bell Shield and Iron Mantle all originated from there. It seemed that Tianlong had received the true teachings and had trained his skin and flesh to be extremely hard. Speaking of Shaolin Temple's Golden Bell Shield and Iron Mantle, many people thought that it was just a legend in wuxia novels. In fact, it didn't exist, but Yang Ming knew that these kung fu really existed. After coming into contact with the assassin world, Yang Ming had dabbled a little in various sects kung fu in the world. Naturally, he also knew several kung fu of Shaolin Temple. In fact, whether it was Iron Mantle, Golden Bell Shield, or Iron Palm, these weren't magical. They were all using Chinese medicine to change the person's muscles and bones. Then, with the addition of thousands of hammering, it made the body extremely hard. This was the same as when Yang Ming practiced boxing. Fang Tian gave him Chinese medicine to soak his hands and feet. It was to strengthen the body through pharmacology. Yang Ming also guessed at the time that this Chinese medicine might have evolved from Shaolin Temple's Golden Bell Shield, Iron Mantle, or Iron Palm. However, Yang Ming's practice time was still short, and it only played the role of increasing the strength of his boxing. It was impossible to be like those who practiced since childhood, who practiced until they were invulnerable. Now it seemed that Tianlong was such a person. This was what Yang Ming didn't expect. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Rinping and shunned Miaodu from the corner of his eyes. He saw that both of them were also horrified and inexplicable. He knew that Tianlong usually hit it deeply. Even Wang Rinping, who had followed him for 10 years, didn't know that he had a unique skill. Logically speaking, with Tianlong's skills, he didn't need bodyguards at all, but he still left a group of bodyguards in front and behind to protect him. This could only be said to be a cover-up. Perhaps even Sun Hongjun didn't know that Tianlong had such a trick up his sleeve. Indeed, no one knew the history of Tianlong being a disciple of Shaolin when he was young. Even Sun Hongjun and Wang Rinping didn't know about it. They only knew that he had a good relationship with several Shaolin Temple disciples. When Wang Rinping was sent to train, the instructor who trained him was from Shaolin. Wang Rinping's kung fu was mostly from Shaolin, but it definitely did not involve the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Mantle. What they learned was some actual combat. Even so, Wang Rinping never thought that Tianlong was actually such a Shaolin master. He originally thought that these instructors were only invited by Tianlong at a high price to guide their kung fu. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Tianlong and these Shaolin Temple disciples instructors had a deep relationship. At least, they should be brothers. Yang Ming, you didn't expect it, right? Tianlong saw that the people present were shocked, and he was even more complacent. He liked this feeling of having everything under control. I know that you have some kung fu, and I know your position in Songjiang. It's not a big deal to use money to win over a few of my men, but you want to use these few ways to deal with me. You are really too whimsical. Yang Ming looked at Tianlong coldly, but he wasn't angry. He seemed to be angry and couldn't speak. Indeed, Yang Ming underestimated Tianlong's strength. This was the biggest mistake made by the failure of this operation. He never thought that a helper around Sun Hongjun actually had such a terrifying origin. This was something that Wang Rinping and Tian Donghua had never mentioned before. Tian Donghua and Tian Dongwang didn't know that Tianlong had a secret technique. This was certain, because if Tian Dongwang really knew that his father was so powerful, he wouldn't be bothering to ask Wang Rinping to be his disciple. Wouldn't it be more awesome to practice Shaolin Kung Fu with his father directly? For this kind of secret technique that was passed down through the ages, although Yang Ming didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that these Kung Fu were definitely very powerful. He was an opponent. Perhaps even if his master, Fong Tian, came in person, it was impossible to get any benefits. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak and was sulking there, Tianlong was even more refreshed. Why aren't you awesome? Weren't you awesome just now? Is there anyone who can persuade Sun Hongjun to be obedient? Well, then you go and persuade him for me. I will tie you up and accompany him. As Tianlong spoke, he reached out and grabbed Yang Ming. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming didn't resist this time, but he was obediently caught by Tianlong, and Tianlong was a bit surprised. Yang Ming didn't struggle, but immediately he figured it out. I'm too strong. Yang Ming's struggle is asking for trouble. It's better to be captured. It seems that you're still very self-aware. You know to be obedient. Oomph. Yang Ming snorted and didn't respond. Tianlong was more convinced that Yang Ming knew that he couldn't beat him, so he became so obedient. Tianlong was suddenly overjoyed. He took out a leather rope from nowhere and tied Yang Ming's hands together. Yang Ming also let Tianlong tie him together. After tying up Yang Ming, Tianlong tied up Wang Rinping and Shimiaodu. The two simply didn't struggle. Wang Rinping was also a peripheral Shaolin sect disciple. He knew how terrifying Tianlong's kung fu was. He wouldn't be Tianlong's opponent at all, so Wang Rinping could only obediently be captured. Otherwise, He would be asking for trouble. Oomph. I will deal with you two traitors when I come back. Tianlong picked up Yang Ming from behind and walked to the door of the office. Leaving Wang Rinping and Shin Miaodu in the office, he didn't bother with them. Tianlong's heart was about to explode with joy. Originally, he thought that after Tian Donghua told Yang Ming that he was going to deal with Yang Ming wouldn't come to Donghai easily. Even if he came to Donghai, he might come with the police. Then, Tianlong really had no way to deal with him. No matter how badass Tianlong was, it was impossible to openly go against the police, right? That was purely looking for death. Therefore, Tianlong felt that there was no hope in this matter. He could only live up to the efforts of the behind-the-scenes boss, but he didn't expect a godsend opportunity. This guy, Yang Ming, is too arrogant and overconfident. He bribed Wang Rinping and Shen Miaodu, and he was delusional to think that he could deal with me. In the end, isn't he still caught by me? It's really a case of searching high and low for something, but finding it without any effort. It was so easy to catch Yang Ming. This was what Tianlong didn't expect. But fortunately, he always had a backup plan. Tianlong didn't tell anyone that he was a disciple of Shaolin. He didn't even mention it to his sons, Tian Donghua and Tian Dongguang. This was a secret in his heart. When he was 5 years old, because of a drought in his hometown, his parents died one after another, so Tianlong was alone in a foreign place. Fortunately, he was adopted by a kind person in Shaolin Temple at that time and became a Shaolin disciple. Because Tianlong was talented and diligent, more than 10 years later, Tianlong actually practiced the Shaolin's Golden Bell Shield. He had a body of bronze muscles and iron bones. After learning the skill, he finally had to go down the mountain after passing the 18 bronze men array. After going down the mountain, Tianlong found that the outside world had changed. It had become a place of debauchery. Having martial arts had no practical significance at all. So, after going north, he began to do small business. However, relying on his own martial arts, he quickly mixed in a place. Of course, at that time, Tianlong obeyed the teachings of Shaolin. He didn't bully others with his own martial arts. Only when he was bullied by others, he fought back. However, he didn't use Shaolin's secret arts, but some ordinary martial arts. He didn't want to hurt others. He just gave a little punishment. Therefore, many people who were taught a lesson by him only knew that Tianlong's martial arts were very powerful, but they never knew his master in origin. Later, Tianlong met Sun Hongjun. The two people assisted each other and built a big business. Tianlong's heart, from the previous simple and kind, became blinded by greed and gradually blackened. Until now, he was blinded by utilitarianism and did treacherous things. In the big dive vat of debauchery, Tianlong lost himself and forgot the oath when he went down the mountain in Shaolin Temple. He became an out-and-out villain. Perhaps it was because he knew that his current style didn't match that of a Shaolin disciple, or perhaps he wanted to keep a trump card. In short, he never mentioned to others that he was a Shaolin disciple. But now it seemed that Tianlong definitely wanted to keep a trump card. Not because he felt that what he did was inconsistent with the purpose of Shaolin Temple. This could be seen from his boasting just now. Tianlong had already been completely corrupted by benefits. This was the secret deep in his heart, but it became an important reason for turning defeat into victory today. Tianlong had endured for so many years, and finally at the most critical moment, he used his life's knowledge. Originally, Tianlong also planned to do so. Unless it was a last resort, he would never show his Shaolin's secret arts in front of outsiders. This was something to save his life. But now, at this moment, he had to use it. Shen Miaodu pointed a gun at him, and Wang Rinping and Yang Ming were eyeing him. Although at first, Tianlong wanted to use this to deter Yang Ming and others. Tianlong admitted that he wanted to show off, but then Tianlong knew how wise his decision was. Yang Ming actually knew how to throw a concealed weapon, and the direction and position of the concealed weapon made Tianlong's forehead and back shiver. The acupuncture points on the neck were the most concentrated, and the accuracy of Yang Ming's shot made Tianlong speechless. Although the flying needle couldn't enter Tianlong's body, Tianlong wasn't a person without perception. Tianlong could still feel where the flying needle was shot. When the flying needle touched Tianlong's neck, Tianlong's heart jumped out of his chest. Tianlong was also a person who practiced martial arts since childhood. How could he not know the location of the human body's acupuncture points? With Yang Ming's accuracy, if the flying needle was really pierced, then Tianlong knew that the loser lying down now would be him. Once the acupuncture point was pierced, he would temporarily lose his mobility and be controlled by Yang Ming. At that time, even if he had the power of Jin Gang, he couldn't reverse the situation. Thinking of this, Tianlong secretly felt lucky. It seems that Yang Ming dared to come to me, not because he was overestimating himself. He must have something up his sleeve. Yang Ming's flying needle skill couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Tianlong tied Yang Ming's hands behind his back. In this way, Yang Ming couldn't do anything to harm him. Tianlong carried Yang Ming out of the office, entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the basement floor. Tianlong intended to put Yang Ming under house arrest in the abandoned junkyard. Wasn't he close to the Sun family? Well, I'll put it with the Sun family. Tianlong could lift Yang Ming with his left hand without any effort. This showed that Tianlong's muscles and bones had been trained to the top level. Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be exhausted after carrying a person for so long. Even when they entered the elevator, Tianlong still carried Yang Ming, and he looked very relaxed. This showed that Tianlong's physical strength was very good. Yang Ming had to admit that Tianlong was much stronger than himself. When they came to the underground parking lot, Tianlong opened the door of a commercial car with a remote control and threw Yang Ming into the trunk. Then, he closed the trunk door and jumped into the driver's seat. Although there were security guards patrolling in the underground parking lot, they simply turned a blind eye to Tianlong carrying a person out of the car. First, it was because Tianlong was the boss here. Everyone was working under him. Who dared to ask Tianlong about things? The second point was that some of the people who played in the nightclub drank too much and made trouble or didn't pay. Such people naturally had to be dragged out to teach them a lesson. Therefore, when these security guards saw a person being dragged out, they weren't surprised. They didn't think it was a strange thing at all. Yang Ming was thrown into the trunk of the car, but he didn't say anything. Tianlong was a bit puzzled. This Yang Ming didn't look like such a person. Why didn't he resist at all? After thinking about it, there was only one explanation. That was, Yang Ming knew that he wasn't Tianlong's opponent at all. Resistance was futile, so it was better not to waste energy. This possibility was the most appropriate. Thinking of this, Tianlong was relieved. He drove the car out of the nightclub and headed in the direction of the abandoned junkyard. For Yang Ming to be able to bribe Wang Rinping and Shun Miaodu, Tianlong was quite impressed. Yang Ming could do such a big thing quietly under his nose. It also showed that Yang Ming was not a simple person. No wonder Song Jiang's Bao Sanli and Hou Zhanhan followed his lead. In just 1 year, Yang Ming established his own economic empire in Songjiang. However, so what if he is great? Isn't he still caught by me? Tianlong snorted. This kid is still too inexperienced. But it is a pity. If such a talent could be used by me, it would be great. Tianlong also knew that it was impossible. He and Yang Ming were now incompatible like fire and water. He didn't expect Yang Ming to rely on him. This time, Tianlong simply didn't look for a driver to drive. Instead, he personally escorted Yang Ming to the junkyard. It was also because he felt that Yang Ming, this kid, was really terrible. If he could bribe the people around him, then his other drivers could also be bribed. Therefore, Tianlong personally drove Yang Ming. Seeing that Tianlong had returned, Zhang Jingguo was puzzled, but he still had to show it on the surface, so he quickly ran out to meet Tianlong. However, he saw Tianlong carrying a person out of the trunk of the car. Zhang Jingguo didn't feel anything at first. Tianlong regarded this place as a place where he put others under house arrest. It was not a big deal to send one more person. However, When Zhang Jinghua saw the appearance of the person in Tianlong's hand, he was suddenly shocked. The person in Tianlong's hand is actually Yang Ming? Yang Ming's plan failed? How is it possible? Zhang Jinghua couldn't believe it. The powerful Yang Ming, who could kill 2 people with a raise of his hand, actually became Tianlong's prisoner? However, the facts were in front of him. Zhang Jinghua couldn't help but believe it. Yang Ming was indeed tied behind his back with a rubber band. He was carried out of the car by Tianlong. After confirming that the person in Tianlong's hand was Yang Ming, Zhang Jinghua's heart suddenly turned cold. Yang Ming was caught. What should they do? They were forced by Yang Ming to swallow the voodoo. If something happened to Yang Ming, wouldn't they also die? Thinking of this, Zhang Jinghua almost cried. However, in front of Tianlong, he had to pretend to smile. There was no other way. If Tianlong knew that he had taken refuge with Yang Ming, then there would be no good outcome. Perhaps he would be executed by Tianlong now. Therefore, Zhang Jinghua could only smile and greet him. Brother Long, why are you back again? This is... Of course, Zhang Jinghua had to pretend that he didn't know Yang Ming, because before yesterday, he didn't know who Yang Ming was. At this time, if he exposed a flaw, then he would be dead. This is the Yang Ming I mentioned before. Lock him up with the Sun family. As Tianlong said this, he threw Yang Ming to the ground and instructed Zhang Jinghua. Yes, Brother Long. Zhang Jinghua pulled Yang Ming up from the ground and responded quickly. However, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. After Tianlong left, I will ask Yang Ming what is going on. What is going on? What is going on here? But no matter what, I'm in a favorable position. Yang Ming is under my watch. I can get the antidote first. As for the others, it wasn't something Zhang Jinghua could worry about, so Zhang Jinghua could only take care of himself first. Let's go. Zhang Jinghua pushed Yang Ming and entered the door of the junkyard. He didn't dare to be too harsh. That would offend Yang Ming, but he didn't dare to be too gentle. That would arouse Tianlong's suspicion. Zhang Jinghua was really in a dilemma. But fortunately, Yang Ming didn't seem to know him at all. He didn't respond to his shouts. He stood up very obediently and followed Zhang Jinghua into the junkyard. Chapter 1268. Zhang Jinghua wanted to ask Yang Ming what he was doing, but Tianlong was watching from behind. He couldn't be too close to Yang Ming. In desperation, he had to pretend that he didn't know Yang Ming and escorted Yang Ming into the junkyard. However, after entering the room, Zhang Jinghua looked back and found that Tianlong didn't follow. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yang, you are... Yang Ming changed his previous decadent expression. He winked at Zhang Jinghua and smiled slightly, but this was only very short. After a while, Yang Ming returned to his normal expression. Zhang Jinghua was stunned, but he immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. Yang Ming wanted him to feel at ease. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinghua was relieved. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do, he thought that there was an important plan. Seeing that there were other people coming from behind, Zhang Jinghua quickly restored his previous indifferent expression. He took Yang Ming to the door of the big room where the Sun family was imprisoned. He shouted to the man behind him, "Go and open the door." Yes. The man quickly responded. He found the key and was ready to open the door. Sun Hongjun was angry with what Tianlong said yesterday. Sun Jie was also helpless. Yesterday, she just made her father's mood better, and Tianlong came to make things worse. This made Sun Hongjun, who was already very depressed, sigh even more. Little Jie, you said that Tianlong wanted to catch Yang Ming. What should we do? Sun Hongjun sighed. Dad, don't think so much. How can Yang Ming be caught so easily? Sun Jie also felt that Yang Ming couldn't be caught by Tianlong so easily. AI, things are unpredictable. Yang Ming is smart and does things steadily, but in the end, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. How can he be the opponent of Tianlong, an experienced person? Sun Hongjun sighed and said, Originally, I also thought that Yang Ming might be able to save us, but after listening to Tianlong's words yesterday, this possibility is not big. Sun Jie was also smart. She immediately understood what her father meant. You mean that Tianlong's next target is Yangming? Judging from Tianlong's ambition, he won't allow anyone to ruin his plan. Sun Hongjun nodded and said, now, Yang Ming is his potential opponent. He can't let Yang Ming continue to be a dangerous existence. He will definitely make the first move. Yeah, if Tianlong didn't hear our discussion yesterday. Sun Jie completely attributed Tianlong's actions and thoughts toward Yang Ming to Tianlong overhearing their conversation yesterday. If Tianlong didn't hear it, he wouldn't have thought of this. It's all my fault for talking too much. Sun San's heart was uncomfortable because he wanted to persuade Sun Hongjun yesterday, so he casually mentioned Yang Ming. He didn't expect Tianlong to be alerted. If Tianlong wanted to deal with Yang Ming, he would become a sinner. Uncle San, this can't be blamed on you. Sun Jie shook her head, but she hoped that Yang Ming wouldn't be so easily dealt with by Tianlong. If it was so easy to be dealt with by Tianlong, then he wasn't worthy to be Sun Jie's man. There was no need to look at him at all. Sun Jie thought so, but in fact, she still had some expectations for Yang Ming. It was impossible to say that Sun Jie had no feelings for Yang Ming, but Sun Jie was a rational person. She had never given Yang Ming a clear answer because Sun Jie herself wasn't sure if Yang Ming was the man who had enough ability to protect her for a lifetime. In the past, she had almost made a wrong choice. Sun Jie was naturally careful now. As she grew older, her mind was more mature than before. Therefore, her ideal man must have enough ability. At least, he must be stronger than her. Sun Jie? If Yang Ming was so easy to be caught by Tianlong, then she had nothing to say. However, everyone in the Sun family didn't expect that Tianlong wanted to deal with Yang Ming. It wasn't because of a few words from them. Tianlong wanted to deal with Yang Ming premeditated. It could be said that it had nothing to do with the Sun family. Even if there was no relationship between Yang Ming and the Sun family, since the behind-the-scenes boss asked so, Tianlong had to try his best to deal with Yang Ming. There was the sound of a key opening the door from outside. This time, the people in the Sun family learned to be smart and shut their mouths in a timely manner. They didn't want Tianlong to hear anything. You go in. In front of outsiders, Zhang Jinghua still had to be stiff and strong. He couldn't let outsiders see his relationship with Yang Ming, including the people in the Sun family. Although the people in the Sun family and Yang Ming were on the same side, there were too many people. Who knew if they would be exposed at that time? Seeing that the door was opened, the people in the Sun family thought that Tianlong had returned and was going to say something unpleasant. However, they didn't expect that the person who was escorted in was actually Yang Ming. Yang Ming? Sun Jie's eyes widened. She couldn't believe the facts in front of her. Isn't this Yang Ming too cowardly? Last night, we were just talking about him, and today he was caught by Tianlong. Even if you can't beat Tianlong, you have to persist for a while before being caught, right? How did you get caught directly? Thinking of this, Sun Jie felt disappointed. Yang Ming was far from the man in her mind. At least, if Yang Ming persisted for a few more days, Sun Jie could barely fool herself by saying that she, her father, and third uncle were caught by Tianlong. Yang Ming was caught. But it couldn't be said that he wasn't capable enough. It could only be said that Tianlong was too cunning. However, he was caught in an instant, so the meaning was different. Sun Hongjun and Sun San didn't think as much as Sun Jie, but disappointment was inevitable. It was just that they weren't disappointed with Yang Ming, but they were disappointed that they couldn't be rescued. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. The walls had ears. It wasn't that he didn't understand this truth. Little Jie, Uncle Sun, third uncle, are you okay? Yang Ming could only greet them politely at the moment. Sun Jie didn't speak. She was indeed a little disappointed with Yang Ming. In her impression, Yang Ming wasn't so weak, but the facts were in front of her, and Sun Jie had to believe it. Therefore, her disappointment was inevitable. The feelings for Yang Ming in her heart also surged up again. It was very unpleasant. She didn't know how to decide. This was the difference between a rational woman and an ordinary woman, but Sun Jie couldn't be blamed for being too careful. It was because of her position and her own character. Fortunately, Sun Hong-jun smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that a few casual words yesterday would implicate you. A few casual words? What do you mean? Yang Ming was stunned. He was confused by Sun Hong-jun. Sun Sen also helplessly repeated what he said yesterday to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was even more stunned. What does this have to do with me being caught? But he couldn't tell the truth to the Sun family now, because victory or defeat would depend on when Tianlong came later. There couldn't be any failure factors mixed in. Therefore, in order to be able to hit the target in a while, he must first hide from the Sun family so that they wouldn't reveal flaws at the critical moment. Yang Ming thought about it. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside the door again. He knew that Tianlong had come. With Tianlong's character, after he caught Yang Ming and put him together with the Sun family, he would definitely humiliate Yang Ming to satisfy his arrogant heart. Therefore, Yang Ming grasped this point, so he was fearless. When Yang Ming was caught by Tianlong, he was obedient without the slightest resistance. In other words, even if Tianlong didn't come, the guard here, Zhang Jinghua, was also Yang Ming's man. Yang Ming could let him release Yang Ming at any time. As long as Yang Ming was free, he could make further plans. The door of the room was opened again. This time, it was Tianlong who came in. Tianlong's arrogant laughter could be heard by Yang Ming at once. He didn't need to look up. President's son, this time, do you still have any expectations? Aren't you looking for Yang Ming? I brought him here. Tianlong pointed at Yang Ming and laughed out loud. Sun Hongjuan's face changed slightly, but he knew that Tianlong was deliberately angering him. So Sun Hongjun didn't want to be angry with him at the moment. He snorted and turned his head away. He didn't have Sun Jie's thoughts of personal gains and losses. He just thought that his and Sun San's words yesterday harmed Yang Ming. He felt guilty toward Yang Ming in his heart. Tianlong saw that Sun Hongjun didn't speak, but he didn't care. He snorted and looked at Yang Ming. Kid, aren't you very smart? You even know how to bribe your people around me and start with the people around me. However, aren't you still prisoner? Yang Ming looked at Tianlong coldly. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have practiced the Golden Bell Shield. Why? Are you jealous? Tianlong was so happy today. He actually caught Yang Ming. In other words, he could explain to the behind-the-scenes boss and continue to get the strong support of the behind-the-scenes boss. With the support of the behind-the-scenes boss, everything was not a problem. Jealous? Why should I be jealous? Yang Ming said faintly. Jealous of your broken Golden Bell Shield? You? Tianlong didn't expect that Yang Ming, who was very obedient just now, suddenly became eloquent. However, immediately, Tianlong thought that it must be that Yang Ming had no other way. Yang Ming broke the pot here and angered Tianlong to get psychological satisfaction. Thinking of this, Tianlong wasn't angry anymore. He looked at Yang Ming with a smile, then looked at Sun Hongjun and Sun Jie's family. He said, President's son, are you confused by what you just heard? Sun Hongjun snorted slightly, which was a response to Tianlong. Indeed, he was confused. He didn't know what Tianlong and Yang Ming were talking about. What Golden Bell Shield? What is that? President's son, you have found a good son-in-law. Tianlong said regretfully, but he is unlucky. He thinks he is smart and bribed the people around me, which is Wang Rinping. I really didn't expect that Wang Rinping, this kid, could actually be bribed. But it's useless. I have a secret on me. That is, I was once a disciple of Shaolin and practiced the Golden Bell Shield. Ha 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 ha. What do you think he can do to me? He can only blame himself for meeting me as an opponent. Speaking of this, Tianlong couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. Sun Jie's face changed slightly. It seemed that she really misunderstood Yang Ming. Yang Ming was not a coward, but he had been planning to rescue them. He was just a step away from success, but he didn't expect this Tianlong to practice the Golden Bell Shield. Although Sun Jie didn't know how powerful the Golden Bell Shield was after practicing it, she read in wuxia novels that those who practiced the Golden Bell Shield Iron Shirt were invulnerable. As a result, Yang Ming was obviously not an opponent. Thinking of this, Sun Jie felt a little guilty. When Yang Ming came in, I didn't pay attention to him. Would he be angry? At this moment, I still think about these things. Only Sun Jie would do it. After all, Sun Jie was still a girl. In a critical moment, she was thinking about whether her lover had misunderstood her and not other things. Yeah, you can only blame yourself for meeting me as an opponent. Yang Ming took over Tian Long's words and said faintly, "You still have a little self-awareness." "And? What do you mean?" Tian Long wasn't stupid. He immediately heard that Yang Ming's words weren't right. Why'd it seem to be the opposite? However, just as he was inexplicably surprised, Yang Ming moved. He saw Yang Ming's body leaping into the air and kicking straight at Tian Long's head. Tian Long was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming to still want to attack him at this time. Before this, he had already tied Yang Ming's hands with a rubber band because the rubber band was tight and elastic. When it was tied to a person's hand, once it formed a dead knot, it couldn't be untied. It could only be cut with a sharp knife. Therefore, Tian Long wasn't afraid that the Sun family could untie the rubber band. So, when he came in, he didn't have any defense against Yang Ming. However, he didn't expect that Yang Ming could still use this flying kick when his hands were tied together. He was suddenly shocked. However, Tian Long was also a martial arts master. He had a secret technique, so he reacted immediately. He quickly channeled his martial arts. Although Yang Ming's kick didn't seem to be very strong, who knew if this kid had any special plans? Therefore, Tian Long couldn't let him succeed, so he channeled the Golden Bell Shield. He wasn't afraid of Yang Ming's kick. Yang Ming's kick landed on Tian Long's shoulder. He only felt like he was kicking a large stone slab. Not to mention that his foot hurt, but Tian Long was fine. However, Yang Ming obviously had a backup plan. This kick was just to confuse Tian Long. He saw that Yang Ming's lower left leg turned abruptly in the air and kicked toward Tian Long's right waist. This was Yang Ming's unique skill, the Yang-style flying kick. Although it wasn't pretty, and the side effects were relatively large, he had to admit that this trick allowed Yang Ming to repeatedly avoid danger. Sure enough, Tian Long never thought that Yang Ming would actually practice such a series of flying kicks, and the second kick was aimed at his right waist. Tian Long's face suddenly showed a horrified expression, but it was too late to dodge now. Tian Long groaned in pain. He covered his right waist and leaned against the door panel on the side in pain. He took deep breaths and couldn't speak. The sweat on his face rolled down. Obviously, he was in great pain. When Yang Ming saw that he had hit Tian Long's vital point, he suddenly showed a gratified smile. He didn't care how ugly his falling posture was. He squatted on the ground. Yang Ming was also nervous and sweating. This was the only chance. If Yang Ming didn't grasp it, it would be more difficult to control Tian Long in the future. But now it seemed that he had succeeded. The reason why Yang Ming's second kick was aimed at Tian Long's right waist was because it was Tian Long's Achilles heel. People who practice the Golden Bell Shield, Iron Shirt, 13 Grand Guardians, and other external skills would always have one or two places that couldn't be practiced. This was the Achilles heel. When the Golden Bell Shield was practiced, the whole body was invulnerable, but the Achilles heel was an exception. If the Achilles heel was found with a heavy poke, the martial arts would be abolished. In Liang Yuxing's novel, The Fate of the Dragon and Phoenix Hairpin, Yang Mu Lao's disciple was flirting with a girl on the streets of Chang'an. After Duan Kexi saw it, he hit the Weilu point of his Achilles heel and abolished his Golden Bell Shield. Yang Ming also knew this, so he pretended to surrender to Tian Long and waited for an opportunity to see where his Achilles heel was. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's identity as the king of assassins' disciple, even if he couldn't beat Tian Long, this invulnerable monster, it was impossible for him to be captured by Tian Long. He couldn't attack, but he could protect himself. Yang Ming could totally escape. However, Yang Ming didn't run away, but obediently allowed himself to be captured. Yang Ming also wanted to use the time when he was captured to carefully find where Tian Long's Achilles heel was. If it were someone else, they might not find Tianlong's Achilles heel, even if they searched blindly for a lifetime. But Yang Ming was different. Don't forget what Yang Ming relied on to start. That was his special ability. Yang Ming could carefully observe every inch of Tianlong's skin through his special ability. Because practicing the Golden Bell Shield would transform the muscles and muscles were different. So the muscles and muscles of the places that had been practiced and the places that hadn't been practiced were different. Although this work was troublesome, under Yang Ming's careful comparison, he finally found the right side of Tianlong's waist, which was very different from the rest of the muscles. So he concluded that this was Tianlong's Achilles heel. During the time when Yang Ming stayed in the trunk, he wasn't doing anything else, but he was using his special ability to observe Tianlong. When they arrived at the junkyard, Yang Ming also found Tianlong's Achilles heel. He was waiting for Tianlong to humiliate him. Then he would give him a fatal blow. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't directly launch an attack on Tianlong's Achilles heel. In that case, Tianlong would definitely be on guard and desperately protect his Achilles heel. It would be more difficult for Yang Ming to hit Tianlong's Achilles heel. Because people who practice martial arts were more sensitive to their own Achilles heel, Yang Ming couldn't let Tianlong realize that he already knew where his Achilles heel was. Therefore, Yang Ming used the Yang Ming's flying kick. The first kick was aimed at Tianlong's face to confuse Tianlong's attention, and the second kick in the air was the key. It was aimed at Tianlong's Achilles heel. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.